I think GamerLegion is a downgrade. I feel sometimes electronic is so tilted.
I think as a game leader is a upgrade. Electronic have a lot of experience in a lot of tournaments. Jame as well, he have, but I think it's a upgrade to Virtus Pro.
This one is really hard actually, because I'm not sure Electronic tried calling before, and I don't remember if it went. Don't think it went that great.
I'm gonna say they definitely needed to change something though, because they had too many underwhelming performances at some events. So I say just in terms of that, it's an upgrade. Like in terms of like trying to change something with their
I would agree with that
situation. So upgrade for me.
Downgrade, big downgrade. I don't think he's cut out for the IGL role, in my opinion.
I thought it was temporary, but apparently it's permanent. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it was maybe a bit of a downgrade. I don't know what's going on in that team at the moment.
I think it's interesting. Jame has been the caller for that team for many years, but I think it's good for them to like try something new.
Maybe CS2 wasn't fitting to Jame as much as it as CS:GO was. Upgrade, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say upgrade as well, for sure.
It's not an upgrade and it's not a I don't know.
I think it's a downgrade, maybe even. Electronic is too good as a player that he should take all these duties on his shoulders. But with Flamos, they got some firepower. So yeah, but only to see it as Electronic and Jame, I would probably say downgrade.
I go with the same, yeah. 100% agree.
Go.
CS:GO for sure.
CS:GO for sure. 100%.
What happened to the trains, but yeah. It feels weird a little bit, but yeah, at least we have the map back.
Has to be the old one, no?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I feel like the new one is it's missing some trains. Like I don't think you could call it train right now.
New bad.
New bad.
New's
old
bad.
good.
Yeah.
Agree.
Good.
Ну здесь вообще нигде не встать. Ну вот, посмотри. Посмотри, трансик сделали квадратненький, и просто там даже не спрятаться, тебя отовсюду будет видно, понял?
Ебучий лего вот так вот поставили, вот так вот
Да,
посмотреть, что-то большое стоит.
Ты понимаешь, что ты сейчас за трансом не можешь стать, что тебя не будет видно. Тебя будет видно либо с ВН, либо с сотки. Этот трейн новый мне нравится больше, как задумка вообще.
This was strong, right?
Yeah, you have a compared to CS2 because there's no heaven.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think there's missing something in the new train.
They even have the ladder there, but no use no more.
I like playing up there when it was CS:GO, but now there's obviously no heaven. I kind of miss it a bit. I feel like there's like a position missing on the map. So
yeah, there's definitely something missing. Although it was a bit overpowered when you think about it, like especially when you were T-side and you could just plant the bomb and camp up there. You miss it, but it's kind of more balanced now, I guess.
I'm heartbroken. It was so nice to be able to go up a ladder and just hide somewhere sometimes.
Это тильт.
Это расстройство, согласен. Это расстройство, но опять-таки, если с точки зрения удобности, CSGO было проще просто. Ну, ты понимаешь, да, вот из-за всех вот этих вот нычек. Просто тяжелее, но больше нравится. Я все равно за CS2, короче, не знаю.
It feels like so cluttered because you can't do much. Like you're just blocked out. But yeah, I mean it's just new, I guess.
Yeah, I prefer CSGO for sure.
Yeah, I still prefer
It's
CS:GO.
better because of rotations.
I would say the old one. It's a bit like claustrophobic to go.
Yeah, exactly.
To go out now.
Yeah,
the new one.
I'd agree.
Yeah.
It's too hard. It's too difficult for Ts.
It's very heavily in favor of the CTs because they can just quickly focus on A main or focus on pop and then turn around because they can see it from now multiple different positions.
Ну, я не знаю, я сыграл две официалки, я сыграл две официалки на зелени, меня две официалки отодрали, поэтому я за новый трейн. На новом трейне меня так сильно не драли, как меня драли 5 лет назад.
I think it's easier take control of this part in CSGO than the CS2. I think this is too hard in CS2. You can do a lot like molly and the stuffs, but I think in CSGO you can just drop it with someone in your head and that stuff is kind of cool.
Yeah, I would say for sure CSGO. The new one is stupid, I would say. It's dumb that you have to go like in B halls to go down to pub. Yeah, I missed the ladder, that's for sure.
The CS:GO one was fun because of the ladder there, like you saw a lot of like creative ways, like people were taking it either by like double dropping or they were shooting the window and faking the flash. And it just becomes very difficult, I think, for the T's to like take this control.
The ladder added a fun element. You have to be a lot more creative, but now you just have a long hallway and...
Про верхниз я скажу, что мне кажется, верхниз был актуальнее как раз-таки в CSGO.
Да, CS2, ВН, за атаку это более важная зона, чем за КТ.
Personally, I would say that I like the changes in B side. In CSU, like the dynamics with the smoke, it matches really good.
But I think it's missing some trends, you know.
I mean, it's a lot more details now. I'd actually say I like it, and there's a lot of new angles, so I'm kind of happy that it isn't just the same shit, like you just play the same old position, so I'd have to, yeah, I like the new one actually.
I like the new one, but they should add the back train there in again. It's too open for CTs, like if Ts have the bomb site, it's very hard to retake now.
Add some sort of cover back there for the CTs and it'll feel a lot more balanced, but it's the best part of the map for me, at least.
Ты знаешь, просто выходишь и просто просишь. Я не знаю, это просто голый план. Ты просто голый план. Ну, ты зиг закрываешь моликом, все, тебе пизда.
Ну да.
Yeah, I think CSGO is similar to CSGO, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of changes.
I like that it's longer.
Yeah, there's a lot of space.
Yeah. It's not cluttered.
Yeah, I prefer CSGO. I prefer CSGO.
Incredibly hard to take control over this area because the CTs can just run into pop and you have, I mean, it's just a bunch of cringe, I'd say, like crossfires, etc. that has been created now.
That's true. But by design, I would say the new one.
Yeah, I can agree with that. We can go with the new one.
Ну, как по мне, ничего не сильно меняется.
Ну, на самом деле, много там, что поменялось, шире стало намного. Ну, сильно, на самом деле, поменялся концепт в любом случае.
You had more options as a CT if you were playing by yourself, whereas now, if we go back to the new one, it's like, there is a rail there, but it's harder to play in this area by yourself.
Looks like Valorant. That's not good.
Lovely. Cool. This is bit of a throwback to Katowice 2018 because Golden, you were part of the winning team, one of probably I would say the biggest underdog story we've seen at Katowice. I'd also heard rumors that team weren't even practicing before you came into the event. Is that actually true?
Yeah, so what happened was that behind the scenes, there was talks of making roster changes, and I was part of that, so I didn't know. So it was after Star Ladder in Kiev. That tournament was really bad, and they decided to bench me. The thing about no practice, it had a meaning behind it I didn't know at the time. Maybe coming into Katowice was more of there's no pressure. I did still, like, for me it was just another tournament. I have to give it my all, and it was one of the biggest tournaments, my first time playing Katowice.
Do you remember the first time you stepped out on stage and what that felt like?
Yeah, I actually told the guys today, it's unreal when you step in and see the audience, but when you go like further in, like the semis and the final, the atmosphere is immense. Like, there's so much and you get overwhelmed. Inferno was going to be 50-50 and Train, also the last map, it was also a bit 50-50, but we just managed to beat them in that. On Train, I have to mention this because this is one of the best performances of Flusha. He was insane. Like, the stuff that was going on, the stuff he did at the moment, I could not comprehend what just happened. Like,
really?
Yeah, like the 2v5. And then there was 1v2. That was one of the craziest things because I had to ask them after. Like, do you remember when you played that 1v2? In my head, it's like Guardian was defusing, but then he like fake stepped, or he didn't show himself again in lower. And I was like, why did you do that? He said he wouldn't stick it. And he just had a feeling.
Was there a call that you remember making that you were like, this is game changing?
I have to say no, that I don't recall anything, but I think I called pretty well. Very good, actually, I would say, on overpass.
Like, did it actually feel real that you could be lifting the trophy at any point in that grand final when you knew you were facing FaZe on stage? You know, you said about your history against them. Did you actually feel like we can do this at any point?
Yes, because I got the confidence from the guys who were, veterans. A lot of Swedish players see themselves very, very good, and we have ego at very early stages. So we had a lot of ego. We have to think that we are better, because if you go in scared in any sport or in anything you do, that would just create doubt, make you hesitant in very pressured situations. I went in thinking that we would win.
Can you walk me through the final moments of training?
Well, the last round I remember, because I was in an alley. I was just crawling into a small space and just waiting, because we had one guy coming behind them. I was telling myself just think, just focus, because just focus on your crosshair. Whatever comes in, just focus on that, because we were CT and I was just turtling in a small corner, just waiting for I think was Flusher coming top and killing two guys. I was just waiting for that. When we won, I think I remember who am I going, after I take off my headset, who am I going to hug, or what am I doing? And I just grabbed this nearest me was the coach, and I just grabbed and hugged him. And then obviously I think I got a tear or two when we won, so I was really, really happy.
How heavy is the trophy?
It was pretty heavy. I mean, it was pretty heavy for me. I'm not that big, so it was as big as me almost. So, yeah.
What happened with the team after?
So what happened with the team after was that we went to WSG in China, and we won that as well. So we won the 2 tournaments in a row. But then the night I was traveling to China for that tournament, news broke out. There was a leak that I was going to get benched.
Oh wow.
Same day. So I went to WSG knowing there was going to be changes. But after we won the WSG, same night, the team kind of gathered in the lobby, and I was in my room, and they told me to come down, and they told me that we were not going to make any changes. And then that's where I tweeted, I stay. Just I stay, dot. So, yeah.
And finally, where does the Katowice trophy rank in terms of your career?
Katowice is the number 1. So yeah, definitely number 1.
Thank you so much for having a little bit of deep dive into history. Very excited to see what you're going to do with Saul this tournament.
Thank you.
Oh, is that pretty great? Yeah, for sure. And not just because of Katowice, but I think Jota is a very good player. I watched some demos of him before, so I think it's pretty great.
Yeah, for me too, it's a upgrade.
Yeah, they show it.
Yeah, the last tournament they show, so upgrade.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we're on a honeymoon again, but they just made the final blast. We got to play them tomorrow. But,
yes, I don't think I will. I'm on the choice than saying upgrade.
Yeah, it has to be an upgrade to beat the final right now.
Jota's been playing well as well, so I mean.
Yeah, I'd say it's an upgrade.
Yeah.
Upgrade, clearly. They almost won the last tournament. I think Jota's a really good player.
I would agree. I think it's an upgrade. I think he fits in a lot better than Katowice did.
I would say it's an upgrade. I think Twin Fire, they needed like an aggressive player as well, like Santaris. And I have been watching a lot of Jota, his demos, and he's an aggressive guy, great aim.
Yeah, and I saw also when they recently played, they came to the final in the Blast tournament. Major was really crediting him for his energy, etc. So I think it's a big upgrade for them, like what do you call it? Aura-wise, like just the aura in the team. I think upgrade.
To be honest, I have no opinion on that. I think it's an upgrade, but a very small one, if that. I mean, they have been doing well, so probably worked out pretty well.
For me, it always looked like Katowice was always like such a calm guy. When you see everyone shouting and stuff like that, you always see him like a bit not vibing with the team. So I don't know, I just my perspective from outside, but Jota is the kind of guy who he played with Vicadia and he's young and stuff like this. So I guess, I mean, if you have, especially if you have Xantares and such a good firepower anyways, I don't think you need such a big upgrade to get to keep it going.
Cześć, dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry.
Cześć.
Dzień dobry.
Cześć, dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Środy, co? Z Sosnowca. Dobra panowie, witam. Dobrze, że już jesteście. Mamy tutaj do zrobienia, remoncik można powiedzieć, tak? Tutaj na początku zabezpieczycie podłogę, czyli rozkładamy sobie to i pomalujemy tą ścianę. To będzie jedna ekipa, nie wiem kto tutaj najlepiej maluje. Nie wiem, rozumiemy się, czy?
Yeah.
Okej. Ja, okej. Dobra, to kto najlepiej maluje?
Manuel.
Okej, super. To tu kolega, to tak. Zabezpieczcie sobie tu podłogę, malujemy tą ścianę. Rękawiczki, nie możemy się pokaleczyć. Tak, ubieramy się.
Feels like Christmas.
Jedna noga, druga noga. Wy mówicie po polsku?
Nie.
Nie? You
Nie.
speak English.
Yeah, English.
No to dobrze, że byłem na kursie. We work here. Okay? Now you must put this here. Położyć, tak? Tak. Rozumiemy. No i zajebiście. Painting. Ściana, wall. This musi być like this.
I see.
Uważaj. Here.
Okay.
Actually good.
There is stage behind you.
Fuck, maybe stick to CS, mate. Very good.
Now, painting.
Painting.
Here is pencil. Painting. This. And here is farben. Put painting
There.
here. Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Keep going?
Yeah.
Oh, you want it full?
Kurwa.
You like that?
Okay.
Beautiful.
Wałeczek.
Cheers.
Painting, guys.
Do the logo. First time I've actually painted something. I'll just do this.
Kurwa, co wy, ja pies Okay. Here. Okay, here. Plumpy. Oh, okay. Better. Okay.
Is that the flashback logo?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, this is actually pretty good though. This might take a while.
Look at this.
Very nice. Good detailing.
You know when the priest does it like this? Fuck.
Okay.
How is work?
Very good.
Good.
Co to jest, kurwa? What?
Like what you
What
said.
What is this?
FlyQuest logo.
Okay, logo. Very nice. Yes. Okay,
Dzięki.
kurwa.
Dzięki.
Okay, put super. Put this. Okay. Dobra, lepiej tu będziemy kłaść gładź. Tak, będziemy kłaść gładź.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, and Zowie.
really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. Astralis win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Many an iconic squad have lifted the trophy at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and today 3 more squads have a chance to inch closer to making that dream a reality. 2 South American squads have a chance to be making it through to Stage 2. Pain will be taken on the side of GamerLegion, whereas for the side of MIBR, they're going to have to best 3D Max. But I would argue that Heroic have the toughest task ahead of them. Fresh off a grand final appearance in Copenhagen, Eternal Fire looking to continue their run here in Katowice.
A Hall of Champions. They're on just about every side of it that you can look around, you can see, but we are so incredibly far from crowning a champion here in Katowice. In fact, this is just day 2. And what does day 2 bring about, you might ask? Eliminations. That's right, Heartbreak Hotel for some of these teams. In fact, some of them might even be including, but not limited to, Liquid versus Complexity. Liquid had a heater last night versus Heroic. Did go down 2-1 in the way of Heroic, so they find themselves facing elimination today. FlyQuest versus Astralis. The woes for FlyQuest. Where did they stop? Where did they go? No one seems to know. But I can assure you that Astralis not playing at their best brand Counter-Strike at this point, or at least maybe not up to the namesake. VP versus Saw. VP with Electronic as an IGL. 10 rounds total. That ain't gonna win matches now, is it? But we can't just leave it there. Big versus Imperial FE. Somebody's going home today. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Hello guys, I'm Mike Parsons. I'm the product manager for Intel Extreme Masters. I wanted to come on and just sort of address some things as we kicked off the tournament yesterday. One of the big features obviously that we released is around our new HUD. And really what we want to do is just sort of address this to the community and let you know that there is feedback that is being thrown to us and we appreciate it. When we released the HUD going into this week, we always knew that it wasn't going to be a fixed situation. It's something that we wanted to work on, and plan was always to gather further feedback. Over the next week or so, we're looking to make some changes. These changes are things that have come from the feedback from the community, from casters, from other people and stuff, and we're looking to apply those over the next few days. Probably some of the most notable ones that probably everyone's looking at has been around grenades, health bars, fonts. These are things that we're already looking at, and our team has been working on. But since we have released the HUD yesterday, it was always the plan that this wasn't going to be a final form. We're always going to work on it, and we've been quite receptive to the feedback and have heard you guys, so we want to continue with that. We're looking forward to sort of bringing the competition to you guys over the next week and seeing these changes implemented.
And the competition does indeed continue, ever evolving, as are our matches coming into day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. I begin with Trace up here on this LED wall. Before we dive into that though, Trace, sorry, schedule, let's bring it up because we got 3 best of 3s going down on both A stream and B stream, as we said about qualification and elimination games today already.
Yeah, not every team exactly where they want to be on the second day of what's going on here in Katowice, but obviously there's some real serious stuff in terms of matches, who's going to advance forward and who's going to be going home crying.
At the bottom of the screen, that's what's going to be going down on the A-stream side of things. But I hear that we're not alone here, Trace. Maybe in visuals, but not in audio.
Well, it's a good thing you brought that up. Honestly, I've always thought that extraterrestrials, I'm just kidding. We do have our esteemed pundits, the pundies as we'll call them. Hey, where y'all at? Y'all down on the other end of the room?
Yeah, as far away as possible from you, Trace. That's how me and Josh really like it. And I don't know, Josh, do you believe that we're not alone?
I think there's more out there, yeah. The X-Files moment there.
I think the way the rookie year went for Donk, I think that's safe to say there's things other than humans out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to bring up the common ones. I'll just leave it at that. Yep. Something's out there.
Should we talk about yesterday? Should we quickly, switch the topic?
Let's save Josh a little bit of humility here. I like that. So where would you like to start, Freya?
I think we start with the best. Let's save the worst until last. Let's flip that.
You could call them
script.
like playmakers almost.
The playmakers of day one. Wow.
Look at this guy.
Okay, so Janko, we're going to begin with your best of the best coming out of day one, and that was indeed Woxic. Tell us why you picked him as your shining light from day one.
Well, I think the headline says it all. The playmaker of day one. I think he did really good work for Eternal Fire, especially on train. Right, we've seen different teams struggle at times to put together, good T sides and CT sides. I think, seeing as how that game went into OT, I think that's where he did his best work. Really picked it up with the AWP and sort of propelled Eternal Fire into that 2-0 win.
How was the AWPing versus the rifling? Because I feel like in Copenhagen we saw kind of a 50-50 split. Was he picking up the AWP a little bit more?
I think so, right? I think it was a little bit situational for him, depending on what they were trying to do on the T side. But as you will see in this highlight reel, it was a little bit of everything. Some clutching, right, with the pistols, AWPing, rifling. That's why he is my pick, Freya.
It was a lot of AWPing, actually. He was really hitting every single shot, and he was getting a lot of flicks and a lot of multi-kills as well. Just being in a position, being able to peek left, right, left, and just pop these guys so frequently. Like, he kept them in the game in so many clutch moments.
Yeah, he definitely did. Woxic, you've got to ask the question, what would Henry G say about this performance? And
I was right.
Yeah, that's probably along the lines of what I was expecting as well.
If only he had anyone else other than Kassad as a coach, he might have stayed longer on the lineup.
Ooh. Yeah. Kassad Stray's now out there this morning. So, Josh, speaking of Stray, let's talk about who your playmaker was from day one.
All right. Yeah, let's do it. I picked JBA. Yeah, so...
Care to elaborate?
I would love to elaborate on that, actually, Anko. So, JBA, he's a younger player, more inexperienced, but the way that they're utilizing him on Wildcard is that he's kind of like the second player in, he's a support player, and he's in a lot of these anchor positions. And against Big yesterday, he was presented a lot of opportunities to be able to just win his gunfights, and that's all it really came down to, him holding down his position, Big running into him one at a time. Now, when you compare a team like Big to an elite team like maybe a Na'Vi or Vitality, you know that with Na'Vi and Vitality, their flashes are going to be on point, and they're going to disrupt setups and take him out. But right now, it's Big just on Inferno, like here, for example, they're just running up, he's playing one spot, and just killing them for free.
Wait, the Big doesn't have utility going for them. What do they have going for them? Like, they need to be on point with that stuff.
Well, they got a new offer.
New/old Opera. Yeah, it's just funny to me how, teams like Liquid and some of these other bigger orgs are like going outside of NA for talent, and then have Wildcard coming up with JBA, Lake on M80, right? Nick had a good series yesterday for Complexity, so maybe, there's more local talent out there than people give it credit to. I mean, IGL available now. Not young, but available.
Hey, well, age is... Never mind.
Yeah, we'll leave that one there, Josh. Thank you so much for that. What we could also talk about is the Chilean Elige? Is that what they're calling him?
Yeah, some people are calling him that. Somebody called Maui Snake. I think it is his year as well. Janko, what do you make of the Chilean Elige?
Chilige, yeah, I think he's had a great 2025. I mean, we were discussing a little bit, is he the guy who's going to sort of take Pain to the next step? And I mean, almost in every single game they've played this year, he's been their most impactful player, right? It's actually kind of crazy how dominant he has been. And we had Big Guzera here yesterday on the couch saying that, in this Mirage game, we were just saying, hey, just jump short, just fight them, just take aim duels, right? He's such a great aimer. He's always trying to put in a position to succeed, and it worked wonders yesterday against Virtus Pro.
You like what you saw, Steel?
I liked what I saw from Davideus, but I didn't really like what I saw from Virtus Pro. I just have to
hold
Just chill, Josh. Chill out, dude.
That's what happens. That's what happens.
Okay, let's bring up. We've got our playmakers of day one. I think that's a
pretty fair
good selection.
Yeah, shout out Woxic. Yeah, he really did have a blinder of a day yesterday. But speaking of days of yesterday, some that people would probably like to forget, especially those that didn't really have that outcome they were looking for.
Some disasters of day one. Janko, you've gone with the Aussies losing out yesterday. FlyQuest, tell me about what happened there.
Well, I think it's just the fashion in which they lost as well. It wasn't even a close game. at all, and you were hoping a little bit that they might be able to build on the end of last year. I think at the major, they were, if you guys remember, 2-0 in the second stage, and then just, had some very tough matchups, couldn't really convert. Those games weren't competitive either, made a roster change, brought in a European offer in Regali, but yesterday, as I said, wasn't really competitive at all, and you were hoping for at least a closer game, right? It doesn't give you too much confidence for them going up today against Astralis and the players that they have on the roster.
Josh?
Yeah,
Josh, you're in the room with us right now.
I am in the room with us. I do agree with that. I was just thinking about another team that, definitely let us down. And
he's really eager to talk about
it.
He
wants to talk about it. I really want to get there.
Hate Josh.
Can I just say it? Can I just whip it out? Virtus Pro. It wasn't about the fashion that they lost. It's like it was all about the fashion that they lost. It was barely close. They had 10 rounds? You put it, Trace, I think earlier.
I did count up 10 rounds over the course of a best of 3. That's not the magic number to win the game. I can assure you that.
Not good enough. Not even close. You have this the core of the team that was at such high highs fall into this gatekeeper-esque team that just keeps out all the lower ranked teams, but now they can't even find a win. If they go on to Wheel of Fortune, they couldn't even buy a vowel. They couldn't even buy a win here.
That's oddly specific. I appreciate that.
Y'all are just haters, man.
Tell me why.
Everyone just loves to hate on VP. Were they good yesterday? Not particularly, but maybe the reason for that is there's a new in-game leader and 2 new players who are relatively young and not super experienced, and there was a lot of shuffling going on in terms of positions. And we can't have it both ways, guys. We can't say, David Deo's
Can you say that without the grin on your face right now?
Insane player, and Payne is playing so well at the moment, and then, VP is also terrible. Well, they just went up against a better team. Sometimes you can only play as much as your opponent allows you. I'm all for that it didn't look great, but if it were any other team in that situation, we would be sitting here
Josh,
saying, they need some extra time. Why don't we give VP at least a month?
Yanko, are they beating Saw today or not, bro? Are they
them.
beating Saw today or not? VP.
Oof, that's...
that's what I thought. Let's keep it going, shall we?
Fight.
What have we picked, Trace? I think we actually picked the opponent to FlyQuest, which is Astralis.
That one was a little bit lacking. It feels like it's a name brand right there. Just it didn't add up to what you expect, or maybe expected 5 years from an Astralis.
I would agree with that sentiment. I think because Device is now officially back in the team and what we saw of them in the online portion of Blast as well, I had higher expectations. Josh, I imagine you would also agree with that, no?
Yeah, when you play those old video games where a person got stunned, they have the stars around their head. I think that's what Astralis is doing here, to the stars. They just looked stunned and confused that entire series, especially against the Ecos. It's just unreal how many times they would have the winning position and then they would just run it down and lose to pistols. It happened twice on Ancient. It's just, you can't do that. It's just not a thing.
It's fine, though. They schooled Wildcard a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, true. Online. Yeah.
They're all good. Yeah.
There we go.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that they put a pin in that one. The online realms. Everybody loves online.
Who was the worst of the worst then? If we're going to give a least valuable participant, who was the least?
Look, I don't want to say this because,
yes,
there's no
do.
right answer here. But the
is.
saddest state of affairs right now, out of all 3 of these teams listed here, I have to go with FlyQuest. It's like a fall of grace. I hate to say it, but those VRS points aren't going to start printing themselves over there, boys.
It's very true. So, Yanko, you technically win. Well done. You're the winner. FlyQuest is the biggest loser. But
Freya, were you ever in doubt with a quiz in there?
No, absolutely never.
There you go.
Speaking of winners, you can be a winner at home. Only if you're watching through Face It Watch, though, because Trace, I hear they have some skins to be giving away today, but only if you're watching through Face It Watch. Am I correct?
I love skins, and personally, I can't think of anything I'd want more. CS skins.
Should we go to break?
Yeah, let's go to break, please. I wasn't ready to sell out that hard. We'll be right back.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Faceit app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Well, here we go. We got our first matchup settled and ready to go, at least for the first game of the day. Pain versus GamerLegion. GamerLegion with a few different looks and giving us just about that. Josh Yanko here with me. We'll have Freya join us here shortly. And for what it's worth for these two teams, who do you rate higher right out of the gate?
I think it has to be Pain, especially on LAN, right? They made just one change and it seemed like a big upgrade for them. They hit the ground running, maybe even the team that looks the best after a roster change early on in the season. And for GamerLegion, a little bit different, couple of changes in there, some moving around, some different pieces. So yeah, I think advantage Pain for now.
I'd agree with that. When I look at Pain, I look at them on an upward trajectory. They're always looking to improve. But on the flip side, when I look at GamerLegion, I look at a team that seems not well-oiled. It seems like they're kind of all over the place. Individually, they have skill, but it feels like they're not cohesive as a unit right now, and that's going to hurt them a lot.
You need to lube it up some more?
You gotta get, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to let you guys...
There's a little bit...
We might as well.
Not well-oiled.
Yeah, if not well-oiled, it's not really going to be a machine or a well-working, functioning engine. Speaking of which, you need to be one of those, right, today? So what did we get from Pain yesterday, though?
From Pain, we got a lot of good moments. We saw a lot of trash talking, yelling, because they were confident and they were feeling good about the rounds that they were winning because they were absolutely dominating the team. We saw everything from big moments from Davideus going out, middle on Dust 2 and finding a couple of picks, a spam through the doors. We saw Snow getting really animated with his in-game play and his out-of-game play. We saw kind of everything from Pain.
Yeah, they were playing with a lot of confidence, really, and we also had these two teams meet just a couple of weeks ago online in Blast Bounty. Pain was able to best them with a 2-1 scoreline, a couple of close maps in there, and I think GamerLegion can definitely feel that they could have won this game. I mean, they lost a couple of bad rounds in the maps that they lost, winning Pistol, losing the Force Spy, or losing an anti-eco, right? Some clutches here and there, so I think they have no reason to feel like they can't beat Pain today. But that's also the first game really for Pain with the new roster, so you're expecting them to have improved on that, and what we talked about, Davideus already was leading the way for them even then.
I think it comes down to the maps again, and we might see the same 3 maps even. And when I look at a map like Inferno being in the pool and then Nuke kind of being the staple pick for GamerLegion, that plays really well into what they're going to be able to output. And the reason for that is because Inferno, there's a lot of these early weird fights happening at Banana, and that doesn't really play into Pain's playbook that well. It's much better for them to be able to get their executes out. But if they're stuffed and they're losing players early on, then they're not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, I think it will be really interesting because last time around, both teams really, but Pain more so, were just opening with 2B, even though the meta really is a 3B opening, really trying to go for it, and maybe expecting that. GamerLegion had a couple of A hits that worked really good, and at times Pain was too turtled up, not having enough information on the map, and that was what basically won GamerLegion the map. They got off to a very hot start on their T setting, was 6-1, 7-1. So looking to see if they're going to be making some adjustments early on, Pain, and maybe try to be more in GamerLegion's face.
Yeah, you look at the side of Pain, we have to obviously talk about, or rather hear from NQZ.
NQZ, great to get to catch up with you. We were having a couple conversations on the desk yesterday about AWPers and the current state of AWPers in South America. Who would you say is the best AWPer in South America right now?
It's tough to say, and that's also a really common topic on Twitter and stuff like that, because people put Fallen, people put Safe, people put me, but I don't think we have right now a solid answer for this question. I think everyone's kind of the same level and trying to get better and to reach the level of the European Alpers.
Where would you say is the biggest area that you want to grow as an AWPer specifically? What are you focusing on at the moment?
Mainly consistency, because I think right now we have a lot of talent in Brazil, but against those top tier teams, we have great matches and also we have horrible matches, so consistency.
Who would you say is the biggest AWPer that you kind of mold yourself off of, like similar style to yours?
Brazilian one or?
Just any, yeah, any.
For me, my biggest inspiration is Device, for sure. The way that he played back in Australia's prime days, for me, was also really inspiring.
Final question. Obviously, you're going up against GamerLegion. This time on LAN, you get to look them in the eyes. It was a good showing for you last time around, a couple weeks ago at Blast Bounty. What are you going to be focusing on in this game?
We commit so many mistakes on the first map against them on Blast. So right now, we're going to try to get more focus on the first map and try to do a better game.
Thank you so much for your time, NQZ. Best of luck. Thank you, guys.
Freya there, Freya here, and
I'm
NQZ also in the server. So, NQZ, what's he telling you, Josh?
He's telling us that Brazil has no good AWPers, and I think he was downloading demos from 2024 device, not 2018, because it's not looking the same.
Well, on that bombshell, thank you, Josh. Freya?
Hi, yeah, I'm here to talk about your new favorite team, GamerLegion. Obviously, there's been a lot of roster changes for the side of GamerLegion. Most notably, I would say Rez now in the fray. What did you make of that when you saw he finally, escaped what were the shackles of NIP to join GamerLegion?
I felt like it was a long time coming. Could have easily happened like 4 years ago. Maybe it was expected to happen 4 years ago. But here's the thing, Freya, right? The running meme is your time at NIP doesn't count, right? For all these players. Look at Brolan on Mouse, right? The success he's had. Look at Alexi B winning a major with Navi after that. So Rez, he was imprisoned the longest. He suffered the most. So maybe the redemption arc will be the greatest now for Rez, right? He was saying in the interview, Ash wants to make him, sort of rediscover his prime and put him back into that hot seat. So we'll see. We might be in for the biggest sort of makeover we've ever had.
Would you call it a resurrection of sorts?
Oh, that's not bad. Reinvigorated, even. It's
good. That could be, yeah.
Well, I was thinking about redemption. There's Shawshank Redemption, but then there's the Ninjas Pajamas Redemption spin-off, something like that, I guess.
I see it like the time in NIP was when Andy first got to prison.
Yeah. Yes, and now he's out and doing great things. You said his time in NIP didn't count for a lot. Let's talk about some of the facts, or rather maybe a lie that may be circulating in the production gallery. I've got two truths and a lie for you. Two of these statements are correct and did happen during Rez's tenure on NIP. One of them is indeed a lie. We can see on the bottom of our screen. Nico, he was still on Mouse when Rez was in NIP. VP was still the infamous Plow. Or option number 3, Pimp was still contracted to Liquid. Which one's a lie?
I have the answer. Do you want to go?
No, yeah, let Josh guess.
Look at his brain churning, too.
I don't know when Nico joined Fizz. Was that 2018? I would say VP was... When did Pimp was off? No, Pimp was contracted to Liquid's the lie, I think. He was...
You're wrong. Should have been a lie.
It should have been a lie. Yeah, I don't know what... They go from Simple to Pimp? What happened there?
It's a trick question. Pimp was contracted to Liquid, but as a streamer. Ooh. But Nico was already on FaZe.
It's already on FaZe then?
That is correct. When we have a Nico lie...
Yeah, it's kind of making it easy. Yeah, it's kind of making it
and
easy.
Somehow Pimp gets to talk about the fact that he was on Liquid and he's not even here. The classic Pimp move.
Vitality ambassador, of course.
Of course. Yeah. Congratulations, Jacob. Do you think it's realistic, though, Janko? I was reading that interview HTV did with Rez this morning. Is it realistic to see the quality of Rez that we saw glimpses of, during the NIP time? Do you think he can do that with GamerLegion?
No. But I think he can be a better player than he was in NIP. I think the change of scenery and playing with young players, having a guy like Cash as the coach, I think that can be very refreshing, and he can be sort of let loose a little bit, right? No matter that he was the only player left alive in NIP, after everything changed. The GM, the coach, 4 players, right? It's still different when it's the same org. This is like a proper change of scenery. So I think he can definitely show a much better level than what we've seen from him in the past 7 years.
While we see a change of scenery, though, he's not really in the positions to be able to do all that much. Like, he's in anchor positions, right? It's not like he's got the star roles and gets to move around.
Robs is an anchor. Jimmy is an anchor.
And? Look at Robs now.
Aren't those guys who do a lot and are star player?
In some capacities, sure, but like Robs was a ramp player on Nuke. He's getting to move around. You don't get to move around if you're sitting upper on Nuke. If your player that's in holding yard is
Magisk is an upper player. 2022 anchor of the year.
Okay, fair play.
Okay. Speaking of the year, and you said anchors. Rez really did hold it down in Oakland, am I right? Like in Oakland, he really did do the damn thing.
Yeah.
Yanko, over to you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were just talking about for 5 minutes. Will he be able to sort of...
But I didn't hear anyone say Oakland. That was the thing.
No, that is the key word, actually.
That is the word.
MVP as well.
Like, sometimes you can buy some more time on a contract, but that was invaluable.
Damn, 7 years worth. Apparently, that's how good it was. Memorable.
Tell me, Jacob had a take when we were doing Blast Bounty. I keep on bringing up Jacob for some reason.
He had a take?
He has a lot of takes.
See someone about
His
that.
take was Ash is the superstar of GamerLegion. Do you agree? Ash is the biggest superstar in GamerLegion. The coach, obviously.
No.
No? Why?
Well, I think because, you can't... The players are the ones who have to play, right? And sure, as a coach, you give him tools, and I think he's doing a tremendous job with the pieces that he has to sort of punch above their weight at times. But I think at the end of the day, it's guys that have to step up and do the work, whether it's Slend, whether it was Flamus in the major cycle, whether in this one it will be Towson stepping up, maybe Rez delivering, right? It's always about the players.
I was trying to work through this yesterday about their T side versus their CT side, because when you look at a game of CS, the CT side's all individual decision making. Sure, there's some like macro elements and protocols that you can install that helps keep everything together, but it's the T side that's easier to execute because it's like, okay, we all do this common plan together. There's a lot less individual decision making. When I look at them, their T side win percent is very close and matching their CT side win percent, like very close, except for Inferno, where they might get to start 3B on occasion, win that fight early on, and then the rest of the round's easy. Same thing with Nuke, kind of, but not really. It's just like these heavily CT-sided maps, they're not going in those favors.
Well, speaking of maps, let's bring up the veto. Last time around, we did see Pain banging out Train in the second wave. So do you think there's a potential for a little surprise here this time?
I don't think so. I don't think there's a need for GamerLegion to do that. We'll see if maybe, for the third map, potentially. But I think the first 2 maps will be the same, like last time around with GamerLegion picking Inferno, Pain going for Mirage, right? And then if they're going to throw a curveball, it will be here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Pain's going to ban out Nuke here. It doesn't really make sense to, so it's going to be, so it's going to be the same maps in the rematch here, and I think it plays into GamerLegion's favor because realistically, they could pick Nuke first, but that means that Inferno could be banned in the second phase.
Yeah, I think you should watch out for Pain on their CT side, either playing more 3B and trying to take more deep banana control, or even if they play 3-2, not to play too passive on A and play in the side. Maybe a couple more app setups, maybe playing more for brackets, because not doing that they gave too much space to GamerLegion last time they played, so I would expect them to adjust this time around.
Yeah, it was something that NQZ touched upon in the interview where we were talking about, what's the focus for today? Having seen Pain now on LAN as well, who are you siding with in this one, Josh?
I still go for Pain here. I think that it could even be a 2-0 if they did make those adjustments on Inferno, because I can't see them losing Mirage. So it comes down to that first map, if we're going to see 3 or not.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Pain as well. GamerLegion, more changes, right? Pain looking really good early on.
Well, Pain might not be on the docket for everyone today, but is definitely in this best of 3. GamerLegion on the other side. We are ready to jump this one off. So let's do it with our commentators.
Let's do it. Let's do it right here and now. Pain Game, you got the opportunity to see them yesterday, Chad. They seem like they were in good spirits and good form. Expecting to see the same thing in this clash against GamerLegion, which, the panel's already touched on it, but coming into this one, GamerLegion is still an unknown entity.
Yeah, we're learning every day about the new additions to the roster. Rez, not so much, but PR, someone who Ash scouted, another one of these names thrown into the mix and getting a chance to play under Oh, okay, hold up a second. We just are about to have a little bit of a technical issue. If you joined us yesterday, I'm sure you had a fun time listening to the radio station that was Alex and I yapping. Now, this one is just with snow. As you can see, the tournament management, the referees attend to that quite quickly. Desk was touching on, obviously, the fact that this is a rematch from the Blast Bounty, where Pain did topple them 2-1 over GamerLegion. That's only 13 days ago, so there was a discussion about adjustments. You heard from Janko there. But speaking of adjustments, we saw Pain yesterday already change some of their setups. Mirage was one that we had a lot of conversation about in an interview not that long ago. Biggie Zero saying to HLTV that somebody has to play, B apps. He's going to do the job. Davidas is going to get his position. Well, they changed it more so, right? They changed things up completely on their Mirage CT defense to bring Biggie Zero back into a centerpiece on the map. Davidas also getting to keep some territory, and then Snow getting thrown over to be the A anchor, right? Yeah. So they definitely have made some adjustments, and it'll be interesting to see if they've done that with Inferno as well. But Janko was talking about more bracket setups, more hall setups, because Katowice, he's happy just to sit pit, sit balcony. So we'll see what goes down once we get into the server. But then you also have mind games of a recent match. The data on both of these teams is quite small, but you think, okay, we played 13 days ago. This was the pistol they did. Do they make it look the same and then change it? We'll have to find out.
I can imagine it actually gets very easy to kind of get lost in all of that. The idea of a rematch, the idea of, variations of something that you lost against previously, and in both ways. I think almost sometimes the answer is just to not think about it too much. Play each game as is in a vacuum.
Yeah, look, I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with Ash, Saw, Myther. I have referenced this a couple of times throughout the games we've casted so far, and Ash was talking about they had a couple of issues with the start of the season. Players were sick. Yeah. He spent most of his tournament break trying to piece together a roster, and things were changing. Wanted to make sure that he brought in aggressive elements. That's why Volt was removed from the team. Right. It's nothing against Volt. He thinks Volt's a very good player, but they needed the dynamic to replace a Flammus who was let off the leash, very aggressive, always wanted to go aggro, and they needed more players with that inclination, more players who would have that as their default setting as opposed to being coaxed into it. So you get PR, you get Rez, and this is a man who you're all used to seeing in an NIP jersey, finally free, and probably for good, right? Because Rez within that team, there was a lot of criticism about this guy needs to be delivering. He's the veteran player, he's been a star in the past, where is it? And NIP have been struggling so much over the last, well, half a decade, I think that's probably fair to say. In this roster, gets to shed that weight, shed that responsibility.
It's such an interesting question and conundrum with Rez. I can't help but feel like unless you are in the phenom category, unless you are, 3, maybe 4 of the human beings in Counter-Strike, if you're not those players, he was presented an unwinnable situation. Where I'm going with this, Chad, is you were presented as the franchise player.
Sure.
You're the franchise player. Look at what the pieces that were placed around you, and yet the expectation still is they're supposed to be doing well. Look at their results. He is the the consistent presence.
Look, this is the 1932 IEM Oakland champion MVP. So you need to put some respect on his name right there. But I understand what you're saying, right? And especially because the legacy of the NIP roster was the 87-0, right? The Get Rights, the Forest, the Exist, the Freiburg, the Fiffies.
Chasing a dragon there, bro.
Exactly. And then look, he did start strong. It was a pairing with Draken within those early days, right? Or not early. I guess it's halfway through the lineage of NIP within CSGO. Just not able to step up to the player and deliver. And look, there have been some real issues with rosters for NIP in the last 3-4 years. I remember Device was there for a while. How'd that one go down?
About that.
So, how much blame can you put on Rez? And if we can see him get to deliver in this GamerLegion jersey, well, that's going to be damn exciting. We're about to get this one underway. Game is live. Pistol round Pain on the CT side. GamerLegion, a couple of HEs invested in this one. We'll see where they land. All right, well, last time round, GamerLegion went for an A execute. They smoked Moto, they smoked Long, and they just executed in towards A. This time, looks like it is going to be B-centric. Flash for half wall. Sector clear.
Okay, well, if they were to commit, it was just Snow at the back of the side.
I saw ZTR doing this throughout warm-up, getting on the half wall. So these are going to be nades that are likely going to land towards CT. Yeah, there they go. Here comes the smokes.
That's diligent. Snow has to find at least one here, and already had his bell rung. Brought very low, still finds the shot, finds Slend, NQZ good onto Torsen. Bomb should be going down. I don't think it's going to be contested. A boost up though, and a clean headshot. NQZ finds himself the double up. Rez does bring him down off the boost. Still an opportunity with this numbers disadvantage. That bomb ticking in their favor. Great timing on that smoke. They have to reposition. Gonna wrap around a 3-man push into that Rez USP. Can he hit the clean taps? The answer is yes. Katowice down, another bit of damage done, and they close it down neat and tidy. Rez, 4 kills in the pistol. That is a strong start from Rez in New Jersey.
Yeah, beautiful stuff to the 2 new contributions to the GamerLegion roster, PR and Rez locking that one down. And a big pistol round to pick up. So first one on the board. We have been impressed with what Pain brought to the server yesterday. And I'm hoping to find the same out of GamerLegion today. This is another creation of Ash.
I can't buy if he does it again, man. I couldn't quite believe that he did it twice. Never mind thrice. Force buy in from the CTs. Let's see what Pain can get done here. Wow, it's going swimmingly. They take an early bosh. That's what I call it.
There is more than a lot of trouble right now. That's even more. On the drive-by, damage done through the smoke. Snow finds Rez, and on the backline, PR, you need to come up huge. Spotted now, whack-a-mole, you're down. Just one to find. Slend, you can run, you can hide. You got 1:18 on the clock. This one's done.
Is there a worse feeling in Counter-Strike than winning a pistol like heroically and then losing the second round convincingly? There's probably worse.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can tell everybody about a 1v5 that you lost last night. How'd that feel?
Oh, yeah, that felt really bad. 11-11. A 1v5 down to a 1v1. You twat.
So that probably feels worse.
Yeah, that did feel bad. Yeah. Only after the game. You know when you keep replaying the round in your head? Not going to be doing that here. You're just going to be kind of saying, okay, no worries.
Yeah, that sucked.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Katowice, one of the marquee events of the year. That's true. Maybe they should have lost the pistol. They could have won the force buy.
Yeah, exactly. Idiots.
Well, looks like we're going to be 1-1 unless Slend pulls off the craziest of clutches. He's got 11 points of health remaining, an AK in his hands, and now we're down to 27 seconds on the clock. This is not what we're looking for. It looks like he might just get to save. Okay, well, hanging out in the kitchen. Maybe we could look at what's in the kitchen, J-Raz. We got some pans. Would you say that they cast iron?
My biggest
bananas.
My biggest gripe is if you turn around as well, someone's making like a watermelon stew.
Ah.
I feel like, do you know what it is? They asked their toddler to bring it in from the car, and they've just put it in a pan for some reason. I don't know why they've done that.
Fair enough.
1-1 though, nice, good return to form from Pain, and quite a simple approach, I suppose. Let's get Aggie up banana, and the kills come their way.
Very, very easily, mind you. Snow, the hero on the MP9, the 5-7 playing in as well. Ah, the clear of the smoke. So really good stuff from Snow, the young gun. 17 years of age, first Katowice, and in search of the top 16. It's first Katowice for quite a few of the Pain members, and I'm sure that conversation can be had on the other side of the server too. They will be opting back in for spy around this saved AK-47 of Slend. Well, the CT setup so far seems to be the same for Pain. Katowice the A anchor. The likes of Snow and Big Zero tasked with getting this banana controlled. Davadeus will be the secondary A rifler / rotator, and then QZ the AWP.
Ooh, I was wondering whether or not that was smoked. He walked straight through it, so we're now going to have early fights in mid, and Slend removes NQZ just like that. That's the only AK, and he draws first blood, so making it work in a very big way. Davadeus tucked, not interested in taking any early fights, just going to have intermittent glances here with this Galil.
Well, returning to Banana, still a bit of utility to work with. You can just see there a Molotov thrown out from ZTR to clear close logs. Because they're all jump spot. Oh, there it is. So is he going to block? Looks like he's going to use it more site-centric. Snow on a yo-yo right now, back and forth. CT smoke lands, a block now from Big Uzera. Feels like they have to go through.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to Tech 9 charge, and that's exactly what Big Uzera was anticipating. Oh, he's misread that. He thought they'd slip CT. Rez will punish him on the commit to the spray.
Nasty lurk from PR. He's played out apps as Katowice has had to rotate over, so he's found a kill over towards the A site. Now it's a 2v4. Davadeus and Snow up against it.
PR's just not even rotating. He's presuming that they're going to have to back away from this one. But, you know, a couple of kills suddenly slip away. It could get awkward. PR too far away to really voice concerns. Molly Newbox, and that was the kill. That was the chance. Davadeus down. Snow at least avenges his fallen comrade, but nothing more from this one for Pain Gaming. So GamerLegion respond in kind.
I want to ask a bit of a question, and that's just more to our lovely analysts, Josh and Yanko. How do they feel about the previous round where Payne won on the Force with the 5.7s and the MP9 and then allowing Slen to save the AK? Because at the time that that went down, there was still over a minute left on the clock. They could have hunted. I understand that you wanted to start to build your economy on the CT side as well, but you did let him save an AK. Maybe they weren't aware that what HP he was on, but they didn't even really put out an attempt to try and take that weapon away. And then that finds their opening kill in the round back. So round opener for GamerLegion. Force way back for Payne. Now the same for GamerLegion. So let's see if we can get consecutive. But this one is a heavy mid setup. Davide is tucked into the cubby. NQZ to take contact long side, and Porch is cower, so they are holding brackets.
It's a lot of responsibility, isn't it, on Snow? Trusting his judgment to kind of play this not too passive, not too aggressive, can't go down without getting information and getting away.
Well, half-wall boost. They're going to be able to clear all this out, make sure nobody home. Now, pressure can be applied. Do Payne go for an aggressive jaunt down middle looking for a fight? Now that Snow is going to be calling out, a key piece of utility has landed. Here it is, the timing.
Oh, it's perfect.
In his hands, and there you go, opening kill.
Okay, this time PR empty-handed. Whoa, look at the mini-map. You can see a huge adjustment coming in, and it seems to be an informed one.
Looks like Slent crashed.
Oh.
Oh, he's back now.
Okay, phew. This could be a full exec, or at least it feels that way. ZTR throws out the new box money, but nothing else with it. Flash, disruptive. Davides wants to push out the CT smoke. Torsten's already caught Snow. We need to trade. It's just the one. Slen back. 3 versus 3.
Rotation point of Big Zero miles away. Bomb should go down, but look at the time.
Very light on. NQZ finding ZTR, punching in the code is res, but he's losing teammates, at least Slen losing health. Oh my god, a no-scope headshot, scout straight to the dome. That's gonna hurt, that's gonna leave a mark. NQZ, everyone's running around with SMGs and rifles. He's just rocking the scout, he leaves with 3.
Okay, nothing consecutive, and the hands on the hips are Ash and the shake of the head. I'm gonna say that we might have a tech issue on the table. Headset is off for res. And yeah, that is not a happy-looking coach whatsoever. Curious to know what the cause of this has been. We've been plagued by it a little bit the last 2 days.
Yeah.
I'd have to get tournament management on the phone.
I mean, I'm sure for Ash, it just feels like the punches don't stop coming. We're hearing about his time in Shanghai. How apparently his whole team were just taking it in turns to be sick for the entire time.
And then apparently they were sick over the tournament break as well, as they're meant to be getting back into practice.
Great.
So, yeah, here we go. I heard a little bit of that. He did say, are we just going to lose rounds, I guess, because of that?
Which is a valid question. It's not like they have an answer for it. They'll just kind of go, yeah, that sucks, man.
Well, this is the thing. It needs to be sorted.
Yeah.
That's
and it's not
the long
just,
and the short of it, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's not just some one player's config, you know. It's not like a kind of a Dexter situation.
Yeah. Well...
Oh, we've got a new little graphic. Look at the plug. Got a little tech pause icon.
Hopefully the power's on. Imagine that. Hey, sorry guys, we just we unplugged it from the wall. The cleaners come in.
I have definitely across the career. There's probably been a couple of power cuts. You know when everything just goes black.
Yeah.
At least 1 or 2. I'm going to say 2.
We'll get a generator, Alex. We put you on a bike. Actually, no, we put Pimp on a bike.
Yes, we should put Pimp on the bike.
Actually, that
it's a good idea.
the greatest idea I've probably ever had.
It's true.
We bring Jacob to every event. We put him on a bike. He has to pedal for 8 hours a day. He charges him and Pasha.
He would be so into it though. Like that, it's a really easy sell.
And the two of them keep the lights on.
Yeah, they literally keep the. Like if the server goes down or a player disconnects, it's because Jacob took a break.
Well, we all know where to send the blame then, don't we?
All right.
Well, I want to quickly let everybody know that if you head over to the secondary stream, ESL. Is it CSB? Have we changed the URL?
I think it's still CSB.
It is, ESL CSB. That's on Twitch. You can also go on YouTube. I really don't mind which platform you use, but you can use either. As well as everybody's favorite Face It Watch, Alex. You can check out all the players' POVs. Now, that's not a plug. That's just the fact of the matter. But you can watch Virtus Pro taking on Saw in an elimination match from play-ins. One of those two teams will be waving goodbye to IEM Katowice for 2025. One of them will be marching on in the lower bracket for another opportunity to grab one of those spots within the top 16. They're playing on Dust2, Inferno, and Anubis, I believe is the official pronunciation.
Yeah, Saw. I mean, they were quite a disruptive force at times last year.
Oh, they've kind of been sawed in half.
Well, that's what I was going to try and get to is, like, I mean, trying to operate now, it's in the GamerLegion conversation as well, where you just start losing pieces. But yeah, 2 new names, losing Arrows DOS, losing U-Jerks. It's going to leave a mark. It's 2 of your best players depart.
What did you call me?
U-Jerks. Okay, looking good. I'm seeing Slend. Hype 5s are exchanged. We might be able to get back into this one and continue map 1 of this series. This is for a spot in the groups, the next stage of competition. Pain Gaming the front runners by our analysts and pundits.
Yeah, this did go 3 maps when they played not that long ago.
Yep.
So I want everybody to keep that in mind. And GamerLegion did win their map choice, which was Inferno. Mirage up next, and then the third and decider, if we need to get there, will be Nuke. All right, well, this time 3 AKs. They won around with just 1. So can GamerLegion keep the rally of rounds back and forth? It's like a tennis match right now.
Snow, he's hearing this, and he's playing a very forward position. Oh, Snow, you are playing a very dangerous game. Commits, but overlooks. Rez was just out of his periphery. But now the B site's open.
He can break this smoke.
Okay, yeah, but he needs to break it now. They're already across pool. No one visible, despite being occupied already. Very nice pacing here from GamerLegion.
We have this PR Lurk still active on the other side of the map in a joust with Katowice, who is trying to buy a little bit of space. He's been pipped at the post by PR before. PR looks sharp. That was a nice little adjustment. And now boxed in are Davideus and NQZ. You feel, can we go towards A? We know that PR was mid. They've also got the B bomb site. We kind of have to just sit here in library. Will GamerLegion hunt? That's the key question. Starting to close down. It looks like Torsten and Rez are going to exit through Banana to retain their weapons. ETR through Apartments and PR looking to save that AK to not give it over into enemy hands. Okay, well, back and forth we go again. Nothing consecutive to note. So it is going to be one of those games of Counter-Strike where once the economy is established, that could really mean a big slew of rounds. Well, I should be happy, but now they need a issue-free round where they can win the consecutive and really ruin the finances of Pain. You see this here, so they've gone for second phase banana control. You throw out the standard block utility just to hold them in place because they're throwing the, we'll call it the Eternal Fire Smoke, right? Yep. The one that we've seen Zentara's abused many times up towards that half wall. Then you get the late incendiary from Big Yazira. Obviously with the spread change, you have to kind of pick your poison. Are you going for Broom? Are you going for Logs? And then at that point, it's kind of just to activate your likes of Snow to get the banana control. Now, if that was a default round, there would only be 1 to 2 players in banana with a supportive element over towards T stairs. But the call from ZTR was to have a lot more bodies. We saw 3 to 4 players going for the banana control. So Snow looking forward gets 1, but blindsided Big Zero not expecting players close. They were playing within the smoke, making sure that edge and stay away from his flames. And that right there is the roll of the dice with the banana control. This time coming out Snake Eyes for Pain. That's the bad one, right?
Yes.
Okay. I've never played Craps.
Neither have I. Neither have I. But I feel like Snake Eyes, it's 2 ones.
Yeah.
Like 2 of the little dots.
And that seems like a small number.
That's a low number? Maybe
low
you want
number.
the lowest number? I doubt it. No one's going,
Could be like golf.
Snake Eyes.
Could be like golf, you know? You want the lowest number?
Yeah. On par?
Well, will we stay on par?
So far, we can't stop trading. Everyone's just taking it in turns to win a round. Someone's going to win a consecutive at some point.
Not necessarily true.
Not necessarily true.
This game could go forever.
Yeah. Hasn't ever happened, though, has it?
True. All right, well, this is a standard CT setup. Obviously, some omissions within the buy, but it's 3 rifles and 2 MP9s, so not too bad for Paint. This is what the desk was addressing, a passive setup. So Cow is on the balcony, NQZ arch side, and he's getting wrapped upon. Needs a flash or something.
Begging for one. NQZ cautious about this, spotted out now. He's under so much scrutiny. This T side is very threatening for the CTs. Cowering at the back of the site. NQZ burnt down to 60. Break of the smoke. He's exposed, and Cowers just commits to it. He didn't want to try and reposition. And Rez, good work. First blood drawn, Slen's going to clear you out. NQZ does well to dispatch of the first, but there's more where that came from. ZTR next victim does very well.
Rounds on.
Davideus is ready for the Torsen. What? What? He wasn't even looking at his screen. I swear that's just lizard brain reactions.
Snow needs to stay alive, allow Big Zero to play here. Coming in through apps.
Oh, wow. Torsen's had a very good round there. I mean, Rez too, of course, with the same contributions, but it feels like that's just sealed the deal. The round is theirs. Rez closes it down with a third. He's closing in on double digits already. We will get some consecutive rounds.
NQZ did more than he was worth in that position. So after Katowice goes down for free, he's under so much pressure, right? If he starts moving out from the truck, then he could get from short side. He's also has to worry about apps, and they're wrapping onto his position. But NQZ getting 2 here keeps the round alive for a moment longer. But then Snow has actually the Torsen kill on towards Library of Davideus. That was a huge one. If that kill goes the way of Davideus, then that round is back on. But now they will be broken. And GamerLegion should be looking at a 5th round. Nice and easy. 3-2 Division of Labor on the defense has been out of control. The onslaught continues. ZTR going to spring to life against the Ecos. He's an in-game leader. I can't put him in that category. He deserves them. If anybody deserves the Ecos, it's your in-game leader. That's the reward.
That's the fee. That's the fee you charge for all the calls is on the Ecos, I get the Mac and I'm going first.
Well, that didn't land. What? Snow's fire safe.
That's crazy.
I think he's not going to get checked.
Well, understandably, yeah. Okay, he actually gets the profit. Oh, a second would have been really nice.
2 of them are low, though.
Yeah.
Could have been a different year if he got that one. Then you would have been like, yeah. But
no.
Nah.
All right. Well, that's a fantastic haul already. Gun's going to come back out. I think NQZ, the AWP difference is going to be something that needs to be felt instantly, right? He's just got his first one out. AWP options on Inferno.
So you can set up for the Furia type pick at car. You extinguish the molly, you go out car, you get a flash over the top, you go for that fight. We see AWPers take the initial line down towards Chicken Pit, or you can even go down and take the second mid fight. Also aggressive apartments is another option, and a standard one is playing porch side.
Yeah.
Well, they're boosting. This is quick.
There was an opportunity. They kind of fumbled the boost there.
They won out banana control.
It's getting hectic. God, they are not shy. They are not shy here, GamerLegion. They will take the fights, and this time ZTR a little worse for wear after that. Goes down. 6th death. Just a 1 kill so far for the IGL.
Yeah,
okay.
Because they're staying in transition, I think definitely caught ZTR off. Thought they would fall all the way back, play a bit more of a standard angle. Long smoke lands. Mid crossfire hard to break.
First one's good from Davideus. He's got Katowice as well that's ready to go wide on this. Now he's been noted as well. PR and Boiler. Looks good. Davideus onto Slen. PR still finds 2. It puts it all onto Torsen, and he was disconnected from the pack. He was holding banana. Some damage inflicted. Will he even have a look? He's got 45 seconds to try and investigate, but heading to Yaps isn't going to find anyone giving him any extra early picks.
Yeah, and I think the finances are pretty good, so I wouldn't mind seeing Torsen try and get a couple of extra kills. It'll do more damage and hopefully give them a lighter round to deal with into the next. Is this bothering you?
A little bit.
That's because of PR.
Yeah, of course. So he was he a Mouse Academy?
Yeah.
Mouse Academy lad. Another
so
one.
I don't know how we can... We'll talk to MC in the break. We'll see if we can edit that. But yeah. Do we have a sticker? Maybe we could put a sticker over it for you or something.
Yeah, actually, I can work it out. I'll put mine on. If I drape my banana over the monitor, I can't see it.
Well, now it's a 2v1 with no time. So we got a kill.
Yeah.
And he
keeps his gun. Everyone wins.
That's actually the best of both worlds. Now we can drop ZTR. ZTR will have a rifle. And, well, Torsen doesn't have another death in the column. So good stuff there. As just a 2-round game. PR's looked sharp in the moments we've seen him. The fact he gets a double there is wild. Very good work from PR. All right, a full buy round for both teams.
Now we're talking. How does this banana battle start? ZTR trying to set Torsen up. Torsen does go for a break, I think, just to try and catch any early aggressions. No, actually does progress up towards Halfwall with that. Around this smoke, pushes in, traded out. ZTR gets the equalizing frag. Ooh, and they ward off Snow. Good HE right on his jaw, puts him on 59. Walking up mid, no brackets info whatsoever. They are in the dark right now, Chad. NQZ looking to change that. A passive setup on A.
Yeah, and this again is what the desk addressed upon. They wanted to see more holes and more bracket setups. Well, they had a bracket setup last round.
PR didn't have any issues with that.
No, but at least it's giving them more resistance, so it's not just allowing them to set up for executes. This way you're going to force them more into mid-rounds, and they are going to do a bit of an app swap into Katowice. House still has a full belt of utility.
Okay, and that could prove very valuable. He has just thrown out a smoke towards Balk. They're coming for you. Katowice, what's your reaction? How do you play this? Anti-flash, staring at the floorboards, can't finish Rez. And that was really the win condition for this round. NQZ gets one on the way in. Rez overextends. Davideus and NQZ, they are close enough to be a part of this conversation. Bomb going to be planted shortly. NQZ not ready for that angle from ZTR.
Giving this one a look, or at least they're going fishing. So hanging around now. Davideus is starting to play through the smoke with Snow just behind.
Oh, and that's good cover. Slen just plays that tiny pixel on the cross. Gets the info, gets the shots. GamerLegion, looks like the vibes are vibrating. I believe that's what they do. Feeling good right now, momentum on their side of the court. 6-3, starting off their map pick with a lead. Will they be able to end the half with one? Let's find out. 3 consecutive demanded of... Actually, never mind. I just saw their money. My fault. They just did the double buy. So, almost a guaranteed 7th. Can I say that with conviction?
A guaranteed 7th? Yep. I think you can say it with conviction.
It's just a 5-7. It's just a $500 pistol.
Think about the Astralis game we saw yesterday.
There's a couple of those, wasn't there?
I don't know how you felt about some of those rounds.
And a flashbang. I neglected to mention the flashbang, you see, because that's...
the keyest piece of utility known to man. It is looking like a simple B execute. Let's see if you have a stack on the other side of things. ZTR to investigate with the MAC-10 yet again. So he's the beacon, he's the canary. And they'd like their coal, please.
Wow.
Oh, we saw something. Yep, there you go. Great little adjustment there from ZTR. You know there's another player over towards CT spawn. Well, he's repositioned to Coffin, so warding him off his torso. Bomb getting planted from Rez. And there you go. There's that guaranteed 7th that you were looking for.
I like the way they approach that. I'm always looking for inspiration about, like, you know, when you... There has to be... Someone has to say something at the start of the anti-eco, even though you know you're supposed to win it. Like, I'm just trying to herd my chickens.
You have to think of a few factors, though, right? So when you're playing up against almost a full eco, which is what that round was, they're the easiest to win. You're traditionally going to see teams go for stacks, right? We talk about the tanks that teams do. But a lot of the time, especially if we're talking pug Counter-Strike, maybe matchmaking people playing at home, there's always going to be some form of an investment. I'm not saying they're force buying every round, but everyone's going to cheat in with a P250, or maybe that guy's going to overspend
There'll be one guy on the team that gets like a Mag-7 apps or something.
Right, and there's something a little bit crazy. But you're right, you do need an idea. But if you think about it, people take more risks on rounds when they have lower buys, so they're going to be more aggressive. So earlier you want to set up the net. Okay, make sure we're not getting pushed. Now we need to go for some form of a finish, and you want to go for that finish safely. If you're going all in with traditional spacing like you would against rifles, and the pistol swings through a smoke and you get doubled, round over. That's why ZTR going in first, right? He's still on a tether. His teammates can commit, or they can fall back depending on the information he gives.
Yeah, that's what I was observing, was that you had PR doing the, like, okay, so you guys are throwing, what, CT smoke, coffin smoke? If suddenly they were stacked taps, you're going to see just a wave of CTs flooding out of the apartments, and that informs your finish onto B. But there was also a pivot out. If suddenly as those smokes are thrown, there's 5-5-7 swinging you through a smoke, you've got an alternative strategy.
And this is some of what we were discussing yesterday. There was a few rounds that MIBR left things. They were in the dark on the T side, and then they were executing very late round.
Yeah.
If you don't hit the shots, and you might be going into a stack, it can work against you. And one thing we didn't really touch on yesterday was MIBR. It was such a horrible map for them late last season. It was a map that was always going to get picked against them, and they'd always lose it. But they did make some really good adjustments, and we saw it come to fruition against Astralis. Let's see. A Pain able to salvage anything at the tail end of the half. Just 2 rounds remaining. Aggressive apps play. PR to find over towards the squeaky door. Snow again, testing this aggression. Nade clear, doesn't break it completely.
That was supposed to be ZTR down. Okay, still finds first blood. ZTR trades out. Oh! A second from ZTR's AK.
That's got save written all over it, but I don't think they'll get the chance. PR again on this lurk.
This time NQZ's quicker.
If Davideus finds something, they might give this one a go.
So all three of them into the B bomb site for the T side. Bomb going to be thrown across. Torsen punching in the code. Oh, good chip damage. ZTR actually catches flak there.
It's about the util for this retake. So there's a smoke on Katowice that can be used over towards Banana. You've got a Molotov on Katowice as well. That can either go to Emo or to Triple.
Great shot. Slen catches Davideus, but he is going to catch into HE, but forced wide into another sight line. He spots the elbow and removes NQZ as well. They lose all their resources bar Katowice. Torsen not going to be clearing that corner on Ruins, but it does seem unlikely that Katowice gets away. I say that. It is smoked, so manages to slip away unscathed.
And this is what I was discussing earlier on in the piece, because we had 4 rounds that nobody was able to convert consecutive rounds. There's the AWP highlighted and has been scooped up, so that'll be retained. But essentially what you've done is you've had the reset of the CT economy start so much later in the half. Yeah. Whereas if you'd lost the pistol, you'd lost your force, then you were taking an eco, then you could have started getting a rhythm going and the economy would have built up. All you did was delay your loss bonus to build up. So even going into the final round here in regulation, you were only getting 2,900 loss bonus. So sure, you can get something that resembles a quote-unquote buy. It's not a full buy by Chad Birchall's definition. It's 3 MP9s and M4 and that saved AWP. So these are where the woes have started. Pain, by winning the second and then not being able to convert consecutive, have caused themselves an awful lot of issues.
That's a lot of nades. Surely that's going to be relayed that Banana started with a heavy barrage of artillery, but actually it seems to be encouraging and enticing them towards this Banana fight. Just an SMG. Biguzero doesn't even get to pull the trigger. Double kill into B. They know it. They know it. Despite like 4 HEs landing Banana, they know they're going to have rotated off. Or at least it was an assumption that has proved to be very, very true. 5 versus 3. So certainly a rough first half for Pain after that initial like force buy wars you've been highlighting. Couldn't string them together.
And as this one winds up for the half, likely to be 9-3. Last time round it was 8-4, and the game still got damn tight. Pain have got a T-half of their own coming up next as NQZ attempts the 1v5.
Yeah, what you got? Not much. Too many bodies, too many men. 9-3. Solid little smile on the face of Vash there at the back. Pain Gaming, they need to turn it around and do what they did once again here in Katowice.
out long. You know, he's not anywhere near where VP are sending their forces, so I wonder if they're going to change up his position. Maybe have more of a central focus for Zop in this round. Have to wait and see. There's not going to be a whole heap of opportunities to get back into this now for Saw. This really does feel like it. So they've got 3 rifles coming up, an MP9 in the hands of SHR, and that AWP they saved in the hands of Story. So Icy getting boosted up by Electronic, and Story does have more of a mid-focus early on into this round. He wants to fight, so he breaks that smoke open, but he's not going to see anything. Icy's boost is actually to look for the cat aggression, which maybe this is where he's anticipating they're going to put the AWP early. Three-man B setup early on here for Saw. You see Agil kind of going in between watching middle and being that extra play they can call over towards B, but Story's AWP is now positioned at the back of the platform. He's about to get that fight against Icy.
Yeah, Icy looks like he's just going to swing into it as well. This should be Story all day, every day of the week. Flashbang into tunnels, holds it at bay for the moment. Story is ready. Missed shot, and now he's pinned down by the AWP, and Icy drops him.
Yeah, that's disastrous, and here comes the attack in. SHR can't do anything with his MP9. That's it. Round done, job done, and probably map done, as Saw hang on to the 2 M4s on the other side of the map, but Virtus Pro just barrage through the B bomb site, and once that AWP misses the initial shot, as soon as you repeat, you're getting punished.
Story's going to be really frustrated coming out of this game. He's had a few rounds with the AWP of just missing. This one right here that we saw in the first half, it was his position at car in the 2 versus 1 versus Flit. Smoke fades, misses a shot as Flit takes down his teammate, loses the 1v1 after the fact.
Spot in the group stage available for one of these 2 teams, and one of these 2 teams is going to lose their first map of Katowice. At least coming into Inferno, it looks like it might be Pain Gaming, a 9-3 half. Chad has filled me with a little hope that this could get competitive in the second. You said 8-4 last time they met just a couple of days ago, or was it 13 days ago or something, at Blast. So we'll get the opportunity to see if Pain can turn it around. It does feel like it's a necessary pistol. Nice cliche of Counter-Strike.
Well, it's the reason we keep mentioning it, because it's the fact that of the matter, mind you.
Starting 4A is interesting, but they're starting 5 up them.
They're going to flash and fight.
Okay, here we go. Flash is in. Who gets the shots? Big Uzera's back is turned to Rez. He still turns around comfortably. It's PR with those clean clicks. And Slen combines as well. ZTR throws his name into the hat after throwing the flashes. Well, that feels like a well-rehearsed CT pistol. They kind of knew what Pain were going to do straight out of the gates, up mid. And QZ left alone. The damage is done. The round, I presume, is won. And QZ going to try and change that dialogue.
It's kind of interesting that they're able to book that so easily, because in the last 2 pistols that were run by Pain, there was nothing that was straight up the guts.
Interesting.
It was more banana-centric on one of them, and that was against FaZe.
Maybe like a Bob Ross, you know, just a happy accident.
And then the other one was, a bit more of a default spread. So and that is going to feel really good if you're Ash and ZTR. The fact that you have that type of a mid stack, it looks great. It might have just been the scenario where they were setting up, it's like, okay, so we know they're going to be a bit more default. Let's set up with a mid stance. If the round settles out that way, we'll flash and we'll initiate the fight as they're trying to set up their round. And just worked out perfectly. They have this trap of all these bodies and they sit them on their ass. Some great shooting from PR again. We keep saying that. 17 years of age, this kid. Another one picked up from the Mouse Academy.
Yeah, my first taste, and it's already looking like this guy's got... he's got the aim. He can back it up.
It's only 8 kills to his name, sure, but the kills we've seen have all felt like headshots. I can actually take a look and see what his headshot percentage is at the moment.
Yeah, it has felt very quick.
87% highest in the server.
Makes sense.
Not too bad.
He's
pretty damn good, I think.
Pit, yeah. Silent into the apartments. NQZ and Kawez allowed to get in without a sound cue given.
Slen doesn't have any head armor. We'll see if that becomes a factor. This is just going to be a pounce straight up short side, so PR from Pit could have a multi. No molly to deal with him at all.
What's your reaction here, Rez? Your teammates are telling you there's util being thrown, you're spotting bodies, you haven't finished the first burst. Has to back away, concedes Arch. ZTR in support. Very loud about this. Tech-9s versus SMGs, and the SMGs reign supreme. Again, it feels quite reminiscent of the pistol. Just lots of bodies from Pain in the same place and running to their demise.
Very, very good stuff from GamerLegion. Looking extremely prepared for what Pain are throwing their way. And now it's just Davideus, last man standing, 40 seconds left on the clock. Bomb in CT Arch. Couldn't think of a worse position for it to possibly be in.
Yep.
And absolutely no hope of winning this round. So you might just see Pain force buy out the rest of this game.
At this point, probably makes sense.
That's the 9-3 halves without the pistol conversion. It's just, it sucks. It's a really bitter pill to swallow. But what are your options? Because this is going to be 11, and then do you go, all right, guys, we're going to give them 12 for free, and then we're going to win 9 consecutive rounds. What are your thoughts on that as an option?
Doesn't sound realistic. I like realistic goals.
Like 1% every day.
Yeah.
Just better yourself by 1% every day.
That is... You're spitting.
What's your 1%?
What's it going to be?
On the hotline. That's 1-800-IEM.
Kato.
That's not a real number. Don't call it. Well, it could be a real number.
You never know.
If you do call it, let us know who picks up.
Give us a call, that 1-800.
Oh.
Ouch.
Okay, they are attempting to win out 9 consecutive T-side rounds.
Well, at least they gave themselves something to work with in that, like, hey, let's buy 4 HEs. And I can tell you that because of this fancy new HUD. I can remind myself.
That they did have HEs.
Yep, they did. Past tense, of course, and 5 alive still for their opponent, so it didn't quite go to plan.
Mirage up next.
Yes.
But the craziest comeback in Counter-Strike history before that. So don't go anywhere.
I'm going to go do some stretches. Get ready for this one. Slend, incredibly passive, so he's just going to have to, what, take a deagle bullet between the eyes. That's a fantastic start, but might be short-lived celebrations as, a little bit of a messy spray from Rez. He still gets it. Tracks Big Uzera.
It's easy for... No.
Oh, yep.
It's easy peasy for R-easy. It's easy.
That's better.
There's something else there. I can do more with that.
Easy peasy, R-easy. But for him, they are easy. Something like that.
I'm sure this. Yeah.
Anyway, workshop concludes, as so does this map. I'm calling it here.
You're calling it here?
Yeah. I like Pain Gaming.
You can't do that.
You're right. Davideus on the mic.
Davideus.
Don't, because I've managed to get it out of my head for a second.
It's a catchy tune.
It is. No denying it.
Dr. Zeus. All right. Round number 16. 5 AK-47s enter the server. An opportunity for Pain to start clawing things back. Going for the banana control is Davideus. He's put an extinguish in behind him. There's a log smoke in play. Will he force through it as Snow and Katowice get this boiler and halls control very early, a minute 30 on the clock. So it's a decent amount of real estate to have. If you can't have banana, you better get halls and boiler. They're the landlords right now. 1 balcony, 1 pit, 1 site. So long is the gap currently for GamerLegion, but nobody needs to tend to that, as we can see 3 up banana working on control. Half-wall smoke. Car molly. This will delay the contained unit as Torsen flashes himself forward. The ping pong back and forth. Pain have gone. Blocked on one side, searching for space on the other. Torsen now let off the leash, able to cheat over to help the A defense. He's just got that little slip over towards long if they were to creep past. If they do execute in towards A, this setup from GamerLegion should be more than enough to get the job done, as there's the opening incision. Slender almost forces their hand to the other side of the map now. 30 seconds.
Walking on that long smoke is Big Uzera. It is the gap. Flash is short at the same time. Rez underneath the bow. Torsen now spots out Big Uzera, but that's a big pick. PR down in the pit. Will Rez go overlooked in mini? ZTR as well tucked on cold. There is a lot of legs to this round still for GamerLegion, and ZTR demonstrates. Rez as well reveals his position, needs another and can't quite tame the spray, but Torsen can.
1v2.
He just drives by him. Moving accuracy on that M4 up close. NQZ doesn't really have the health for this. GamerLegion just need to bring him down, secure a 13-3. That's one hell of a way to start this series in pursuit of the groups. NQZ to disrupt. Great first headshot. Still has to get past the last. It's not going to be comfortable. Up and over. Slend closes it down. A convincing 16-round game. That's it. Job done. First map under their belt. One map away from securing the top 16 of Katowice.
Now, as far as the rematch is concerned, this is much better than last time round. A 13-3 victory compared to a 13-10. But up next, it's the Turf of Pain Mirage, a map they've looked damn competent on so far in the Katowice campaign.
Deep last node, let's go, boy.
I think still doing the same. Going B split or searching B. It's doing one good.
I can flash. Yeah, you do the flash.
I'll flash you once and I'm looking close.
Why is the ground is picking me? It's funny, it's funny. Dead under. Nice. Open that, open that. Nice, guys, it's going to be split, okay?
Ladder.
Flashing ladder. And under window. Ladder. Under window. Jump. Go shot. Wait, up shot. Wait, don't pick it. Corner shot. Jump in. And one gun.
Already going down on B. Bit and Imet, what can you do? Apex is going to join the party.
An impossible retake.
Through the flames. A headshot from Bit is unbelievable. Spinks hasn't finished off his meal and Apex goes down.
They both got mollies.
How are they doing this? How is this reality? The nade can catch on the cross. It's perfect. Running him down. Spinks a clutch. It's his for the taking. Daylight robbery in the Lanxess.
I can't believe the scenes that we are witnessing right now. That retake was impossible.
Holy.
Yeah, I'm gonna come down.
Boost.
Yeah, boost. Nice. There's a smoke in my body.
Two more city.
Smoke on my body. I take runes?
Two runes.
I smoke runes. Nice. One is unknown, guys. One is unknown.
I have city, bro. I'm holding banana.
Yeah, Fredon has city.
You're gonna rotate around.
Going city now.
Push runes maybe.
You have them, Fredon.
You can push it. I'm holding city. Pick on me.
Nice.
Nice!
Fucking shot, bro. Let's fucking go.
Bro.
Good job, bro.
Yeah, flashing now.
Can I see in the smoke, guys? Maybe in smoke, yeah. Careful.
I'm staying inside.
Might be in the smoke.
Actually, don't see.
Nothing. Nice, bro. Nice. Keep chilling now. I have short.
I'm staying cold. You can pick on me.
Hold my apps only. Apps. For sure, apps.
Nice!
Fucking sick.
Let's go.
Nice calling this, guys. Nice calling this.
Let's go.
Well, we were expecting maybe a lot of changes on the side of Pain this time around on Inferno, but all we got is more of the same, really. Same map, same result on Inferno. Comfortable win for GamerLegion.
We got some changes. They somehow looked worse this time around than they did last time, so we can go into it, though, and break it down a little bit, because there were some things that I saw that were not nice at all.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth in the beginning. We're talking about Banana, how will Pain approach it? You know, they have this weird approach where when they have two guys there, they're fighting. When they have three guys there, they're playing passive. And GamerLegion had, you know, did a good job early on. We had a lot of back and forth with the economy and the force buys, but I think this round is key in particular, right? While they were both still wrestling for control of the economy, round number 6. So we're going to play it from the start so you guys can see how Pain opens up this time around. I'm going to full screen zoom here, and you can see this time actually they go for a 3B opening, early smoke from the remaining 2 players, right? But what GamerLegion is going to do, basically, they're just throwing some utility to keep these players there towards B, while they're actually going to start setting up towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, what we're seeing here right now is not a lot of resistance as well from the side of Pain. If you're playing 2 people on A only, you want to probably stall them at middle a little bit. Maybe a smoke somewhere down middle, maybe to stall them from getting up into the apartments as easily. But right now, they've backed all the way up into site. It's only 20 seconds into the round, and they're playing passive, 1 at long and 1 at pit.
Yeah, I think the problem here is, in general, right, when you have more players on one side, these 2 guys, they need to use their utility early. While these guys are making a play, you can't just keep 3 players B, infinitely, especially because GamerLegion is not throwing any extra utility. Another problem, these 2 guys, most of the time, most often, they need to be together.
Yes.
Right? You can't expect one player to hold both apps and shorts and the other to hold long. Why? Because if any sort of a split comes in, any sort of, attack in numbers comes in, they're not going to be able to do really much. You see NQZ, he sees the A-Rap smokes, he's going to return utility. Katowice is doing the same thing, smoking apps, smalling short, but they're still pretty disjointed here.
And what you want to see from these guys is, when you say play together, it means double site, double pit, or double inside of apartments. Right now, one's in sight watching the smoke, the other guy's in front of the truck with an MP9, a short-range weapon, looking at the same smoke. The timing from GamerLegion here was really good, though. As soon as that smoke that they threw at the half wall at B, that expired, and then the retakes coming in from Pain on that banana area, GamerLegion's already hitting A.
Hey, it's also Katowice with an MP9 stuck at truck, holding long. It's a tough situation to be in, but maybe trying to just push up short, trying to do something together. NKZ gave them a chance, but after Towson gets that kill on David, that's done and dusted, and this is really where GamerLegion was able to string a lot of rounds together.
I don't even know if GamerLegion did anything to get up middle there. They could have been blocked very easily. 1 smoke, 1 molly on a certain timing, and that timing does not exist for GamerLegion anymore. Pain gets to rotate off. We're seeing a different scenario.
Yeah, and that was, Snow and Big Uzera really struggling towards that B side of things. They switched some things up on Mirage, so let's hear from them about what changes did they make.
After the match against Navi, we decided to make some change. We changed the roles on City side. When the game was
very close.
Yeah, very close to end. The team was a little bit pressure. We are not getting info and not fighting for the spots after the match. I feel that kind of things can happen again, and we decided to make just right now the moves. Before I was playing B and Davideus con. Now I'm playing con back again, and Davideus is short. Snow was playing short. He goes to A.
Yeah.
Side. And Katowice that used to play A. He's go to B. We've made a lot of changes. Just NKZ, that's the opposite, didn't change. So let's see what happened.
I'm very happy with this because I play for the team. If the team needs to me play in whatever spot in the map, I will play. I think it's a hard site, but I think it's my profile to play there because it's a bomb site. If you have to get more time to the team, you have to do with a smoke. I think it's gonna be good. Yeah, it's this. I'm very happy. If the team needs, I will do, no problem. One of the players, if I go watch, is Malbs. When he was playing A, he was so good. Of course, he have insane aim, but he was so good there, and I gonna learn some good things from him.
My key thing, they never know what to expect there. I just play safe. I tell the guys, now we are gonna make G2 and fight mid, like from nowhere. The con guy has to be like a mix of good, not just feelings, but good calls as well. On the major, 12-0 on Heroic, I was the con guy, and I think I was 12-0, and I killed like, I don't know,
I think a
like,
lot.
I was like 23 on the half, just rushing mid all the time, rushing in underpass and kill the guy from B apps. And I'm back A side, 2 or 3 guys going out of palace, and I just killing all of them. I think it's a great memory for me.
Firebox, I think it's gonna be a good position for me. Under balcony, when the guy is molling me, I will throw the smoke and take time for the team and ask for the flashes. And
yeah, he used to be the short guy, so he was always the second guy on A, like bait, you know? So
now I'm the first.
Yeah, he loved to be like on the balcony in this kind of positions, like ninja, just baited. Guys, I'm good, just wait for me, and kill like 2 or 3 guys.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Whereas we're going to play a fun little game at this LED wall. We're going to play a game of 2 truths and 1 lie. So I'm going to give you 3 statements up here, 2 of which happened during your time on NIP, 1 of which is a lie. It didn't happen whilst you were on Ninjas in Pajamas. So let's bring up the first 3 categories. So 1 is Fnatic still had JW, Flusher, Olaf and Crims. Second one, Markelov was still on Flipside with Blade, now famously coach of Na'Vi. The third option is Simple hit the falling no-scope on Cash.
So it's 2 truths here.
Yes, 2 things that were true.
Okay, so I joined in 2017. I believe Fnatic had that lineup still.
Okay.
If I recall correctly. And like I would say here that the middle one is the lie here.
So your final answer?
Yeah.
That is incorrect.
No, it's actually simple. Yeah,
yes, it happened in 2016.
Oh yeah, 2016.
Do you remember?
I don't know why I thought it was 2017 for some reason. Yeah, it's true.
Were you at that event or were you watching?
No, I was. No.
You're watching from home?
Yeah, from home.
Yep. Okay,
True.
right. You've got a chance
bad.
to redeem yourself. We're going to add 3 more up there. So, the first statement is CSGO Majors still randomly selected the 3rd deciding map. So you'd obviously have your pick, and then there would be 3 left over, and there would just be a randomizer. That's how they decided the 3rd map. VP was still the infamous Plow, or Pimp was still under contract with Team Liquid.
I don't remember the first one. Like, I don't believe... So I played my first major 2017 was a Faceit major, I think. And I don't recall that happening back then. So I'm going to say the first one.
That is indeed correct.
Yeah.
That one is the lie. Last time it happened was, I think it was Columbus 2016. So it happened for like 7 majors. How do you think the community would react?
It's very weird.
Players would not be okay with that.
Yeah, I don't know
right?
why they made that decision, to be honest. Don't really make sense.
Okay, so you've redeemed yourself with the second one. We've got a 3rd and final decider. So first option is SK Gaming was the #1 team in the world, obviously with Fallen, Cold Zero Fur, Taco Phelps. Shara fell off the stage when he was playing for Flipside.
Yeah, I remember that actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Carrigan played for Envy.
Did he play for Envy? Oh, that must be long. Okay. The first one is definitely a truth, because I played against them. Shara, I remember watching it, but what year it was, I don't really recall. But I think just the 3rd one is pretty weird. I would say that was a very long time ago. Carrigan played for Envy. I don't know if that was before his Danish lineups. I assume so. Or even if it did it. If maybe it's like a full complete lie. I don't think so. So it's the third one.
So you think that's a lie?
Yeah.
It's incorrect. Shara fell off the stage in 2016. So it was before your time on NOP. Carrigan actually went from like Team Question Mark into TSM Astralis. And then he went to Envy for a stint. It was super weird.
It must be very quick though.
It was like, I think like 8 months or something.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
No, wild times.
My bad, Carrion. Sorry.
Well, you got one right.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good out of the selection.
I wish I did better.
Well, maybe we'll get you back for another installment. Thank you so much, Rez.
Thank you.
I had a quick opportunity to catch up with the coach of Pain Gaming after the unfortunate loss on the side of Inferno. Last time they faced GamerLegion, it was a 13-10 loss. This time around, it was 13-3. The coach was saying, you know, it's not a map they're super comfortable on. They tried some new things this time around, tried to get a little bit more aggressive, didn't pay off. It's definitely a map that he wants to be working on moving forward, but he does feel a lot more confident for that second map. That's their map pick of Mirage, which, looking at the results as of late, they have good reason to be comfortable on.
Yeah, more confident coming into our second map, and understandably so, you'd certainly hope so after the way Inferno went as well. But Mirage, more of a comfortable territory for them, Chad.
Yeah, indeed. We saw positive signs out of their Mirage just yesterday. Quite a decent victory over Virtus Pro, 13-8 scoreline. And speaking of Virtus Pro, they're currently taking place against Saw in an elimination match on the secondary stream. Go and check that one out. Get the dual monitors, get the telephone, get the iPad, get the TV, get some type of device. Just like I taught my mum, you can even have 2 Chrome windows open next to each other. It's mind-blowing technology in 2025. But let's get map number 2 underway. Pain Gaming, their map choice. They get the T-side start. I see 2 smokes and a bunch of flashes and 2 HEs. I think these HEs... Oh, okay. Katowice is coming through apps with one of them. I was going to say, you tend to see these thrown towards Ticket. So I'm not too sure where these are destined for right now. Likely up-down smokes, flashes, and go.
Rez looks ready to receive. Trying to block that stairs smoke. He seems to have done it very well. Drops it into Sandwich, so now sightlines will be opened up. The snow's not necessarily ready. 4 teammates are with him. Good strafe in the air. Davadeus onto Slend. Rez fights back. Rez on those stairs. He had a 4K in the pistol last time. Kept humble this time with just 2. Katowice puts him down long range on the Berettas. Man advantage and the bomb ticking. Coming in rather divided, these last 2 CTs. CTR has util, but so does his opponent, a HE, to finish off the job, combined with some body shots. Jobs are good.
I don't think this was the intended destination for how these 2 HEs have been used by the teams, but regardless,
it works.
Yeah, they get that pistol round, so beautiful stuff. First pistol round for Pain Gaming in the series so far. And straight to the notes is Torsen. Speaking of Torsen, as well as Slend and PR, you see him just there on the right-hand side of your screen, next to Rez. They are all in their first attendance at a Katowice. Rez and ZTR, well, Rez more so, but Rez and ZTR back in 2021. They were both part of NIP, both at Katowice. This is going to be a force buyback from GamerLegion. 3 Deagles, a 5.7, and an MP9 to work with. U2 was donated for Torsen to pick up there, and well, an A execute into an A execute. This time, a few more key pieces of utility to work with.
Yeah, and fortunately for Torsen, he has got a lot of work to do. His teammates gambling towards that B-bomb site. The amount of utility is surely going to lead to a rotation, but they're actually sticking to their guns. So unless Torsen hits ahead, 2 down, or 2 body shots rather, connect. David still lives on.
S-A-V-E. What does it spell? Say.
S-A-V-E. We ain't got economy. S-A-V-E.
Yeah, we should really do. We could do something with that.
I'm in. I'm actually.
So this is when we get Harry Russell on the phone, and then we can try and make a bit of a song, Counter-Strike related.
Okay.
Get it in the game somehow.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. We have to have it like we have to create like an alias for our
group.
Yeah, our group, because it's anonymous. You know. Okay. It has to be purely on merit.
Why does it have to be anonymous?
Purely on merit, Chad.
Well, 3Clicks got a song in. I'm not saying it wasn't on merit. I'm just saying we don't have to be anonymous.
No, but isn't like
if you wanted a cool name, then that's different.
Okay, you're right.
You just want a cool name.
I just wanted a cool name. I just wanted to have a band name. You know, I want to be able to say I'm in a band at some point.
All right.
I tried. I was a drummer.
That's okay. Well, then you have been in a band at some point.
Didn't have a name though.
We'll work on that.
Didn't get that far.
Let us know if you got any suggestions for the name of our band or group in Twitch chat right now. We have our people on the phones.
We can't combine our nicknames, can we? We don't get like a cool...
We could do like the initials of us.
R-E-H-S-M.
Depends on how expansive we want to be with the crew.
We need
as well.
a vowel.
Adam, Dinko. That's an A.
Respect to Adam. Again, I mean, this is... come on, surely Chad Birchall loves this. If it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
I know, I've spent too much time with you. If it's worked in the pistol, you throw it into the first gunny.
I'll tell you who'd love this, Henry G. He loves an execute against an anti-eco. He loves an execute against an anti-eco. The only way it goes wrong is a stack.
Yeah, well, GamerLegion did stack. The
this
same
is bluff
site.
calling.
Again.
This is like we're playing poker, and you've only got a pair of... Oh, actually, a pair's not bad. You've got a 2 and a 3.
Yeah.
Is that on the draw?
To call it. There was a check. Oh! Well, Big Uzera gets checked by Rez. Great headshot just on the break of the smoke. We're seeing so many more breaks. It's such a developing part of the game. I think players are getting much more comfortable with where and when that HE is best utilized. This is a comfortable third then for Pain. I mean, getting right off to the races on their map pick, trying to return the favor after getting thrown about a bit by GamerLegion.
Oh, for sure. That was GamerLegion putting on an absolute clinic on their map choice. I think Pain now are hoping to do the same as Torsten to be taken out. And yeah, you say relatively clean. Let's just define that by numbers. 3 kills only in 3 rounds of play going in favor of GamerLegion, and Rez has gotten all of those. So yet to get 4 of the 5 members off the starting blocks in the frag department.
But if you think about it, Chad, if you just stack B again, eventually they are going to go B, right?
Or you lose the game.
Oh yeah. That's
so you can pick your poison, I guess.
I mean, you're not going to AXEC, are you? Or what you do is you AXEC, but with a little flavor at the start. You know,
well, now you know they're going to have
control,
right? Now you're actually going to play a standard round of Counter-Strike.
Fine. Rare's going to try and add more kills to his tally. The only one, as Chad has highlighted, to have gotten a frag so far.
Well, they are fighting for the right to party as Big Zero is past Rez and... Davideus. That's the Davideus we had from yesterday.
Yeah, that's really quick. And the M4 headshot found by Rez, but Kalashnikov better. That's nice from Katowice. Catches Slend, empty-handed the AWP after the first. Man advantage then. Pain should be able to twist the knife and plant the bomb. Just Torsen close within spitting distance of disrupting that plant from Con. Smoke is up and the bomb is down. So job a good one. Save probably a conversation already.
Unfortunately, yes. It's still so early on within the piece that that is the decision that you are going to have to make here if you are GamerLegion. So backing on out to retain their guns. So just taking a look so people understand where we're at, because I think it's very important early on within a season, especially with so many roster changes, for us to discuss just the sheer amount of officials that these teams have had. Now, 2 player changes to a roster, that's significant. Obviously, we discussed the additions of PR as well as Rez to join Torsen, ZTR, and of course Slend. Now, they've only played a total of 6 maps.
Yeah.
Now, obviously they've practiced, but we're talking officials, and we've only seen them play Inferno Nuke and Mirage. And the Mirage map, it was played against Pain during Blast Bounty, and they lost 13-7.
He's been in the team for 22 days. 6 officials.
What could you do in 22 days?
Lots of things. Start a new hobby. You could probably be better at doing Rubik's Cubes than you were 22 days ago.
That's true. That's true.
Dust 2 as well. He's on map.
So just, I guess we need to monitor adjustments, because both of these teams are going to be going through changes early on within a season. But here we go. The saves come through. The drops are made available and back underway. Standard opener. Top mid smoke, window smoke, Con Molly.
Sarah, he is feeling full of himself. That's a very confident push. And PR will escort him off the premises.
Well, because he was so fast up cat, it feels like it was going to be a B play, which did look likely. There was a lot of bodies thrown over towards B early from Pain. But now having to reset with a number disadvantage. We enjoyed the 1-2 punch yesterday of Davideus and Big U0. If one was making a play, the other was always there in tandem to do a little bit more.
Nice shot. Davideus has returned to his old self. It was a very quiet performance from him on map 1, but it does seem like that day 1 form is returned. A 7-1 start. Taking these heads up aim duels, but Slend in the grave. Returning to A, so I'm interested to see who moves next. So Davideus is rejoining them A. You're going to have NQZ the Lurk.
But he has the AWP in vent room. If the bomb goes down and it's an open plant, he can contribute to the round there, but right now he needs information from his teammates to be able to find some form of a decision. Nothing's coming his way.
Okay, Util sails in. Maybe ZTR over-aggresses or overlooks the ladder room if NQZ moves too fast, though. There's an exchange happening on short. NQZ does find ZTR. That'll free him up a little bit. However, Katowice does get dinked down to 15, make it 9. Another one through the box. Rez around this bench, smoke. Snow overlooks him. Good crossfire established. Rez and Torsen just shred him. No way in, despite NQZ catching that short player. Does not hit the flick. Will have to try and preserve his AWP, and GamerLegion will get a round. Their first took them 5 attempts.
Well, this one started so well, didn't it? You get the clean opening kill from PR.
We didn't see it from his POV.
Could have been a clear on the window with a HE.
That's what I'm assuming, because otherwise it was just a smoke spam, which would have been it was far too precise.
But it was noisy, so he was holding W there, Biggie Zero, so I'm sure we'll catch that in the replay. There is a chance he did just track him with those keen ears. But it was a weird spot to find yourself. There was the clear. So, yeah, great work. Yeah, you just discussed the dynamic previously. It is, you know, so many different ways you can use what was before just for damage. It's fun.
I think it's inspired. I really do think. Like,
shout out to Dan one time.
For a game we don't change all too often, you know, over 20 years, it's a cool change.
And all made possible by the new engine.
Yeah.
All right, well, this is 4 players quite heavily leaning from GamerLegion over towards A. Torsen's going to continue to search.
Easy there, Snow. You cannot concede an early opening death on ramp push. He was the one bodyguarding the bomb, so you left that in T-Sport. Torsen, oh, he was not expecting that. Katowice just plays the fade. Rez will remove NQZ mid-side, searching Con. Ties us up even. Resmoke on the connector. Rez, that window smoke will fade shortly. Looks like he wants to take fights after it does. BTR to lend a hand. There's a big headshot. Rez does go down upon the fade of the smoke. Big Uzera was ready for that. Ooh, they're boosting. And they've been cut down. Great awareness.
But also a lot of info. You know, 2 players are around mid.
PR's not scared, is he? In a 3v3, he stays proactive, stays aggressive, saw an opportunity. Doesn't profit, but still, ZTR's about to be tested, and that's an ang.
Do they contact? No, they're going to explode.
Ooh, okay. Good shot here. It has to be pretty good. Still gets one. Beautiful. The beauty of that silencer. They couldn't quite pinpoint where that bullet came from. Katowice just goes down instead, and now PR onto Snow. It's fallen into place nicely for a GamerLegion second.
Yeah, and the lurk is noted. You can see Slendy's dealing with this as you walk into market. The AWP will take you down. And that is well handled by GamerLegion. Oh, okay, Ash. Yeah, bringing a bit of flavor. Nice to see from Ash. Traditionally just sitting down with his notepad, cool, calm, collected. But the coach letting them know, the Brazilians, you are a bit stunted now. There is still money to justify a buy, more than enough. Rix's opportunity to get on the mic. Now, as mentioned, this is a bit more of comfortable territory for them being the map choice, and you've already got 4 rounds on the T side. You get yourself up to 5 or 6, you're going to be more than happy with that. So they've already got a great bed of rounds to work with, but you don't want to allow the momentum to shift again. GamerLegion were running with it after map number 1, sure, more than confident after a demolishing of 13-3. I want to talk about a little detail there. In a traditional default on Mirage, now this is like right now you see such a smorgasbord of rounds run, right? The defaults are no longer like, you've probably got default 1, 2, 3, 4, or they're just named after teams. But you would see maybe 2 people top mid, right? One guy assisting the other to get out towards the top mid box. 1 player going over towards B apps and going through underpass. 1 player potentially searching or pressuring B, and then 1 player over towards A who gets to choose, do I worry about Palace or do I worry about ramp?
Right.
Well, they had Snow worrying about ramp, but Katowice in Palace. And that's likely why Torsen got caught off guard by that, because they took contact against the defaulting player and likely were not expecting a second because they had taken mid presence.
Makes sense. And, well, this is far from a default. It's actually 3 starting towards that B side of the map. ZTR is playing more proactive forward in the apartments in front of that smoke.
It's telling that there is no clear finish right now, because for NQZ, if he's going to try and go up catwalk with Biggie Zero for a B split, he has the bomb. That's going to be quite difficult. So I don't think the finish right now is a B split. I think they're still going to feel out towards mid, see what Davides and Biggie Zero in combination can push or pull, if there's a loose thread or a gap that they can find. Just milking out the utility now, the CTs, making sure they're not having to tussle through any smokes. As there's another key piece dropped a minute on the mark, and there's not a lot left in the bank. We're talking a HE, a couple of flashes.
Flash comes out window, counter flash Con, so they don't get to make the play they were hoping for. Still going for it dry. Oh, lots of bodies, lots of battle. It's going to be Davidea's double. Rez puts him down finally. Still falls us into a 3v3. Bomb moving. As if they be players. ZTR gets the first. Trade could be there. Oh. Wow, ZTR. He's practically won the round with that. 2 players testing him on apps. And he gets away with both of them. Fair play. Fair play.
You can run and you can hide, NQZ. We'll see if the hunt is on. But as we were talking about GamerLegion out of utility, they make a proactive move with what was left. So that means communication is flowing. If you're Ash and you see that move for them going on mid, even after they got counter-flashed and couldn't go, they're still able to make that play. Davidea's gets the double, the only 2 kills that they have to their name in this round, Pain. Then everything else gets stunted. So really, really nice work from GamerLegion.
Really cool, especially like you highlight, someone has to be taking charge there and saying, regardless of us, we still go, still go.
And it's unlikely, it doesn't mean it isn't, but it's unlikely it's ZTR because this is one of the issues if you're an in-game leader and you take the crappy anchor position, you're so out of the play that you're only hearing the information, you're not actually seeing it. And you want to focus on your crosshair so that, you know, if they do hit your site, you're able to get a nice double kill like that.
He had a lot of responsibility himself.
Precisely. So you're thinking that's probably a Rez. He's the veteran over towards middle.
I presume so, but
so
you don't know.
You never really know.
But you're right, though. It does kind of the waters are far murkier than sometimes we make it out to be. Where it's like sometimes we're attributing calls to IGLs just as a product of not knowing it. We understand that it's a chorus. You know, there's a full 5-man, 5 voices involved.
Now, if anybody wants to take a look at All Out on ESL's YouTube channel, it's about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours worth of the final from Vitality versus Na'Vi, Cologne last year. You get a bit more of an insight of the type of comms. Obviously, it's not all the communication. It is filtered a little bit, but you can get an idea of what we're talking about. And I do want to note, for GamerLegion, they've had to win 3 straight rifle rounds to break the money. Those are hard rounds.
And this is a hard one for Pain. The shoe is on the other foot. Rez, he's on a bit of a committed position here. Yeah, that's going to result in a very nice opening pick from NQZ and the new incendiary change. He can stay undercover, hold the short swing, and provide another kill. PR claws one back by removing Snow. And it's still, I can't help but feel, favors GamerLegion, regardless of a double from the AWP.
Yeah, they need to be able to pick up these rifles, and that's going to be the biggest of issues because ZTR's still hanging around in window, and he also has support. All 3 remaining members clamped down on mid, 1 removed. Now it's a 3-on-3 as around the world go Pain. They're going to set their sights on A. NQZ was looking to go Palace. Now, actually, they're dropping back. So you just had the information that they've taken mid control. So now what are you going to do with that? Well, it looks like they want to return to the space that they assume has been rotated away from.
Just mind games in Counter-Strike. It's relentless, isn't it? You're heading where your opponent was last seen.
Oh, the timing on this. They're going to slip past.
Great camera.
They've slipped past and B's open. ZTR's pushed B apps.
Okay. I mean, even if that bomb goes down, Chad, Katowice is selling this. Oh, if he could somehow get a kill and live, it's like actually perfect. Oh, that'll do.
A dink?
That'll do. I mean, it keeps Torsen busy. PR, ZTR's flank, he's committed. They have no idea just how free this bomb site is. Oh, God. Okay, you pick up an AWP. It's not the perfect weapon for the job, but it might be, considering your absence Kevlar on Big Uzera. A 2-man post plant, double AWP on a 3-man retake. PR and ZTR, it has to be a clean one here from NQZ. Gets it. Gets away. Oh, brave repeat. He is being cheeky with it. Time is your ally here. Torsen in the apartment's low. Big Uzera posted on that. He's going to catch him soon. NQZ has made this round a reality. What an incredible performance from the AWP. I mean, for GamerLegion, why does it feel like this is just Counter-Strike? Like, you win the hardest way to do it. You get 3 consecutive gun rounds and then just a saved AWP, and that's where you trip up.
Yeah, and I like the mid-round move as well, but they just took too many liberties, right? It was the B apartments push, so they're assuming that it's not going to be B, and then the timing that they slip up Cat. So that's unfortunate for GamerLegion, but really well done from Pain to be able to pull that off. And because Big Uzera was playing close towards short, when Torsen went underpass, I'm pretty sure Big Uzera heard the steps. That's why after NQZ got the first kill and then the info on that second player, they knew exactly where the third was coming from, and they could set themselves up with that 2-pronged AWP setup to win out the round. So the devil in the details is the sound playing favor of Pain. Finished that one off because it was still tough to hold on to. And there's 5. So the T half for Pain already looking pretty damn juicy. But I'm sure they would like to make this as easy as an affair as possible as we turn to the third and deciding map of the series. Happy with that one as we are back underway. Money brittle for GamerLegion. P9 for ZTR, U2 already being expended as they are dueling for mid control. Torsen to block Palace in case there is an onslaught of an execute that we have seen Pain happy to pull out.
Davideus hasn't slowed down in Underpass. He has continued his progressions out mid now. Smokes out Con. Rez could swing off this and does choose to do so. A little bit of a block of the smoke, so there's an angle that they may not be ready for either. Still seems to serve its purpose roughly. Deus, shadow advantage for Torsen. They double up and they profit.
Oh, big
yeah,
zero.
He's next, isn't he? Oh,
that's
wow.
the cat player.
Yeah, PR still finds a way to chip in.
Mid's meat, just 2 to find now. Well, the rifles come out and it's where they're comfortable. We'll deal with the full buy rounds. You guys can have any of the saves. That's fine.
Guess. I mean, if you were choosing which ones to win, I suppose the ones with the guns makes sense.
Still, if you're GamerLegion, you want to be walking away. If you're hoping to take this series 2-0, book yourself in for stage 2, the top 16, during the likes of FaZe, Na'Vi, Spirit, G2, the Mongols,
Falcons,
and of course, Vitality.
Well done. You're good at that.
I see the logos in my head.
You can just see the whole page. Scroll through it, check the rosters. You've got it. It's built in.
I try and do the nerd stuff on the airplane these days, and when I have the flight from Australia made it more than possible. I had so much time. I was like, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write down all 24 teams at Katowice's rosters.
From memory?
From memory.
You geek.
I got one wrong.
Oh, yeah?
Wasn't the roster wrong. I wrote down Bet Boom.
Ah, okay.
So I think the team that I missed was... Who did I miss?
Must have been from the stage 1, right? It must
yeah. It's definitely a stage 1 team. It could have been 3D Max, which I was like, how did I miss 3? Yeah, I know. I don't think...
First, Jacob puts some 22nd.
Yeah, I know.
On his tier list?
Let me check.
Bloody hell, Chatty B.
Let me have a look.
Have some respect.
That's the zipper of my bag.
Ooh. Sorry, I didn't want to talk over that. Even if I don't speak the language, I'm sure someone watching does.
Oh, okay. It was big.
Oh, easy to do.
Kind of forgettable.
I don't know, man. We'll see what the hyped change does.
I think he almost got 13-0'd yesterday on their map choice.
Yeah, okay. Not a great start.
Well, let's get this rifle round out of the way because I need to set a task over to Freya or Trace. Hopefully they're listening. Now, this one does smell of an ace split. Torsen close, say ramp.
This smells like a Torsen double kill, if you ask me, with PR ready to be the backup if he needs it. In fact, he's going to take first contact. He's going to just commit to the angle. Torsen's investigating. Yeah, you're not going further than that. You've got that shadow advantage. You'll take it, and you've got a teammate ready to deal with it. It's perfect. So if Snow and Cowards move first, what's with this statues? Game of statues we're playing now. Now the window smoke comes in. Now we see movement. Davideus and Biguzera the first to start to maneuver. Torsen does not move an inch. Boosted up. Now they get confirmation. Ramp has been taken. Cowards has done a lot there, but PR's just better. Doesn't buckle. Delivers the double and has the bomb at his feet, and ZTR can just chip away at them all the way from Cat. NQZ 1v3. 30 seconds and a missed first shot. It's not lining up great. See those intermittent crap. What's that? Why has he hit the jump button? We've still got a round on, folks. Hello? 19 seconds. NQZ grabs an AK. He can get that bomb, you know. Oh, he could have, especially if he hit that last bullet. 19 points of health. PR, another firm pat on the back for this 17-year-old.
I don't know if we can get a replay of what Ash was just saying.
I missed it, sorry.
He was talking trash.
Ash?
Yeah, I would like to see, I'm not sure if it's possible. If it is...
What side of the bed did he get up on?
The best side right now. And I want to say right there, has to be a read from the brain trust of the team. Because ETR was solo B. PR, the one who has 3 kills in that round, the Cat player was playing close A ramp.
Yeah.
So they read that situation that was going to be an A finish. So that is fantastic work right there from GamerLegion. And it's humbled the economy of Pain, who are setting up for a B execute. Molly lands. They'll wait till this has about 1 to 2 seconds left. Then likely we see the util and the go. Oh, they've smoked as well. So nothing felt anywhere else on the map. Preparing for this is ZTR. Battening down the hatches.
Oh, ZTR, feast or famine. Gets his first, gets away, support arrives. PR this time gonna have to do some more work. This time with the Flames, he actually finds the finish. And then another. PR is farming the multi-kills back-to-back rounds here up against Pain. GamerLegion gifted a 6th. This 17-year-old at his first large LAN. His first official performance in a Katowice. Never mind just that, it's his first time really at a tier 1 LAN.
Yeah, you take a look, it's just been local LANs for the kid. Like 17 years of age, playing the Mouse Academy, he's now with the big boys, he's where they dream to be. You're sitting at home, you're watching it. 17 years of age, if you're an older boy like myself, put yourself in his shoes. This is a big time environment and he is delivering, not backing down from the occasion. GamerLegion now with 6, 7 more than possible. And it has just been a big flow of rounds. We're talking 6 out of the last 7 played. Pain, do you have anything going into the halftime break?
Ooh, Torsten, he took a heavy lick, but still gets away onto Katowice. Nade's got him finished. Good work from Davideus. A bit more ground than they're used to having here early. Kuzera, he reveals himself, spamming away at smokes. PR is having no issues dealing with him, and the round's already over. Everyone wins their duels. An advantage GamerLegion. They're already a map up in this series, and now a 2-round discrepancy. Pain Gaming, they need to turn it around fast.
Help me, boys. Help me, boys. Cap inch, cap inch. One mid, out.
I'm fighting A.
One guy dead. One
Fight
A
it,
house
fight
is slow.
it.
A house is slow.
Mid, default.
Last guy, A house maybe.
Good half, boys! Great hero round, really good. Good pistol as well, I'll give you that.
Fucking nice, man. Let's go, bro.
Let's go, boys. You need this pistol, boys. You need this pistol.
I don't know, man. I'd go to war for Ash. He's geeing up the boys. He's hyped. Of course he is, because they're up a map. They're up 7-5, and they could be in the top 16 of Kato by the conclusion of Mirage. It would be one hell of a strong start to the season for GamerLegion after being gutted their talent again.
Yeah, Flamus was one of the hottest prospects after Shanghai.
Oh, that's clean. That's real nice from Davideus. Gets a nice one. And in the absence of Davideus map 1, Snow did a good shift. Now in the absence of Snow, Davideus has to step up.
PR still gets this space they were looking for and into the B split. Pressure on Kowers and NQZ.
A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. Kowers has missed his
Bomb
first couple of
spotted.
shots. You're dead. You're dead.
Woof.
So is PR. Hang on. Things are shaping up nicely with NQZ's contribution, but Slen puts him down. Trade necessary. Davideus racks up the double. Hard one for Slend here. He's got the P250.
And he's the AWPer.
Yeah, we know what AWPers can do with his pistol. Oh, that felt good. Must have hit his neck or his shoulder. Oh, that's a headshot, though.
He can win this.
It's shaping up nicely to start. They are doubled up. Oh, he isolates beautifully. Slen not ready for the close quarters, though. These dual Berettas are walking on him. Snow! No! That is full force from Slend. Oh, and Snow's going to be punching air. He's going to be feeling hard done by there. The movement.
You can tell he's jazzed about it. But he must just be an understated guy. He stands up. He's looking for the fist bump. He's looking for the dap up.
Oh, what?
As a reason I said it's the AWPer with the P250.
This one, clean. And the fact that Snow gets 1, 2, 3 chances. Like, that's it. Instantly finds their head. Slend has given GamerLegion a gift there. I mean, he's wrapped that up. He's put a bow on it. And he said, boys, you win this one, you've got 10 rounds.
Snows, slow woes.
Oh, nice.
Continue. And they're going to try and A-execute of their own design. It's not a B stack out of pain. They've actually got 3 players here to tend to this. NQZ ticket, 1 up close ramp. Well, time smoke to blocks. ETR's going to go.
5-7 does nothing. Snow's having a real rough day. On Mirage, teammates trying to make up for his absence. Does miss that first scout shot. NQZ's getting run at. Yeah, he's a dead man walking. It's too comfortable. Slend has given them a runway, a golden opportunity to go 13-3, 13-5.
The PR for Ash is really through the roof, and I'm not talking about the player who's also having a pretty good map. 12 kills for him, but yeah, you're looking at these players, none of them are household names other than Rez, and in recent times, not for a good reason.
Yeah.
Again, I keep referring to this conversation, but it was really nice to talk to him the other day, and he was talking about, like, hey, the type of players that we can attract, well, I'm going to scout the best players I think we can get, right? Because, hey, look, we're not going to get the blockbuster names, but if a player like Rez, someone who's admired for some time, becomes available, you're going to make that play.
I mean, it's also, it's pedigree. I think it can accelerate the learning and the development of newer names. Like if you do find your Flamuses, your PRs, your Torsons, your Slens, when you have players like that, having a voice like Rez can accelerate their development, I'm sure.
But he's experienced, and he gets an opportunity now to find some redemption for the last couple of years at NIP. So not only is he a skilled player, but he's hungry to show that he's still good.
Let's not forget the Alexi B arc. You know?
True.
Let's not, like, that happens. It's been seen where a player will have a blow up, a big, kind of Hollywood blockbuster debut, or at least a strong start.
Yeah, the Ent story was a great one, wasn't it?
Exactly, but then, what was he doing? He was playing with the OG or something? Like, it wasn't...
Went to G2 for a little while, that didn't work out.
Wasn't great.
And then Blade comes down from the heavens. And they win a major.
Take my hand.
Is that your Blade impression?
It wasn't my best Blade impression.
I think it was like Arnie or something there.
I've done better.
Get to the dropper.
Let's see what you got, Biggie Zera. With his P2K, I don't think he's going to be chopping him up this time.
Henry.
It's Hugo, actually.
This one is looking real good for GamerLegion, if you don't mind me saying.
You know, I don't. I don't. In fact, I've already called a 13-5. Do you not remember?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I think the bookies agreed that Pain were coming into this one as a favorite.
Yeah, well, they had a really good matchup against Na'Vi on LAN at Bounty. They took down FaZe in the online portion. They'd already beaten GamerLegion, so the head-to-head was in their favor. We end up with the same map pool. Inferno is a blowout in favor of GamerLegion. Sure, the clutch factor of Slen there on the pistol has really set the tide in the second half to be going one way and one way fast, but they were also able to battle back in hard rounds within the first half. It was rifle round, rifle round, rifle round. Then they lose to an NQZ scenario with the AWP, sure, but they've got one back of their own now, thanks to their AWPer, with a beautiful pistol in hand. And they're setting themselves up just 3 rounds away from 2-0ing this series, making their way into Stage 2 of IEM Katowice for 2025. And as discussed, 3 out of the 5 players have never been to a Katowice before.
Yeah, sure. And build on top of that is that I feel like this is a team whose coach especially has... I'm just singing his praises some more, just don't mind me. I'm just going to glaze for one minute.
It's because he's British.
No, well, it's not. It helps. But he's very prep heavy, you know, and I think we're seeing some evidence of that. Obviously, you don't know.
He definitely has a very good understanding of how to get his players to understand what needs to be done.
Yeah, but I mean, getting the ticket booked to top 16 so early, it's going to mean they've got time to do their research on those 8 teams waiting. Here's Big Uzera, forward position. He is not playing shy. He's not playing scared. And ZTR throwing out that HE. And oh, his teammate was exposed. Great cover. ZTR turns around, punishes Big Uzera before he can get the job done. PR though, look at this guy. Straight into dark. Molly's ticket. Nade looks good though. Ouch. Snow. When the bullets aren't connecting, throw the nade. Puts PR down. Still a man advantage for GamerLegion here. Up the ramp, Katowice comes in from underpass, good for 1 res. Ooh, he's well aware where Katowice was, but repositioning Con and gets away with it.
He's forced them to focus on him because he cuts off the rotations. Now it's telling they are hitting this A site. Molly towards Ticket as Snow and Katowice trying to triangulate Rez's position.
Oh, the timing on that, just as he commits to the crawl. Beautiful round from Rez. I have a third here, just like that. The 11th is GamerLegion. Smile.
I think that's likely what the trash talk was previously as well, right? You're winning on the lighter buys, you're winning some of these luckier clutch rounds, but you're not winning gun rounds. And again, that was such a key conversation within that first half of play. And I love the banter. It's high level banter. Yeah. It's not like, your mum's fat. It's like, hey, you can't get it done with the gun rounds? That's what this game's all about.
It's true. It's true. I mean, NQZ's hero AWP is the only real kind of shining light they've only had to celebrate. And for GamerLegion, it really bigs you up as well, because you're like, okay, yeah, it sucked losing that round, but boys, every time they've got guns, they can't win. Yeah. They can't convert.
And also, I'm sure all of your mums are beautiful human beings. Okay, so
lovely.
That was just an example.
Just an example of common...
Of gutter banter.
Gutter banter. It's a nice term. Different flavor. 4 start towards the A quadrant for the T side of GamerLegion. They see a bit of action on mid. NQZ misses his chance onto Rez.
Late layering of util. ZTR's just let one go for window. Top connector smoke will land from Rez. And oh, even plays ahead of the smoke. Snow and Biggie Zero towards A to try and stall out this execute.
Loud about that. Snow throws out the block. Also goes ahead of it, straight into Snow. So that's nice team play.
They're letting Rez search. He's actually been able to take a lot of space. They don't need to continue into A. You allow Rez to play at this point.
Ooh, yeah, spotted the back of one towards Con as well. That's Katowice spotted by PR. He's hearing all of this. It's a good idea as to where 2 of the 4, or rather 5, excuse me, are.
They've completely rerouted because of this Rez space. And oh, at range!
Oh, lovely.
How's he converted that?
He's going to get hunted. And he's got what? The nade finds Snow. A little bit of shrapnel finishes him off. And PR.
Now Davideus has rotated the B bomb site's completely empty.
Oh, it's going from bad to worse. Or from good to great, if you're GamerLegion.
Yes, this is perfect. PR. On a PB right now.
It is a PB. I mean, dude, he was simply just trying to show presence. He ended up killing 3 players towards the A side of the map. Well, not even going to be able to convert this one. Davideus' Deeg and NQZ's AWP seem like a
nice
prize.
knife, though, doesn't he?
Davideus? I didn't see it. Let me see.
It was like a...
Go on. Let me hear the
knowledge. I don't know if
knowledge.
Mr. Zimmerman's watching. I don't want to get in trouble, but it's like an emerald karambit.
Okay. He
But
knows.
it's green, so...
That's a good guess, then.
Twitch chat, let me know.
But Chad, what do you think of the reverse scar
Is that it?
pattern 661 AKK Sarden?
Don't.
Okay.
Don't.
Terrorists win.
Golf clap. Nothing to say, nothing to do.
One more round, I think we'll hear a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna zip
Now
my
that's
lips.
when the handshakes will come out.
That's right.
Once you win, you're not talking trash anymore, unless there's bad blood.
You're right. Yeah,
and I don't think there's bad blood between these two teams.
Where does... Oh, that's just... I wondered how that worked, because he was under dark and he threw it over the top, but poor Snow... Yeah, and it's one of those days, one of those games, just things aren't going right, things aren't flowing, quite the opposite for GamerLegion. This has been a dominant performance. 8 rounds over 2 maps so far for Pain. GamerLegion 1 round away. Oh, NQZ had another chance. He hasn't been able to find them. These first bloods just not coming his way, and now we're going to get swung upon. Leg shot. He's being robbed there. Puts one into the thigh of Rez. There's nice work. Good shooting. Davideus, quick and snappy double. Pulls a 4v2 right back to an even keel. Okay, this is going to be a high-level 2 versus 2 here. Forward of the Molotov takes that fight. Slend happy to extend the invitation.
This is pre-famous buff.
True.
So Kawa's doing this on hard mode, and he has been heard.
Yep. 13-5. Incredible performance from GamerLegion. Top 16 secured. A 2-0 both days of play. We haven't seen him lose a map yet. I can't quite put words to how impressive it is that GamerLegion have come in this form. 22 days in the roster for PR. I mean, this is brand new, and it's already looking good.
Yeah, well, piecing the puzzle together quite quickly. Tough day at the office for Young Gun Snow as well, but not the same on the other side. The public relations for Ash and Co are at an all-time high, and the Res Edition already paying dividends. So a very, very strong showing for GamerLegion here today. Pain will drop down to that lower bracket. They will get an opportunity to play again to lock themselves in. It is not done and dusted for them just yet.
It was a tough game for Snow, huh? It was a really tough game for Snow. It's going to be hard to process. Stunner standing by, though, to break it down further.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said what I said, and I said what I meant. Rez is faithful 100%. Hey, Rez, congratulations, man. You guys go to stage 2. So let's run it back a little bit before here into this last map. Tell me what happened after the first map. What was said outside on Inferno, after Inferno?
After Inferno, I think we just kept rolling with it, kind of. We have this kind of don't give a fuck mentality into that map, and we kept going with it on Mirage. Like, we didn't have that much like preparation, I would say. Like, we focused more on our game than their game and just do what we're comfortable with, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, it worked out beautifully. I mean, you guys kind of blanked them there at the end of Inferno, so it obviously begs that question as to, what could you say to be better at that point? However, we switch over. We go over to the next map. You guys split pistols. Tell me about Mirage.
Mirage, I didn't think it was going to do this much destruction, to be honest. Like, they're a pretty good Mirage team, and we went in with a kind of blank approach into this match, like, just do whatever we want, kind of more on like feeling plays. So like I called a lot on CD side on what we wanted to do and stuff, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of praise there from Sponge. He said that you guys have some next level banter and sort of trash talk going on. Do you agree?
I mean, I'm a humble guy.
Okay. Well, humble guy, why don't you tell anybody at home now that you're in the GamerLegion jersey what they need to know?
I mean, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone, like, keep supporting me ever since I left my big 7-year home, So thank you all for just like keep believing in me, and yeah, let's keep going.
That's Rez, IEM Oakland MVP.
It is indeed. I'm loving the attitude there from Rez. We had him dropping a few F-bombs there, Ash, CTR. Does he do that a lot in the server as well?
I mean, on officials at least.
Yeah.
We find it kind of boosting to maybe curse a bit or like boost the morale. But yeah, I mean, we all do it.
I mean, I'm from the UK, and Josh has been to UK lands, and at UK lands you shout and scream at people. Shout and scream all the time. It's been a great warm-up for it.
There's a lot more that goes on in there, but the shouting and screaming, yes, absolutely.
Well, did this game just have that little bit of extra spice
for you guys, considering you played them 2 weeks ago? It seemed like it a little bit from the outside.
Personally, not so much. I think he's obviously nodding to feels otherwise, but I think that maybe we wanted to prove ourselves a bit. We played online. It was such a close game. We lost nearly as many anti-ecos did on Inferno for just this era, just really back and forth, which made it a lot harder. So it's really nice to come to LAN and show, you know what, it wasn't a fluke that we nearly beat them, and we caught them at a good period in the form as well. So it shows that I don't think we played them at a bad time, and now we're playing them at a pretty good time for us to get a win.
It was interesting that Rez just said that you guys didn't really do anything different to prepare specifically for them for this game, but it seemed like you guys were, especially on Mirage, for example, hard blocking them at A ramp. And it's almost like you knew that it was going to be two people in middle. If they weren't doing all this utility, then it was going to be an A hit, and you knew exactly when to block the ramp, when to put players in there, and they weren't able to adapt at all and adjust. Was that part of any prep that you did, or is that just like, yeah, we played them before and we're making these individual adjustments?
Yeah, it was part of prep. I think we've not been so convincing on Mirage. We decided we're going to do something different and just make them uncomfortable. I don't think any teams really smoke ramp instantly and spawn. It seems pretty useless, right? So we thought if we do that, it'll maybe give them something to think about and make them comfortable, because we know that they're really, really good on Mirage, and for us it's not been that so good. So giving them something to think about, can they adapt in the moment? It's a young team, get some voices shouting at them and stuff, make them feel more comfortable. Maybe they don't react as fast. So I think maybe they didn't adapt as well as they could have done, but it's probably just a minor thing, right? At the end of the day, I don't think you win a game just because you threw a smoke.
No, I think when you go back,
difference.
Yeah, when you go back and you rewatch that, you'll see they did not know how to deal with it. They were completely disjointed. The mid players and the A players, they didn't know how to like wait it out or how they're going to break through it or anything. They just kept going through the motions like nothing happened, except for the A players. They just sat there.
Yeah, I want to ask you, ZTR, as well. It can be very frustrating when you constantly have changes because new player comes in. I mean, you have to start with, this is Inferno, this is how we call these spots, and it's like constantly building from the ground up. So how was the process this time around, again, having two new players coming in at the start of the season?
Well, I mean, yeah, like you said, you have to almost repeat everything that you said a lot of times, but and I think it's easy to miss a few steps, like maybe a few of the fundamentals, maybe the easy things that you think everyone should know, or like that we think is pretty easy, or the people already in the team. So yeah, I think missing those easy things, and I mean it hasn't been the easiest for us in practice, at least. We've been getting sometimes cooked, but yeah, it's just practice, so it hasn't really affected us mentally. And I feel like overall our preparation has been decent, to say the least, with the limited time we've had.
I'll say as well, this guy for Inferno, this guy is absolute merchant in Inferno. He's unbelievable. And even like Towson has always thrown him in the deep end, never played B before either side, and he looks like a veteran every time he plays it right now. He understands the timings, he gets the feel for the map, and he's like our X Factor, but this guy understands the map like a next level. For me, I don't even look at it anymore. Just go, Eric, have a quick look. Look for 15 minutes and knows exactly what to do, and it's looking great so far.
It's a great luxury to have. I also just wanted to ask, because you're back with Rez on the team after a couple of years. Is he different in any way compared to your time in NIP? I guess he's smiling a lot more nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, times in NIP wasn't maybe the best.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like overall he hasn't changed that much, actually. Probably for him, it's me that changed a lot more, since I joined him after just like playing. Yeah, I joined him as a young Ninjas player. Probably he enjoys playing with me more now than he did back then, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, overall, yeah, I can feel it's what you can call the honeymoon period, of course, but overall there's a lot of happy emotions within the team, and especially coming from him.
What are your main focuses, as kind of like we already talked about how you're constantly bringing in new people and having to re-go over the spot names and fundamentals. How does it feel? What are the first things that you're focusing on to get to that next level in terms of, it could be map by map, it could be like protocol by protocol? Is there something specific that you're focusing on as a team to get together as one cohesive unit? So, people coming from different systems before getting onto this new system that everyone buys into.
I think it comes down to how you explain things. I think if you, like, for example, what I try to do is get the best out of people and try and play around them. So we've changed quite a lot of things based on the players we have. We don't want to just you play aggressive here because we did it before, you play defensive, whatever. So we play around kind of getting the best out of them. We try stuff, it fails miserably, and then we look back and we look at analysis, and I've probably got the best assistant coach in the world as well. He's great at this.
Shout out Adrian.
And we just watch it together and we talk, and they just hear the thought process over and over. We have lots of ideas we want to encourage as well, because we watch it in advance before we watch it with the teams. And then I think after you do it enough times, you understand, like, what should we do in this situation? Like, it doesn't have to be a specific thing, but be on the same page. Let's make sure we do it together. And even if it's bad and you do it together, at least you can trade out and do something from it, right?
Yeah, I guess I wanted to ask you as well about PR, right? A very young player coming in from Mao's academy, and just, you talked before with HLTV about the scouting process and some of the stuff that you guys do, the Flammers pickup and so on. What are some of the qualities that you saw in him, that you guys saw in him, that gives you confidence that he can, that he has what it takes to play on a tier 1 level?
I think his decision-making for a 17-year-old, like his lurks, he's going to be one of the best lurks in the world. This guy has all the instincts. He doesn't look like he's being forced to do it. He just sees a gap and he's like, yeah, I think I've got a good time. I'm just going to, it's not even like walking out, but it's punishing someone. You know, he's holding the angles where he thinks they're going to be. He's listening to the steps and he's using his initiative. So seeing a kid that young play like that and have his aim, like his aim is special. I think he just needs more confidence, like a lot more confidence in himself. And this guy's got the sky's the limit for this kid. And you talk with him and you can see it as well. And the first map I could see in the Saw game, he was very nervous. And I could see he was very harsh on himself. And since then, I think he's been fantastic. Inferno didn't have to do anything because we just went B all the game. But when he was there, constantly a voice, he was punishing the saves. I think we already trust him. And he's a 17-year-old kid, you know, he's just turned 17 as well. So kind of shows how we feel about him in the team.
I've seen my fair share of players that are very, like, instinctively, they know exactly what to do, when to do it. But if you got them to explain why they're doing something or why someone should do something, they just don't know how to put into words about why they're doing something a certain way. They just know to do it, and that's that. Is PR different in that way, that he can explain and say to other people, like, oh, in this situation you should be doing this, or I'm doing this here because, and they can vocalize and explain exactly why, or is it just all feeling based still?
Do you want to comment on that?
I mean, right now there's not, I mean, we haven't really talked about that as much, but for now I think it's a lot of feelings, and it's good feelings. Right now he's been like 90% success rate or something like this. Don't check the statistics. It was just a random number, but don't fact check it. But yeah, I think that's something that comes with time, you know, being able to set up himself and like with more confidence as well within the group, like getting more comfortable, then he will, like, then I expect him, and I think for sure he will be able to like set it up a lot more around himself.
Yeah, he sees opportunities. I think, again, it's good watching things back. He's encouraging you to watch demos of him all the time. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. You just fight yourself. But you watch it and you point out, and you can see, like, he understands how could he put more pressure, how could he put himself more impactful in the game. And I think there's a lot of lurkers out there who just take the easy option. He wants to be impactful. He wants to do something in the game, you know. And at the same time, he's saying, I'm watching him sit back and really passive against Ecos on Nuke, and he's like, I'm like, why are you doing that? He's like, well, it's the best thing for the team, you know. And a lot of players again would be like, go out there, get my couple of kills. So his head's in the right place. I don't understand how he understands the game. I felt like when I was 25 and still playing, I still didn't have a clue what I was doing. And these guys, they understand pretty well. So yeah, Miles and Nick have to shout them out for the way they're developing these kids. So.
Final two questions, sorry, still. Just to jump in. Obviously, you've guaranteed your spot in stage 2 now of IEM Katowice. Obviously, there's, 8 of the, I guess, the bigger names waiting in there. Anybody that you've got your eye on that you'd really like to test out in this new season?
I don't even know who's there. So
same here.
We got Vitality, we got FaZe,
not Vitality,
G2,
just go with Vitality.
Yeah, we don't have a good track record against Vitality.
Are you curious about Miles with no Shue now?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I like to watch it, to be honest. I'm a bit of a fan in some ways. I like to see how that plays out. I wanted to watch Spirit last season and stuff, so yeah, it'd be nice to play against Miles.
Actually, Mouse maybe would be the most fun game for me, because there would be a Swedish IGL battle against the newly created Roland, so yeah, that would be enjoyable.
There we go.
Against Snacks again as well would be nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then final question, just for GamerLegion as a whole here, IEM Katowice. What is the goal? Like, is there a ceiling you see for yourself, or is it make it all the way to the playoffs and lift the trophy?
Win one map. We've already been that.
The bar is low.
Yeah, we said if we win one game, and I said to games, like, we've had such a big problem with our preparation. It's been just absolute disaster. Last lineup, I think, announced pretty much. People have been sick. It's just been horrible for us, and I've started again. So to come here and win one game, I was happy with it. And I said after that first game, you know what, guys, we went home and lost now, I'll be happy with it, because we played such a great Inferno again. So we'll just take it one game at a time. We'll see. Maybe we'll have another upset.
Well, you got 2 wins, and you're guaranteed to be finishing at least top 16. We'll let you go off as your teammates have already left the booth. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, feel free to leave your microphones there, and yeah.
Yes. Thanks, guys.
Welcome off. Awesome stuff. Yeah, obviously for Pain, not eliminated just yet, right? Do have a loss here, but we'll have to bounce back tomorrow or they will be going home, Janko.
Yeah, definitely. It was a completely different performance from the last time these guys played. Even from Pain yesterday, you know, some mistakes, not really adjusting to the previous time these two teams met, but also has to be said individually, some of the guys just weren't really on their usual level, right, with Snow and Biguzera, and unfortunately, as Ash said, they were just going B all the time on Inferno. That's what Snow and Biguzera were holding, and it didn't become much prettier on Mirage, even though they were on the T side, just couldn't find openings the same way they could last time around, and GamerLegion just a better team.
I think what happened was GamerLegion exposed and shown a light on the issues that Pain has in terms of how they're able to adjust to certain things when things aren't able to go out exactly the way they plan it is one thing. So on Mirage, I was bringing up the A ramp smoke, for example. They didn't have enough things in their arsenal in terms of set plays that they could do to get around that. It was the same things, 2 middle, 3 towards A, try to do this. Oh, this doesn't work. Okay, let's do 5-man A exec. This doesn't work. B-pop. It's like they cycle through the same 3 things. And then when we get to Inferno, they have no idea how to play it. Like their philosophy is non-existent about how to do the simple things, about if they're playing with a man down, like in a 4VX situation. Normally, most teams, they do a gamble stack or they group 3 players on A or B, and then they do the next action. If they're starting 3B, then they're blocking at certain timings. Pain doesn't have any of those. It's like Mirage, they understand really well. They play well together, especially on the CT side. But Inferno, they lack any understanding. They haven't cracked the code of how to play that map yet.
Does that give you any warning signs moving into tomorrow? Obviously, we don't know their opponent confirmed just yet for that elimination qualification. But do you think Pain do have a chance to bounce back looking at the other competition?
Yeah, I think they absolutely have a chance. No matter who they play, really, I think Josh is on point. It might be dependent on the veto a little bit because on some maps they absolutely lack the tactical depth, right? Their strong suits are Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke, right? Inferno may be a weakness early on. We'll see about Train if they have to end up playing it. You know, let's say they potentially play Complexity. I don't know. That's a team that's willing to play it, maybe pick it against them. So, yeah, still some things to be answered. But if they just play on their usual individual level, I think they should be fine.
Yeah, well, GamerLegion, they do progress at least onto stage 2, and we do need to progress things to a quick break. But plenty more Counter-Strike still on the cards here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. We'll see you on the other side of this break for Elimination Stations.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
not calling for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
I think he's a really talented and smart guy. He thinks in multiple layers and depths of being an in-game leader.
Joining Astralis, some people might see it as a bit of a redemption arc, but I kind of think that that's how majority of my career has been for the past few years, is kind of bouncing back from some difficulties, but also hitting a new ceiling and a new level. And my goal with Astralis is to win.
And he's gotten away with the orb. Katie, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! Call it no! You're an animal!
The dynamics that he brings is a lot of energy, of course. He brings a different perception of the game from maybe what I have, but I think that me and him work really closely together and have a lot of talks about how we think about CS, what we want to do in the server on the different maps and all of that. So I think that he is a very reflective guy, as I am myself, and we try to develop both team and as individuals all the time.
Joining Astralis, of course, there was a history with Stavn and Yabi, but prior to coming to the team, we already had many talks about how things were in the past, and I think maybe there was a 5% where we had some disagreements regarding to things, but there was also 95 things where we saw things the same way, and we know that we can elevate each other in game, and we're also having a lot of fun.
When it comes to Astralis, adding Cadian, and as to whether that's going to be, you know, something that builds them up or knocks them down, I think is something that is open to interpretation, speculation. We know there's a real chance for some drama, it's already happened, but I can't help but feel the fact that you've kind of buried the hatchet, you're side by side once again. I could see a way where that actually brings them closer than ever, and they can develop into kind of reiterating on the heroic Counter-Strike that was so powerful. I definitely think they could benefit from some of the more emotional style of calling that Cadian has had. I think it's very feeling-based, and I think it led to some incredibly potent highs.
I think it's more about feeling the game and intuition, whereas I think the original old Astralis, we were mostly about playing the percentages and trying to manipulate the map.
With how many years Device has been playing, like, of course his work ethic is up there. Everyone who's been around him knew that already. Of
For me, also focusing on the AWPing is going to be fine. I'm not too worried about that. I've done that for half my life, so it's going to be all good. I think turning into a rifler is definitely a new chapter of my career. Becoming a top 20 player last year, you know, that's not just with the AWP, so I am not concerned, and my teammates is not either. So.
I got guns, I don't care. I'm from the hood, up in the bear. Should have been in prison, it's nice. I've been living like half my life. That shit's like a summer home. Pretty soon I'm gonna go. Deep view in the gutter though. Got nothing to lose, hand me the blues. Y'all can see me on the news.
In terms of reigniting and returning to glory, which I'm sure Astralis are looking for as an organization to be the winningest of all. And this Cadian move is a step towards that, and how this goes down, it's up to them. There's no doubt there's firepower, there's no doubt there's good leadership, there's no doubt there's good AWPing. If he's in a system where his voice is heard and it's acknowledged, it could take shape into something quite beautiful.
I shoot like a newbie. Because I'm scared, you know. I know I need. It was good. I heard you. It was good. You're shooting, but you're thinking in the same time. Exactly. Full apex.
I have a pretty decent Cologne history. 2 finals, 2 semis. I remember all of them.
There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple.
Obviously, we know like Apex won it a lot because he lost against Fnatic. We lost in 2019 against Liquid, and now we were playing it against Navi. So for him, it was a bit more special than maybe a major. Playing in this cathedral, it's meant a lot for him. Losing 2 finals, and before even the final, he said, "I don't want to reach this 3rd one and just go back home with another final behind him."
When you're losing, you tend to question yourself in some ways. 2 weeks before Cologne, after EWC, I questioned myself about my role because I played really bad against VP, really bad calling. Told my teammates, yeah, it's one of the first time I was thinking about, am I still good enough for this team or not?
The final of 2019, it is a different Apex than 2024. 2020, I put him as a leader. He was ready for the job. He learned so fast. He understood his own vision, how he wants to play the game, how he wants to call the game. Just needed, I think, more experience, not only with French roster, but different players, how he can react, how he can deal with. For 2 years now, he has improved a lot how he can deal with emotions. Because he knows one thing at Apex. He knows with his mood, he can win almost every matches. But if he has a bad mood, sometimes we can lose the game almost because of him.
I saw so many times frustration, guys, after the kill, no eyes in the sky, you didn't help, okay? I got frustrated, but we don't swing. Even though it's not our role, let's do it, boys, in the situation. We had such a good, we were perfect. We were 41 against Wonderful. But we need to be able to just They were to the on the right.
I know. But they are the smoke. So we were perfect.
We made some mistakes, but it's fine, okay? So, hey, let's relax a bit. Of course, that's not easy. It's a final, etc. But we need to relax, okay, guys?
Start again.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And we won the first match. We are not relaxed. So no, it's not a face game, guys. It's vitality game. Relax, calm. Thank you. Calm, composure, and we play okay. They try to change a lot, guys. They are overthinking as well, honestly. Yes, they're overthinking. We need to play your fucking own game.
Cześć, dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Cześć.
Dzień dobry.
Cześć, dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dobry, co jest? Sosnowca. Dobra panowie, witam. Dobrze, że już jesteście. Mamy tutaj do zrobienia remoncik, można powiedzieć, tak? Tutaj na początku zabezpieczycie podłogę. Czyli rozkładamy sobie to i pomalujemy tą ścianę. To będzie jedna ekipa. Nie wiem, kto tutaj najlepiej maluje. Nie wiem, rozumiemy się, czy?
Yeah.
Okej. Ja, okej. Dobra, to kto najlepiej maluje?
Manuel.
Okej, super. To tu kolega. To tak. Zabezpieczcie sobie tu podłogę, malujemy tą ścianę. Rękawiczki, nie możemy się pokaleczyć. Tak, ubieramy się.
Feels like Christmas.
Jedna noga, druga noga. Wy mówicie po polsku?
Nie.
Nie?
Nie.
Speak English.
Yeah, English.
No to dobrze, że byłem na kursie. We work here. Okay. Now you must put this here. Położyć, tak?
Tak.
Rozumiemy. No i zajebiście. Painting. Ściana, wall. This musi być like this.
I see.
Uważaj. Here.
Okay.
We're actually good.
There's a stage behind you.
Fuck, maybe stick to CS, mate. Very good.
Now, painting.
Painting.
Here is pencil. Painting. This. And here is farben.
Okay.
Put painting
there.
Here. Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Keep going?
Yeah.
Oh, you want it full?
Oh yeah.
Kurwa.
You like that?
Okay.
Beautiful.
Wałeczek.
Cheers.
Painting, guys.
Do the logo. First time I've actually painted something. I'll just do this.
Kurwa, co wy, ja pies Okay. Here. Okay, here. Plumpy. Oh, okay. Better. Okay.
Is that the FlyQuest logo?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, this is actually pretty good though. This might take a while.
Look at this.
Very nice. Good detailing.
You know when the piece does it like this? Fuck.
Okay.
How is work?
Very good.
Good.
Co to jest, kurwa? What?
Like what you said.
What is this?
FlyQuest logo.
Okay, logo. Very nice. Yes. Okay,
Dzięki.
kurwa.
Dzięki.
Okay, put super. Put this. Okay. Dobra, lepiej tu będziemy kłaść gładź. Tak, będziemy kłaść gładź.
Now imagine you've just bought a home, or you're doing renovations, remodeling, and then FlyQuest shows up to paint your house, and yet that stick on the floor, that wasn't happening.
We should play like a shortened version of this. Anytime like we get asked, but someone suggests, oh yeah, they missed that smoke on purpose, or this was the next level play, or like getting the benefit of the doubt. I do think it would be great practice, like for teams, for team building, right? Whenever players say they're feeling a little bit burnt out and they want to take some time off, like have them do construction or painting.
That'll learn you quick. Cooking
for a day.
I bet most of these players couldn't cook to save their lives.
A full day's work, and then, you know, maybe playing Counter-Strike wouldn't feel so hard at times.
Yeah, I kind of resonate a little bit with the instructor, I don't know, the painter guy there.
With subtitles, that misses.
Right.
1,000%, but with subtitles.
With subtitles.
A tier. Sort of like memes that are A tier. Is that right, guys? You guys know anything about memes?
A little bit.
I'm sitting next to one.
Yeah, fair enough. But what about the math of the
CS
Counter-Strike
math.
memes?
Yeah, CS math. So we saw FlyQuest play against MIBR. They won. We saw MIBR beat Astralis yesterday. So that means, naturally, FlyQuest beats Astralis.
All right, let's pack it up.
Naturally, yeah. I mean, thanks everybody for coming out. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll be here all week. And for either of these teams, I can assure you that one of them will not be here at the conclusion of this. I mean, I'm talking about 2 losses and you're going home. So you've already gotten one down. If you're going to succeed, you might as well get the second one today.
Is that the extension of the CS math? That's like CS math advanced?
Yeah, it's like CS algebra almost.
Okay.
But I don't really know how to do that either. Nonetheless, we could talk a little bit about what's going on in that FlyQuest camp, right? So we've got a new face over there. We got the likes of Regali. But overall, big picture of FlyQuest. Where is FlyQuest? Give me a litmus.
I mean, they looked really good at the major. They went the furthest ever, right? Like they made it into the second stage and they were actually 2-0. They were 1 best of 3 away from making the playoffs. I mean, that just sounds crazy saying it out loud. And unfortunately, it really went downhill from there for them. Weren't really competitive in any of those best of 3s, right? Despite taking 1 map off of Liquid, but then, lost the other 2 maps convincingly. So at the start of the season, we saw the win against MIBR, but that was the only one lost to not Falcons, lost to someone else in the game to get through to Copenhagen in Blast Bounty. So here they're looking to bounce back. It was pretty poor yesterday against 3D Max. Tried to go with the train pick, didn't really pan out.
Not the stats or performance you want to have here as the in-game leader. It's one of those things where there's certain in-game leaders where their performances are directly correlated to the team's performance and output. So, we're seeing a big drop-off from where he was before.
It's a big drop-off.
Yeah, I think you could see there right with Dexter. He's one of those in-game leaders that's actually, I don't want to say calls for himself, but he can have a lot of impact and he's in positions where he has a lot of responsibility, whether that's the team throwing a lot of utility for him and then he's supposed to keep the opponents in that spot for a long time while the rest of the team makes a play. And in some of the games, he just wasn't able to do that on a good enough level where, he just dies too soon and then the opponents have the information and then they're already waiting for his teammates on the other side of the bomb site, or his plays aren't really working. He's getting owned in some of his spots. So there's a lot of, it goes from being really good to being really bad. And we always talk about consistency in Counter-Strike. And so it's like trying to sort of raise your floor a little bit, not necessarily, even the ceiling doesn't have to be that high, but the floor needs to be higher in order for the team as a whole to have a chance.
Yeah, for FlyQuest, it's been a little bit of a consistency in the terms of not having the best and most of fun possible. However, they do look to make some changes. We did talk a little bit about Regali, so now we'll hear from him.
Now, Regali, you were obviously part of one of the roster moves that happens over the player break. Was it surprising to you to have an Australian team reach out to you as a European?
A little bit. It was kind of a shock, but I liked it in the end.
How's it feeling so far within the team? What's their team culture like?
They're very friendly. It feels like a family outside of the server as well. I really like it. There's a lot to learn from them, but it's fine. It's enjoyable.
Tell me a little bit about your game so far. Obviously, we saw you winning a match back at Blast Bounty, losing out on one. You lost yesterday as well. Where do you feel like the issues are for FlyQuest at the moment?
We won that game because we played more loose. Like I didn't have that time to learn so much for the Blast game. But now I could overthink a little bit more because I have so much information to kind of gather up because we practiced a lot. But I think the goal is to play more loose again and come back to more on the fly.
Tell me a little bit about Dexter's system that he kind of employs as an in-game leader. Is it similar to anybody you've played under or kind of different?
I don't know. It's a good system, I think, but we need to talk it through. I feel like there's room to improve and I could get some more, information or knowledge about it, like reaction-wise.
How much freedom does he give you at the moment? I imagine things might change going forward as you're very new to the team, but how does he allow you to play?
I'm also trying to respect the calls, and I'm not trying to like call my stuff all the time. But I will see. Like now, I have enough space, I would say. But I will see in the end. City sides are completely mine, but T side is a bit, I need to be there on the plan.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance to be struck, I imagine. For your game today, what have been the preparations for the team? How's Dexter been, forming the team for this game?
For today, we said we should play on our plan. Like, do not overthink about them. Just play our game and be ready and be sharp in the same time.
Well, I can see the guys are off going to go get ready in the booth, so I won't keep you any longer, Rigali. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Mister and Rigali. I think it's upgrade.
Yeah, I think it's an upgrade.
Because
Rigali is good.
Yeah, he's a prospect, I think.
Yeah, we had some practice against him.
Yeah,
and
he was good.
Screw us.
I would say upgrade.
I think Rigali is a better player.
Yeah, so I would say he's a better upper. Rigali's been on a few teams here and there, and he's been doing well for a long time.
Yeah. I'd say he deserves it.
So yeah, All-Star was the end of last year. It was a bit underwhelming, so I think it's probably a good change for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I agree.
I love Alistair, so I'm gonna have to say downgrade. I'm just good friends with him. I've been like stuck in like 2-hour, 3-hour Ubers with him, just me and him. So we got to know each other pretty well.
I'll say upgrade. We've scrimmed them a few times recently with Rigali, and they are just smacking us around. And I feel like maybe he gave them some sort of confidence boost.
You can start on that one.
I mean, it's just an upgrade, I think. I don't know that much about the team. I just saw, if you look at pure statistics, I mean, it's a really big upgrade. And I think IGLs and Alpers there's a great amount in Europe. So I think like all Asian and American teams and stuff like that, they really tend to pick up people from Europe in that aspect. So I think it's an upgrade.
I think an upgrade in terms of firepower and raw skill. I think a downgrade though in chemistry.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Rigali is also a young dude who is like his potential isn't reached. And like Alistair has been around for such a long time. I mean, he's not bad. Rigali's like his heights are not. He hasn't seen it yet. So, but the chemistry, of course, when you are a full Aussie team, maybe that's something that. But
it's a skill boost. No, but overall, it's upgrade.
Yeah.
Alistar out, Rigali in, Yanko.
You know what helps team chemistry, Trace?
Winning.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I don't think you'd care much, right, about what the guy's like if he helps you win. Like, first and foremost, you need to do your job on the server. And then, then I can start caring about what type of a person you are.
So we did just hear Katie a few moments ago say Astralis of old were playing the percentages. And the numbers don't exactly lie in this matchup either, because there's a 100% chance of one of these two teams going home at the end of this matchup. So with that in mind, talk to me about the Astralis we got yesterday versus where everyone wants them to be.
They really put the ass in Astralis.
Nice.
I don't know. Like, I was a lot more bullish on them coming into this event, and I was like, oh my god, they looked so good last week or a couple weeks ago. And what we saw yesterday was just sloppy. It was all over the place. They were lining up. They were losing the ecos, especially on Ancient. It was just not good enough, not even close.
Simply unacceptable.
Part of it, I don't even know what to attribute to it, because we could talk about, Cadian's new is coming back into the team, and they have all this stuff, and they're trying to get back on the system. Maybe that system only works for this online play. Where's Device at? But it's just not good enough with how they lost some of these rounds. They'd be up in advantages, and then they'd just be running at the enemy, and that to me does not strike me as, that's not even a strategical thing. That's a fundamental thing. That's something that all of these players should know not to do from years ago.
The reality is this roster had one okay tournament, and that was the World Finals in Singapore, where they played 2 games, in the sort of a studio environment, and they were vertigo merchants to some extent. Like, that's where they were able to get wins against some of these tier 1 teams, a map that most teams dislike, don't put too much time into, and now it's out of the pool.
Yeah, it's out of the pool, and honestly, I think most of us are happy about that, Yanko.
I'm thrilled. Absolutely thrilled.
The edge of your sofa.
Ecstatic.
Yeah, ecstatic would probably put us at about the veto process, though. I want to talk a little bit about the maps here. Any ideas?
Didn't really crunch the numbers too hard on this.
Well,
I think
FlyQuest picked Train yesterday. It didn't pan out, right? we talked about Vertigo, how Astralis used to play it. What are they going to do now in terms of like, they haven't played it yet, obviously, with this lineup. Are they going to go for more of the same? Probably not. In terms of FlyQuest pick and train again, Astralis picks it themselves. There you go.
Wow.
Will we see Ancient, though, is the question.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Okay.
I crunched the numbers in the end.
Yeah, you nailed it. So train Ancient, and we go to the Inferno as a decider if we need it.
Do we even get there?
Yeah, that's the big question. You know, you think about both of these teams where they're at. Does it even kind of is this going to be a battle of who's the worst today?
If we're going by yesterday's standards, then yes. I mean, both teams
That's what I thought you
really
were.
lackluster. And if you look at the in-game leaders, Cadian and Dexter both had really horrible days individually. And if there's anything to take from the Regali interview, I guess, it's that came through what Yanko said about Dexter calling around himself. Regali goes there, he's the opper. You need to have the synergy in-game leader and the opper. You need to be in sync about how you're going to play the CT sides. What plays are the oppers going to go for? What type of opping style is there? And if that doesn't have that cohesion, then you're gonna fall flat on your face, and that seems like what happened to FlyQuest.
How did you feel about that? Because like from when I was chatting to Regali, right, it didn't seem like, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's not been that long. He's actually been with FlyQuest, actually been with them in person as well. It didn't really seem like there was a clear grasp of like the FlyQuest system. Is that evident from some of their games as well?
I think it's just him adjusting to, you know, tier 1 level of play to some extent as well, right? Like he has things that he likes to do. There's the way that the team likes to play, and then it's putting all of that to balancing that all out. And then on the other side, who's the opponent? Like, is it a team that's more structured, less structured? What's the space that I can take? What's the impact that I can have?
It comes back to also what Ash said. We just had him on the couch a few minutes ago, and he was talking about, you know, they're bringing in new players and they have to get on the same page with the system. Let's look at the players that we have, and let's look to make the system work around what we've got. If they're more aggressive, then we need to shift up what we do. And that's what they need to do with Regali here too. If he has a certain op style, he likes going for certain plays, let's make this work instead of just forcing him to do this. And we're not even giving him all the answers. Okay, I'm going here. What do I do if this happens? You have no answers for me? Okay, so what do I do? Like, what? And maybe that is leading to these issues.
Trace, I got a question for you.
Oh, why would you do that?
You seem to be the man who has all the answers whenever I chat to you. Which device are we getting? Are we getting 2018 device? Are we getting NIP device? Which one? If you had to hedge your bets.
Well, I mean, the NIP device was probably one of the more memorable device stints I think you have to give into. Yeah, sure, you can win all the majors in the world. But honestly, you did go through the NIP halls, and then you came out on the other side of it. Personally, I'm thinking that you see a little bit of earlier device today because he comes out with a little bit of vengeance.
I think they're just happy to have any version of device because that's not a given for Astralis either.
Yeah.
So,
do you like your RMRs?
Yeah.
I love them now.
Now what have you done
back
for
at
you?
it. You're back at it still.
Could be.
Should we make some predictions now that we know the maps? Are we even going to be needing to get to Inferno? Are we going to get to 3?
I don't even know what to think of these teams. I would say Astralis should be the team that I would put my, you know,
house.
No, I'm not gonna actually make any bets right now. I'm not doing any wagers about it, but I would say Astralis.
All right. Well, Josh has said Astralis. You can say whatever you want using the hashtag IEM, and I'm going to let our commentators do the rest of the talking.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're telling me that we get a game-deciding elimination here in the play-in, and the squads facing off. Astralis and FlyQuest opens on train, Hugo?
Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy if you look at the veto, because as Yanko said, we saw FlyQuest pick this map in that previous game against 3D Max. It got destroyed, and they started T-side, and they got 2 rounds, so it didn't go well. Weirdly enough, Astralis just go right for the pick into FlyQuest, giving FlyQuest CT side. I think that's a pretty comfortable place to be right now. This map is still uncertain, with, you know, every game really being different, every team bringing a different idea to it. But on that point, yeah, Astralis have clearly wanted to play this map. Back at Bounty, it got first banned against them twice. They floated it to the 3rd in the MIBR game. We didn't go 3. They got 2-0'd there in close maps. So they've clearly wanted to play this map, and they're going to meet FlyQuest in the middle, head-on, head-to-head for elimination here at IEM Katowice play-in. Going out on day 2 with a sour taste in your mouth for one of these rosters. It's either Astralis with the name brand or FlyQuest with a new man in Regali. Been excited to see this Romanian player in the Aussie squad. Looked decent at Bounty in that MIBR matchup. Is there depth to it? Let's see.
I mean, he's someone we've been waiting to get into the top level for a while. First kind of crept onto our screens back in the academy days. That was over 4 years ago now. Vexite falling first as Astralis go looking for this control over towards B. And Dexter was in no position to lend a helping hand. He's going to swing out a little bit later here.
They really thought there was more to that, right? Very slow, waiting for a second player, but he's so far away. This B site is open for the taking. With Yabi still in main, options are open to Astralis. Unless he gets picked, I feel like they can just come back pop and do this A hit. Maybe Cadian will fake out the B site first, but no, even he joins them, leaving Stown on a lurk upper and FlyQuest in the dark. 2-2.
Stare with the aim lock, interesting. But Inns will get rid of him. Dual Berettas open up. Here's the backstab from Yabi. It's a little bit awkward, but he will get away with it. Regali still playing from back bomb. Knows Yabi's behind this smoke somewhere. Chance spam won't come through.
Naughty.
Yabi's actually played right through into Ivy. Bomb plant over at B in the meantime. They're still trying to flush out Yabi, but he's done a great job of wasting time here. And in the end, they'll up and leave him. So he can play into this a little bit later. FlyQuest this whole time, they know there's a man in behind them. They're trying to battle forward. Yabi now arriving on this backstab, but the bomb's not for him. And both players hold on. So FlyQuest will emerge from that pistol round with their heads held high.
Very well handled for FlyQuest. I feel like Astralis got the drop on them there. They actually got Yabi out main, unsuspected, towards Sandwich, and even took, left options open to take that bomb back for a late B plant. So FlyQuest, good patience in that 2v1. They both just hold Yabi, force him to play, and FlyQuest with a pistol to start off the series. Underdog on paper, but Astralis's disappointments as a roster are immeasurable at this point. So I would say anything's possible in this game, especially given how the maps went. Because sure, Astralis, they picked this map. It's one that FlyQuest have clearly tried to make their own as well. Great for an upset. Great for an underdog. Great for Inns as he finds Stown aggressive in A main. He will get traded by Deagle, and FlyQuest got to deal with this spill, this flood into CT spawn. Device with a long wrap, and Yabi bringing the bomb too.
Dexter can hear this, so he's calling for rotates already. Astralis not being quiet about their routing in through the spawn. Waiting for this is Dexter. Ooh. Starts to get a bit worried about timings over towards B, but able to get back on the line in time. And with a little help from Vexite, that wrap through the spawn gets shut down. It's just Cadian left standing here. Bomb away from him as well. Armed with the Deagle, Cadian's going to have to do something monstrous. Won't be given many fights here. A chance at a 1v1. Laid out right in front of him, but not ready for the swing out of Dexter, and so FlyQuest will keep it clean. Strong start from Dexter as well.
Yeah, if FlyQuest are going to win this game, they have to play more like that, right? They have to play confident. They have to be the ones taking fights. Dexter swinging in the 3v1, not giving Cadian a chance to get weird, as we know he can in those clutches. Got to have an aggressive mantra, really, and play like you're the better team, because I think Astralis are far from unbeatable in their current form. And FlyQuest hoping to harness a honeymoon period with a new player. So it's a good start to the map. Deagle spotted up, or Regali gets to reset. We have Dexter watching from Connector, so Astralis won't be going anywhere anytime soon with these Deagles, just looking for kills. This is a nice position. Inns is going to have a huge advantage with the shadow that comes around this corner. If we see it from his POV, it's pretty free if they go slow. Right now, Astralis aren't being given a thing. Ouch. Some very good time wasting. Gonna be that B hit. I like these range positions.
Yeah, the crossfires set up here are strong as well, right? Regali can act as a bit of a bait. As a result, Dexter will go unchecked.
Oh, shouldn't complicate things. Don't need to rotate.
Okay, Dexter going up is interesting. He's going to leave himself in the firing line. Brings that fight to Yabi. Ready for the swing down ramp, and it's well handled, well controlled out of Dexter.
Damn good stuff.
3-0, yeah. You stick the landing on these conversions. Dexter with the double fist bump. Everything's working out right now for FlyQuest. But this is where the true test is. Device gets to don that AWP.
Yeah.
And Astralis going to come through with rifles now.
So meta on train, I say meta, it's very early days, right? But it doesn't seem like we're getting as many quick yard rushes like the old train. It's not that kind of way. Often you see main control taken, get a bit more space in the map, Ivy or pop, and then go for slower executes. Wait those first volley of HEs, and so Stairwheel goes out with a delayed flash at 144. Looks for these kills, but they're not getting given over. He's eaten 2 HEs of the 3 thrown. And another free throw into main, blocks with a smoke. FlyQuest fundamentals looking good right now to keep Astralis contained. Device is late taking that AWP to B. And this is a round where FlyQuest play triple outside, so they're not even peeking upper. Dex is giving away nothing. Astralis going to have to execute if they want this.
Interesting to me here is, you see a lot of teams like to try and fight for this main control, and that's where a lot of the efforts go to on the CT side. But this is super Ivy-centric from FlyQuest. They had 3 players floating around Ivy with a 4th man actually in the bomb site. That's starting to change a little bit now. A shuffle in the mid-round here as they've heard nothing at the 45-second mark.
This is nice because they're forcing Astralis to commit. They know they're going to get Device and AWP in his first gun round, so they're not giving him a pick in any of these angles. If there's an AWP in main, not a single player is open to that pick. They say, if you want it, Astralis, come get it. 30 seconds, not a kill has transpired. Astralis have to hit this site.
Oh, and there's that opener. Bit of an overstep from in, season thrown into the crosshair of Stair. And that will trigger the Astralis squad to get a move on. They got that opening they were waiting for. Regali with the reply. Liaz has been spotted. There's the Device AWP on the long line. And as Regali's forced off, they're going to lend a bit more time to Dexter. He's having a great game. Let's see what the captain can get away with here. Regali finds another. Bomb plant denied. And there isn't time. FlyQuest, faith in their captain. They lend him time on that wraparound. Regali nailing shots on the AWP, and that's embarrassing for Astralis. They leave it down to the wire, and they let Dexter rob that round out from under them.
Oh, disastrous. They're all staring at Con with no info on the last player. There's an AWP. He's not going to run out connector. It could be a rifle with him, but Astralis just all eyes on Con. No consideration of that pop dog flank. It's train. You're going to get pop dog flanked. They learned the hard way. I thought that round would be lost off of Inz's overstep. He played it so patient until the last second. Again, it pays off. Inz waiting for them to come his way. Stair goes for an aggressive move all the way to 6. He's going to get cut down, putting Astralis. Again, a man down, blocked once more. What an angle for Inz. Did he just shoot him through that little gap? Surely not. It was dead at back of main, so I think he just peeked over the top of red.
That sucks for Device. Yeah. Oh, Regali just shoot. Why not? Why not?
Do it.
Why not?
Boom.
Oh, what? Device is the one to win that.
How?
Okay, that's a little bit weird now. Will it be wonderful for Astralis?
What?
Oh my
What?
God.
No.
Stown. Stray bullet catches a man in the sight, and suddenly Astralis are right back in this round.
3v5.
Gonna take the timing? Oh, chance would be a fine thing, and right now it's all been coming up in favor of Astralis. It looked like for a moment their streak of luck was gonna continue, but Stown finally bested. Device is not being given any more fights here. They've been waiting for Yabi to group up and join him. Now there's reinforcements over at Ivy's side, and so Dexter looking to make quick work of this on the close. It's just Yabi left to beat. Does pick up that kill to the captain, but time is becoming an issue again for Astralis. 20 seconds left. And that clock is very present in the mind of Yabi. He's got time to clear angles for now, but it's quickly turning against him. Is he going to try and duck through Z?
Yeah.
Look for the B plant.
Nice
it looks like FlyQuest are trying to get ahead of this. They're already pulling Inns over to the B site. It's a race against time. Plant in for Yabi. Inns only just arriving. Won't get there to stop the bomb, but he's not ready for this fast backstab. Good awareness from FlyQuest as to what Yabi could look to do in that 1v2.
Okay, Inns made that one overstep in the previous round that didn't even cost them, but that round is a marvelous move. Gets in a great position to defend A. In the pop, can play off the plant with his teammate at Ivy, and he even reads that rotation before Yabi makes steps. Inns starts walking in her. He knew that with that site clear at 15 seconds, a crazy final bullet, that Inns could get behind the final Astralis man. A man on the inside. As FlyQuest dominate the start of this game, stopping aggressive moves, stopping the late plant, punishing everything. It's a very good sign. It's shows us why maybe they wanted to play some train.
Yeah.
Their T side looked extremely underwhelming against 3D Max, but put them on defense, and right now they are cooking, Harry. They're not cooking, they're even baking.
Yeah.
They're following the recipe.
Dude, the thing that is just really cool about it right now is, as you were kind of saying coming into this with Train, it feels like you get a slightly different flavor every game, but thus far this CT side has felt very different to a lot of the CT sides we've seen.
Very passive.
You know, haven't really seen like the deep insta main smoke lobbed in with a focus of taking that. It's very reactive, but I like it. As you touched on, they're not giving these openers to Astralis. It's going to fall to Astralis to be the ones to make that first move. And so this is them realizing that now as they run this A site down. It's far more pacey. Regali low. Back in Z, and with Liaz spotted back 6, they know where this AK lies. They know where this man is. He's going to struggle to play into this.
It's a nice pace change for Astralis. They've typically just had one player.
Dexter has had their number on these flanks. Like, look, the bomb's only just going down. This was a fast round out of Astralis. They insta-rushed A, and Dexter is already in on this backstab, but that's so ugly. Perfect positioning, perfect timing from Dexter, but just a whiff in the execution. That could have been the round right there.
Hit some wallbangs through the corner of the train there or something. The shots were on, but he only did 50 damage. Astralis have tried to do that before with one player, like getting stare out aggressive or him playing close, eating the nades. And this time they decide, hey, let's use the whole team. One guy lobbing flashes, got 2 smokes in, Sandwich and Icon, and then they just swing for it. So, up in the face of FlyQuest.
I think, the round playing out like that is now interesting because I feel like we're going to have to get a slightly different look at a FlyQuest, right? It's like...
Well, that's actually the first time someone played in front of the red train, and we saw just what that flashbang did to him. I think it was Vexite got obliterated by utility. So, FlyQuest actually haven't even gone past E-Box until that round, and that's the round they get popped. So, yeah. I think FlyQuest just go back to what's been working.
Coming into this, we were talking about Regali and how he has been a prospect for a long while, and I think, this is an upgrade of a signing, bringing him in. I want to keep a close eye on him in this FlyQuest squad because he's someone who has been on the radar for a while, right? We first covered him back in the Academy League. He's playing under the Fnatic Rising banner back then, and he was always really good. At the time, he was still young, right? So it's like, I think he was dealing with studies or school or whatever, so, like trying to balance 2 lives there. But as the years have gone on, you've seen Regali have a couple of chances or like opportunities to put himself in the shop window, and I don't know if that's necessarily, delivered yet, right? He had that kind of stint in OG, seen him in the Entropic jersey and Copenhagen Flames. These aren't huge tier 1, gargantuan organizations, but it's the chance to advertise yourself. I think FlyQuest is the best squad he's had yet in terms of getting to play at the top level of Counter-Strike. So this is the one he's really got to seize the opportunity for. Fast play over towards A, and Regali's AWP will strike. Stare knocked out of the round as Regali tips the scales in FlyQuest's favor.
Oh, this is a big flame for Dexter again. How's he gotten here? Once more, he is walking behind Astralis. They are dead men walking. Oh my god, again, and nearly another whip for Dexter, but he's here to finish the job this time. 6-1 as they just clamp it down over Astralis. Fingers caught in the vice. And that's again Astralis, another explosive outside play. They get 2 for 2 on the entry. and then it goes cold, it goes quiet, and that's when Regali gets to reset off his orb, and Dex is given time to move in.
Dude, the thing I'm loving about these Dexter moments is like, it's all on the back of just a great read of the game, right? He's kind of flubbed the execution of these a few times, but he's getting in real powerful positions. He's got a great idea of the moves Astralis are looking to make.
He's really calling their bluff, because like, at the end of the day, he's pushing off a B, he's coming in on our flanks as well, so he's just presuming that Astralis, you know, aren't playing a lurker or aren't playing a B upper player, and that's because of the pace of some of these rounds. So Astralis are going to have to punish that. I think part of the call might, in the next round, might even be, okay, we got to elicit this reaction. We got to get him to walk into our setup and go back to B, because right now he's just playing so confident and he has no reason to stop. They're not punishing it.
I mean, you know, the devs are even talking about this idea that Dexter gets more dangerous when he's having a good game. That like reflects in the entire team. It reflects in how he calls. It uplifts everyone else. And so the fact that he started 11-3, has nearly 200 ADR, it's certainly a good sign for FlyQuest here on Train.
We saw it in that MIBR game at Bounty, right? Like Dexter was calling rings around MIBR, was playing very aggressive, he was pushing his own smokes, he was on T-side nuke, and he was just running everywhere around the map, getting positions in secret alone, telling his team to group ramp. He was at the forefront of A main splits. He was just everywhere.
Oh, look at this move, right? The quick play,
boost,
clear out pop into the boost, get away with all the kills. It's murder. Cadian tries his hand at the trade, but Inz is still going to escape. It's nice room taken over towards B. They've at least reclaimed this part of the map, but there's no accounting for that. Regali, smoke shot, says good night to Cadian. And now it's just down, walking in late to a lost side of the map, bomb away from him, and a minute left to play with. There should be no well back into this for Stown.
Such a panic for Astralis. Device sure gets caught, that's awkward, it's a nice boost, but then Astralis, you know, the call is there's two there, they boosted, both T's just swing dry immediately. They feel so much pressure to trade that kill. There's not a flashbang, there's not a, you know, a jiggle, there's nothing. They just swing in, two rifles there, spray him down. It's just such a panic for Astralis. His team always looks flustered. And back of the head, 7-1 lead. This is unbelievable. FlyQuest, it's not even competitive. It is T-side train, it is a new map. There are teething issues, surely, but just the way that Astralis are dealing with some of these situations is rather suboptimal.
Yeah, I think considering you're gifted a 5v4 to start that round on a random smoke shot out of Device, you're very disappointed with how it all comes undone.
Oh, he's done it, Harry. He's got the AUG out. The AUG. Can't whiff with the AUG, right? You definitely can. Here we go. On the upper B, this angle's so dirty. This is such a nice spot. Oh god, if they go down ramp, they're going to get turned to
My
mulch.
hunch on this angle is like, it's actually deceptively easy to pre-fire.
Yes.
But you need other people to be clearing close. So hopefully the pistols do that.
So many spots, man.
There are a lot of spots, credit there.
Let's see. Put it to the test. Not flashed.
Oh, it's been mollied. It's been
Nice
mollied.
exec.
Dex is thinking, what the hell? They molly this?
That's a crazy molly. Don't know how they hit that.
Dexter dead. Dealt with by the AK. Ready for him up above.
Alrighty. We're on now. You need this round, Astralis. They've only got one gun, though. This used to be one of the hardest sites to hold in a post plant. Used to call it the easiest retake in Counter-Strike. Does that still hold true? 4v5 for FlyQuest.
I have a lot of util. Liaz's going to start just dumping that in now. Inz has opened this retake, but a lot of time ticked off the bomb already. Molly's trapping these players in at the site, but it hasn't spread deep enough to flush out Device. Ugly on the first spray. They know where he is now. The element of surprise gone, with Device thriving in the chaos. Stown there to back him up. Is there time for this, Regali? It's going to be real close, but Astralis, Faith and Device thriving at the back of the site, and a molly that fell just too short. That's what it takes for Astralis to get on the board early.
And that has so much consequence because FlyQuest are now bottomed out. They are broke on 4 out of 5 players, so that's really going to wreck this CT side. That's what Astralis needed to break in, to break the money, to give themselves a chance in this half. That looked very claustrophobic. Device and Stare both stuck on default due to the Molotov. And now Astralis got to seize this opportunity. This could be recovered immediately.
Hero Warp.
No, I like it.
In the hands of Regali, couple of SMGs. FlyQuest want to remain competitive for this. They could have played for a buy in the next. But they bought the heat here and now. That AWP could come as a nasty surprise. Remember, it still hasn't fired a bullet yet. They've only seen an SMG purchased up. That might give Astralis a bit of a false sense of security here.
I think the call is you got to watch out for, maybe a couple of hero rifles. You don't know exactly the money. Someone could have saved a little bit more. Who's buying, who's dropping. But yeah, this AWP will definitely be a shock. Oh dear, missed smoke for Device.
On that lineup, if you want to smoke Ivy from Ivy.
And if you want to molly nothing, you can do that one as well. Hey, future pros. It's not ideal here for Astralis. And Dexter, again, disrespect. He doesn't respect Astralis' default.
He has
in
found
a
the gap.
5v4, him and Inns have pushed up a B. They are flanking Pop Dog. It's being held.
Flash in, but it's not going to blind backside. He goes unchecked.
Oh, that's dirt.
Mid-air
That's
dink,
dirt.
and now Regali's off. They learn about it the hard way. Here's the backstab, by the way. That's been coming through the whole time. Dexter's arriving. Yabby doesn't know it, but he's living on borrowed time. Wait, Regali. It's like they didn't tell him.
Yeah.
Still, it's well contained.
They were holding the Pop. I think it was Stown was holding Pop, or Device, whoever, and they killed Dexter, but Inns was right behind him. So Inns just waits 5 more seconds. They get the spot on Yabby outside, then he walks it. So it's just, again, layers.
Something else that's interesting is, going back to talking Regali a little bit, he, as mentioned, he did have those stints on other teams, a chance to try and come up. And over that time, he played Astralis, different variations of the Astralis squad, Blame F's one, for example.
Sure.
And in 2 of the 3 times they played, he was the top performer for his teams. He was finding a lot of success. They won one of those head-to-heads versus Astralis as well on lesser tier squads, like Copenhagen Flames.
Mm-hmm.
But not like the good Copenhagen Flames, the weird one.
Sure. Oh, God.
Liaz, these Tech 9s, we've seen these rounds get out of hand before.
I like this.
Only the one and done. Regali makes that look easy. Stown dead trying to cross, and now Device spotted. Good dink, but he can't finish the job.
Stuck in main. No bomb, no guns. Vexite in Pop.
FlyQuest have just been so active on this CT side. You never know where they are. This round they've got Pop, they've got B upper, they've full controlled Ivy, they've got the bomb over there. Players still playing layers around it. You got Dexter and Regali ready to peek off of one another. I mean, Dexter is kind of locked into this fight right now, but even if he dies, they're going to come swinging out of Pop. Yabby does complicate matters somewhat with that double dig. Hold on a second. Yabby has suddenly brought Astralis back into this round. They've only got 30 seconds left to play with.
Look at the flank.
FlyQuest get moving again, and that movement around this map has been their friend, but it's a low HP Dexter entrusted to make those moves. Regali with a missed shot. Bomb will get retrieved, but they've got to cross past this AWP again, and second time's the charm for Regali. Fake tap, Yabby's made noise. Regali just toying with him. And these mind games continue. Yabby does not know where Dexter's gotten to. The Pop Master, Yabby, fake on the bomb, but now he needs the kill. And once again, Regali runs away. Outpositions Yabby and denies that clutch. A damn good try from Yabby, but Regali's just too fast.
Too smooth, man. Too smooth. All those fake steps, I love it. He has great movement. He jumps forward and then goes silent like he's walking him, runs back, gets around that corner. It's great. And Dexter, his flank is actually sick there because the whole time you can see Yabby doesn't want to plant because he's scared of Connector. He thinks Dexter's going to come for him. He's trying to force the kill that is being given to him. Meanwhile, Dexter is getting in the perfect position. He may die, but his presence in the map, that question mark of where he is enough to just scare Yabby out of winning the round. He can't do anything. He is pinned in, or so he thinks. FlyQuest playing a great game. The comms look excellent. Very well knowing what's open, what's closed. Astralis trying to inject chaos on these Ivy rushes, and no one's panicking.
No, and I think that's the problem, right? Like, to be making these sorts of moves on the CT side, you need to have good comms. You have to be clear in what you're doing, what you want your teammates to doing, where the gaps are, the potential problems. And so, like, for FlyQuest, they're clearly operating on a very high level. Astralis here, they're trying, as you say, to inject that chaotic element, but you know, it's chaos meeting order, and order is prevailing in this situation. My God, from bad to worse, Liaz double kill on the smoke spam. And so Astralis, they were hoping for 3 rounds on this T side, but 2 might be all they get.
Okay, maybe a saving grace. Down gets out with a good flash and finds Ins, but behind this smoke, on the edge, living between life and death, it's Dexter. It's been a nightmare, been a nuisance in this site. Astralis, slow it down, go cold. Get some neutral here, Molly and Pop, but Dexter's still in front of it. They're not ready for this, are they? He catches 2, and there's still a low Stown to finish off. Dexter up for the job. 1v3 for Stown. And he just does not have the health or the facilities for this one boss man. It is FlyQuest surely running over with a 10-2 half, exactly what was done to them by 3D Max in their debut in Katowice. And Stown is in the tumble dryer, just getting thrown around, doesn't know where to look, where to go. Back to spawn will be the answer. 10-2 half, FlyQuest playing their best.
Anybody else? Anybody else but you? 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 Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you? But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you.
We have to go to Device. I don't want to hear about fucking Device. It's the only option. You're not some fucking entry. You're in over your head. That's what we tell him. That's the truth. That's not the truth. You told me that yourself. Jesus, what was I thinking? Washed in-game leader. Cooked by Juliano. Cooked by Trist. Casper, please, just admit you're not a rifler. Who is it you're talking to right now? Who is it you think you see? Do you not know how much I clutch in a year? I mean, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Do you not know what would happen if I suddenly decided to stop clutching? An orc big enough that it was delisted off Nasdaq disappears, ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly do not know who you're talking to right now. So let me clue you in. I'm not in the crosshair storm. I am the scope. A guy crosses doors and does 2 and gets shot. You think that's me? I am the one who orbs. I know. That's the fucking problem. Really? I didn't hear anything.
Well, it's a damn good day to be a FlyQuest fan. Maybe a great day to be a Dexter fan as he leads the charge both in and out of the server for FlyQuest. 10-2 on that first half. Crazy dominant stuff on their CT side. we've seen some T-side woes for FlyQuest, but they've done so much heavy lifting. Even starting strong in with the pistol would be enough for them to take this map over the line.
I'm just kind of mind-boggled at this Astralis team if they don't step it up in this series, about how just consistently they are worse than the sum of their parts. It just is insane to me. You gotta hope it's just the T-sided train, it's the slow start for Astralis, a new map, but it's a new year, and we need new results. We need wins for this legendary organization and players in the team. An underwhelming opening, but there is still time to turn this ship around. A lot going on here.
Yeah, FlyQuest looking to keep this pistol round nice and simple. Throw some util over towards A. Vexite's got a lot of space. And this is interesting.
Looks purpose.
Yeah, the way they're playing with it. I don't know if this is on the fly. That was kind of a golden opportunity for Vexite. Luckily enough, Regali here to trade. Dexter makes it all the way in a Z. Yabi was there on rotate. Stown thanks his lucky stars that Yabi was here to lend a helping hand. Cadian also might be rewarded in this forward position.
Wow,
that's a little bit weird from Inns. Wild shot.
Yeah.
And that has complicated matters now. All the info at B's been cut off for Astralis. Now how about this one player flung further afield in Ivy, and Device deals with him.
That's the go right there.
But they don't know where these other two are. And look how the defense has kind of been split up, shuffling around. They're all grouping over towards Z. We'll have quick rotates either which way, but that's awkward. Takes Yabi to seal the deal on the trade. Liaz left in this all alone. Oh, that's lovely. Goodbye, Yabi. But in comes Device. Huge pistol round from Device to get Astralis' CT side going.
Very confusing pistol for all parties. It's Astralis who double push pop to flank themselves back into that A site. FlyQuest with a seemingly purposeful miss smoke just because of how they path and hunt down Stair, and they're running as well. Stair's not even looking. He thinks that smoke lands. And so FlyQuest, hey, they add some chaos to that round, but they won't pick it up. It's Astralis who save themselves from a devastating opening map. They can now look to build into this game. We got a couple of bits of util on this B-bomb site as FlyQuest come charging on pistols.
That's already a double pop backstab, and even though it's being held, it's all kept clean. Yabi with a lovely sequence over towards Inner. And so Astralis do good on that pistol round, but that was the full eco for FlyQuest.
And I'll say this, I'll set it up just in case, because it happened, didn't it? FlyQuest got 2 rounds T-side against 3D Max just yesterday. So they have had their own troubles on the T-side of train. So let's not count this one as done.
For FlyQuest, there's no time like the present to find your round, right? Because once those orbs start making appearances, once Device is donning that, this becomes a very different game. While Astralis are running a bonus round, that's where you've got to find your success. And it's not started strong. Pushing through pop, sees Vexite dead early. They're ready for the Yabi swing.
Sick shot.
And they know about the pop player. That nade has only given up the game even further. They know that Stair is still in this position.
Trying to stall out their B hit, didn't want them to just run through down ramp and go B into an empty site. Astralis still gamble on outside right now, but surely someone wants to consider repositioning. Down flashing Device for Ivy info, that's clear. And now we might see that rotation to B because the map is quiet. It's a late main pop. Cadian, that's a team flash, I think. Did they throw one as well? He was full gone. I'm not sure. Astralis did just throw something in main. I think it was a flash, so it's got a little bit of skew-if here, you could say. And FlyQuest hold off in a 4v3. They wait for Dexter to join them. This is a nice move for Astralis, but with 3 players here and a 4th in tow, this could get bloody.
Oh, no one's looking. They've all taken their eyes off pop. Stown, golden opportunity. Needs help from Stair. They go in, they get fed to this. Stown still fighting.
Stalling.
Eyes on, trying to buy time for Device. Low on health, Stown. Finally brought down, and it's Device. I mean, this has been a good position historically to Device.
Sure.
But a 1v3, it's not the smallest of asks from Astralis. Still, Device might be the man to answer the call. Gets this down to the 1v1. Device Is he at home on train, or is it the train home? Angle held, and Device makes it look easy. 1v3 from the start of Astralis. Cadian's on his feet, and he is screaming the place down. He wants Astralis back in this game now.
Oh, okay, that's why we have him, right? For the energy there, the confidence, something Astralis has desperately needed over this time, but at 5-10 down, does he truly believe? Are Astralis truly committed to this comeback? Cadian seems to think so. Oh, that flash bounced off of Dexter's face and blinded Cadian.
Giga Brain.
Yeah.
You deflect the flash with your swollen 900 IQ brain, only to then get yelled at by the guy.
Yeah, true, he did nothing, but we'll take it. Hey, Device has clutched the 2 rounds. I'm not counting the full eco, you know, the pistol and the first buy. So, hey, if Device is going to pull up with rounds like that, Astralis will not be complaining. Cadian, congratulating. Go on, Cadian, call them noobs. 10-5. At what point do FlyQuest get worried? Not yet. But you did mention it, Harry, those orbs, however many Astralis want to pull in, are inevitable.
Yeah, there's the other thing that's scary, right?
You got like 6 Orpers on this team.
Ooh, drive-by from Vexite. Device dead first. Oh dear, fire is hot, and the molly, well, not extinguished as Cadian Smoke sailed straight through it.
It's crazy.
Nothing's going right for him. It's like every weird little tangent that could happen is happening to Cadian.
I actually like Cadian screaming because it's classic. Like, what? The bot fragger is shouting at me now. The bot fragger is typing.
Yeah,
You're doing nothing.
If you lose the next round, that
It
only
is
fires, you know, that like fires up FlyQuest. They
Yeah, but
go.
we don't have Ali. Who's going to scream for
They say
FlyQuest?
no one will. No one will. It's their new thing.
Okay.
Quiet. Regali will do a little celebration.
Woo!
But that's really it. And they're thinking, lol, this guy just yelled at us, and then we wrecked him on the force buy.
It's better in the team speak, you know. It's not better for the cameras, but internally, you're feeling good. Cadian can still stop this lurk. FlyQuest are waiting for this lurk before they make a move out of hell and ins. Oh, he's not ready for that position. Surely, Cadian recovers a spray. 2v3, Stown caught in transition between positions, and he is overwhelmed, leaving Cadian in this unclutchable round. But we've said that oh so many times, and we might say it again. This is a full wrap for Cadian with no kit. I don't think this is happening.
I think that's a safe bet. And so that's a bit of a disaster. You go from a 1v3 clutch, Device feeling all good with himself, to being the first guy to fall. Cadian, the one that was trying to rally the troops and get in the heads of FlyQuest, left saving his M4 at the tail end of the round.
Yeah, it all feels a little sour now, I would say, at 11-5. Because sure, you want a pistol. You even won your bonus round, but well, the celebrations cut short. As FlyQuest are within reach of taking Astralis' map pick. And again, I want to go back to that because it's a curious pick for Astralis. One they wanted to play clearly. As I said, it's been banned against them. First banned by Na'Vi.
All right, boys, want to make sure that we don't get tilted from it, okay? The round was fucking perfect. To keep the same energy, we're up 10-5, so keep that shit up, okay? Yep. Make sure we're resetting, don't get too tilted from it. It happens, you know?
Hell yeah, Cast. Let them know. Coach of FlyQuest keeping them focused. And yeah, Astralis' map pick right now. I'll get into why that's dangerous, because Ancient, let's just say, has not been treating them well. Played it the last 11 times. They've only won it twice. And that's where FlyQuest are picking up next. Blind shot for Device, maybe. Break. They're a little late. He's going to go around the long way. A lot of attention on Ivy right now. 2 guns heard. Do they just leave this?
mean, Astralis have been sitting on no util for a long while now in this round. They're down to just one flashbang on Device, and so the fact it's still 5v5, but you have nothing to take the pace out of this might be making you a little nervous. It's forced them to play more active here in the site, trying to get these early spots, but they lose that first man. Ouch. Now the second falls like dominoes for Astralis. They start to fall down in the round, and now Cadian and Device are left as these A-site defenders. Even though the Orbs found one, and there's this fast pop flank, they both get shut down. And so it's only Device 1v4. Had a 1v3 already, but asking for the ace clutch from the Orb with a lost A-site. It's wishful thinking.
They're coming for the kill, man. They don't want him to save this Orb. They know it's Ivy. They know it's trapped. So big brain Dexter flank has locked him in position, and Device, unless he hits a crazy shot up close here, I think he's dead. Ooh, here he comes, and there he goes. A cool detail there that FlyQuest, the way they take Pop Dog is they actually smoke inside of Pop Dog, out front of it, from T-spawn, like a CT would to block it. But they do that because, say you're walking up Pop, walking down, you know, that long dog, and you're holding W and you're shifting in, someone can swing you in this position. And so FlyQuest don't want to be swung while they're walking forward. It's mechanically very hard to recover from that. So they actually smoke it off entirely. It lets them get close Pop, then they can explode out. That was a 20-second hit, and it all worked perfectly. Even though the Lurker gets killed by the Orb, nothing else works for Astralis. Compare some of Astralis' last second hits, did not go anywhere near as well. So FlyQuest have put time into this map, and even though it didn't show against 3D Max, in this game, far better look. And it hasn't just been the Regali show, although he has been dependable on the CT side. All the riflers have come alive here.
Yeah, what's been so striking for me is just how fluid and on the same page they've looked. Like, it's not easy to make this many moves all across the map and have them synergize perfectly. But that's what's been happening for FlyQuest. Train looking to go their way, a map that Astralis have been wanting to play for a while, and you're left wondering why at the end of this one. FlyQuest come through, guns blazing, and in this final 4v2, look to continue right where they left off. Back to domination, out in the yard. Device hoping to find a way back in, but it's going to be another clutch required. And FlyQuest, as they've done all game long, are not jumping the gun here. 4v1, they're still holding their ground. They're waiting to see if anything's offered up from Device. There's plenty of time left to play with. And so this is a convincing look from FlyQuest to open up this elimination series. And on Astralis' pick, no less. It does not get better than this for FlyQuest. Device just has to come to terms with it. This one is done. A runaway train as FlyQuest lock this one in dominantly. Astralis going to have to come in hitting harder, hitting faster on FlyQuest's map pick.
Take behind main now.
Yeah. Don't die, guys.
Dead. Nice.
How's the other Ivy getting?
Nice.
Nice, guys.
Ivy.
I'm coming.
Just
Ivy.
He knows you're there, Jay. I'm pop. Kazo. Playing bomb. I'm playing bomb.
Yeah.
Call tap.
He's reverse right now.
I'm walking down low.
I'm running con. I'm being noisy, okay?
Holding you, Jay.
Nice. Nice. I got it.
Nice.
Good job. You got it?
I got it.
Nice.
Get that case.
Okay, I'm with you.
3, 2, 1. Nothing. Boost me.
Can we CT?
Yeah, no. I have it right now, unless he timed me. He's holding flash! 2 more! 3.
One more. Upper. He can go B. He can
And
go
the
down
other one main.
He can go down B. Careful.
He's yeah, other one's late.
He smoked. He smoked
pressure.
lower. I'm breaking it.
Down low one. I'm not going to heal you. Nice. Last one very late. He was.
I'm holding upper. Can be upper. Bro, I'll check behind for 1 second.
Yeah, all good. I have everything.
I don't see CT.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Oh man. Nice.
Pop him in.
Play late. Hide. He's out pop.
Out Alex.
A
Out
box, A
Alex.
box. I'm flanking. Maybe top red.
Fine.
He's electric. Walking on your left, healing. Close
Behind
up.
you, Yuli.
Nice! Nice. Bro, just fucked him.
Get guns.
Well, that was an Astralis showing of all showings. And by that, I mean it is purely in the way of FlyQuest. As you can see, the score line indicating on Train that this series has started in a favorable fashion for the Oceanic squad. Oh, by the way, let me go ahead and bring you on back to the Intel Extreme Masters, live from Katowice. Today, a very important one for many of the teams, especially the two teams on the screen right now, because one of them is going home. And speaking of home, I feel like that's where my heart is, right here next to Josh. Josh.
You're too kind, man.
I know. Right out of the way, let me just get an overarching thought here you got here on this this Train game.
Yeah, the Train game, I mean, it's going about as well as you can expect for Astralis right now after their showing yesterday. But there were a few things on Train that I wanted to go over because we've been seeing a little bit more Train being played here and there. We saw Complexity and Eternal Fire playing it yesterday. We just got a game on it today. And with the changes to the map, the teams are approaching Train differently. So I'd like to just take us through a couple of those changes and show what's going on. So if we're able to hop in game here, the biggest changes obviously right now are the changes to outside and how this T opening is working out. There's a lot more open areas. It means less places for the CTs to play. But if you look into this this pop dog area.
Long dog.
There's no ladder coming straight down from the white halls anymore. This is where people used to be able to drop straight down, and this was a short distance for the Ts. So now what we see is the CT's actually trying to control this area a lot and connect up with the players that are playing inner and control this one area instead of having to control two different areas.
Yeah, and essentially you've taken what was a sort of vertical fight and made it much more horizontal with the long hallway right there, right?
Absolutely, yeah. There's no more dropping down, no more weird interactions. And this smoke we've seen in action a couple times as well. This helps the players that are pushing through Pop Dog. They can hear any of the Ts running through the white holes or the brown holes. They can get to the spot here and basically limit the Ts to coming through this little hole. So the Ts, we see them doing their default stuff. We saw this in the old version of Train as well, the molly on lower ramp to help them stabilize in this area. So this is all par for the course. But what we are going to start seeing a little bit more of is that these late T main pops, right? Instead of coming out T main early, there's not really many places to play here. Maybe if you're Blame F, you like to get out here, or if you're CXEI, you run through the smoke. But what we could see is a late outside hit. You do something simple, a smoke into Pop Dog, a smoke down towards you guys call it, we call it camera out in North America. But for
you guys, by the way, North American, by the way.
We'll start seeing this, the smoke into Pop Dog, the smoke at Icon, a molly at the bomb train. There's not really any other places you can really play on outside for CTs. We saw them playing Astralis, for example. We saw Stare, I think, in this position here. Not much cover, though. You're kind of screwed there. We saw over here, top of E-Box or side train, not much cover.
So, Josh, you know, as we kind of put this to a little bit of a close here, let me ask you just the question that is Train viable currently right now in how it's playing in the competitive field? What are you seeing in terms of that initial reaction?
I think it's viable. There's definitely changes that people have to get adjusted to and used to. For example, this Icon area, how it's opened up. This is basically Valve saying, hey, we know that you guys like this outside area. You guys were kind of ignoring this other part of the map. So what we're going to do is we're going to open it up. And if you want to go outside and plant the bomb on this train, you need to actually fight for this area too. And that's that's what they're trying to force people to do, whether or not people are going for it, I don't know.
Now, that's Josh Nissan, of course, not speaking officially on behalf of Valve there, but I do see what he did, and I do like what you've done here for us. So that's Train. That's the first map of our series done and dusted, but that does leave quite a few more question marks if I did have to guess. Freya, got a litmus test for us.
I had the opportunity to get a few words from Rugger after, unfortunately, they lost out their map pick of Train. Firstly, I posed the question of why Train? We've seen FlyQuest be pretty comfortable on this map, even picking it against some other teams. He said that they've been practicing it a lot, but obviously practice very different to officials. He felt like some of the 1vx situations just weren't going their way this time around, but he does feel confident for Ancient. He said it feels like FlyQuest maybe trying to punish them a little bit because they've had some shaky results as of late. But he reminded me 6 months ago, they felt like the best team on the map of Ancient, so maybe a third is on the horizons.
Yeah, we've got to look at Ancient here as somewhat of a lifeline, isn't that right, Yanko? If you're the Astralis camp right now, you've got a back against the wall, no doubt.
Yes. Next map, they lose, they're out, Trace. But I think we saw just FlyQuest be the better team, right? We were talking a little bit about Dexter before the game started, and he had an absolutely stellar map, right? Starting off with some of the holes on the B bomb site. Then after knowing that, okay, I pushed him away from this side, he's going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive on the flanks, found tremendous impact. And on the back of that, FlyQuest was able to secure the first map.
I'm not sure what to think here. I mean, you lower your expectations every time you watch these teams play, and then somehow they're, not even meeting those expectations. So there's something going on. We get to see them get all illuminated and lighting up as soon as they win one big round, but then right next, they just fall flat right after.
Yeah, I think it's also just tells you the state of Astralis at the moment, really, that a team that's going to struggle against this level of opposition, against the likes of FlyQuest, MIBR, right? I mean, these are not games that they can approach lightly, and Braga can say what he wants. I mean, you have going for the Train pick just tells you they have no confidence in any of the map. Like that you as a team like this feel like against a team like FlyQuest, you have to go for Train as your map pick, not a, I don't know, Nuke, not an Inferno, not really anything else in the map pool. Tells you that before they're going to be able to be in the conversation for contenders or playoffs of tournaments like Katowice, they're long ways away from that.
And we're not super long ways away from getting to that second map, which is Ancient, right? So what we got yesterday out of Astralis and Ancient was no pistol rounds versus MIBR. They did still make it competitive, and then they did force that second round in the second half after losing. So all in all, what did we get out of Astralis yesterday to make me a believer?
Yeah, I mean, there were some flashes of brilliance, like this play that Cadian had a donut, but it's just like these situations where you should be winning with 4 alive. We're seeing almost 3 people getting lined up and dying, and then we're seeing rounds such as this. You have such a big lead against the eco round. It's a 4-on-2. I think there was a hero AK in the mix for the side of MIBR, but what they're able to do with this, isolating the CTs, catching Device here, getting his op, being able to get into the site and get the plant, and then it comes down to a 1 versus 2. These were 4 pistols at the very least at the start of the round, and it comes down to like even how they played this retake was horrible. They don't talk about how they want to skill together. They know the guy's going to have an op, they know where the bomb's planted. And they're just like running at them at down middle against pistols. Again, this is the second time in one half that they're going to lose to basically like a Tech 9 force buy.
You think like you're trying to play confidence CS, you're just playing dumb CS. I mean, in the first round, Cadian somehow got out-dueled by a Glock, and then a couple of rounds later, he decides to push elbow against just pistols. It's like, what are you doing? Until they sort of have this realization of where they at and that they have to sort of grind their way back up, I don't think they'll find too much success.
Well, we're going to sit back and watch it. That much I know for sure, Freya. So let's go ahead and go into that break. It is the Intel Extreme Master. It is Katowice, and it is going to be a sad day for whoever loses this series. We'll be right back after this.
The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Hey Future Pros, it's been almost 4 years but Train is back in the pool, replacing everybody's favourite, Vertigo. While the map is back, the visuals and layout have seen some changes. We've seen some new util, new approaches, and of course, some highlights. I've scrubbed through the demos of the Blast Bounty and beyond to provide you with a brief showcase on how teams are trying to crack the code of the new Train. A-Site, as expected, has seen a barrage of new util, with the T's finding insta-smokes with most landing sandwich and some in the new gap on the A-Site. Meanwhile, the CTs have found their own versions to block off T-main as early as possible. CTs are focusing their players outside early, and if the chance arrives, to set up some cheeky moves. Popdog remains unsolved, but we have seen some quicker moves to secure the space as fast as possible. It's valuable real estate to fight for. Keep an eye out for how teams theory craft ways to take this spot. B halls can be the home of aggression for the CTs. But if the Ts are allowed to set up, we see some familiar styled executes to the B side with some added twists. Executing is one thing, but the new angles are making it hard for the Ts to thrive. Even when the bomb is down, you'll see the attacking side take as much space as possible, while the walls close in around them. Keep your eyes open for new util. As time goes on, some of these new lineups can become meta-defining. I hope you're all on board for the ride.
Wow, FlyQuest. They embarrass Astralis on Astralis' map pick. Ancient, the pick of this FlyQuest squad as they look to eliminate Denmark's team from IEM Katowice in the play-in. Once illustrious Astralis org, now just a map away from elimination. They're gonna have to turn this around on Ancient.
Yeah.
Hugo, you weren't feeling too optimistic for them here.
Numbers haven't been good, Harry. Ever since Cologne, Astralis have played this map 11 times. They've won it twice. That doesn't fill me with faith. Something needs to change. FlyQuest bring the pace to this pistol. They send it up heaven with a missed red smoke worth noting. Maybe it got blocked. No, Katie in full health hits a shot through it. Bit of a disaster for FlyQuest. And oh no, if they go back, it's going to get worse. Double cave, double pistols. That's 4 pistols for the quick maths there. Regali is done for, you would presume. He's got a Molotov. He's seen one. With one comes another. Regali can't finish it, but Leah set it up for the trade, and In's got a kill with this rotation as well as Astralis run down the site player. It's only Liaz. In's a long way away. Liaz can't just die. If he just dies instantly, this is a done round, and that might be it. They get on the site, they get on the defuse. Inns has got to do this manually. They're already sticking. 10 seconds, half gone.
Oh, that's wild. Inns still a chance in this, but they're sticking it. They commit to that defuse. Inns never repeats after that first shot. He was hoping he'd spook them off the bomb.
Yeah. I wish I spoke Danish.
Is that a happy tone? Or, like, what's the vibe there, Hugo? You're good at auditory language.
I actually don't really know. I think I heard smoke, so he's talking about them missing the smoke, I guess, and say, you know, maybe he's like, oh, they suck. They don't even know the smokes.
Okay.
Come on, this is our game. You know, it's like a hype. It's like a hype speech.
How
like
close was Hugo?
They missed the smokes, guys. They don't know what they're doing. This is our map. We've played it a lot of times. Yeah, we've lost it a lot of times. You know, let us know. Is that right? Am I right? Probably not. It's like a hype speech. That's how I view it. There's no way you're flaming after a pistol. Little pop. After the plant, we got Galils, but it's into device. Do you really want to hit this guy's sight? Vex sight, back turn, looking for donuts. And Astralis take a bite out of this force buy.
Oh, you actually nailed it.
He said they're bad, apparently.
He said they're bad? They failed 2 smokes. You actually nailed it.
Dude, I'm...
Bro, he speaks Danish. My brother out here speaking Danish. Kinda. Understanding Danish.
Honestly, yeah, put me in Astralis, man. They could take whatever they can get right now. Yeah, he's, you know, guys, when he's calling them bad... It's for his team, you know. He's trying to hype them up. He's trying to, you know, you've all played that CS game. Come on, guys, it's just they suck. They suck. We got guns now. They suck. Let's just beat them. We're better. It's all about hyping them up.
Well, 1v5 for Regali in the meantime.
No.
That's not going to happen.
All right, better look for Astralis, at least starting this game off in their favor. Oh, teammate. Compounded by the headshot. That molly is going to chew through these guys, and so will the MP9. Quick and clean. It's business for Astralis. Put them back on the NASDAQ after that. This is not financial advice.
But like Hugo, all they've done thus far is beat up on the force buy and some pistols. This is where things are going to get interesting. How will Astralis fare now that the guns are out for FlyQuest? It looks like FlyQuest want to try and flirt with this mid control a little bit early on. They want to try and take this lane position. Cave smoke in, so mid split very much on the cards for FlyQuest. Cadian waiting on the other side of this red smoke with a well-timed nade. That's some damage done, and here's the aggression on the extremities. Repelled the first did Dexter, but he wasn't ready for Stown as that second man in. On the other side of the map, Device goes uncontested. And so he will get this control. Liaz might die falling back from middle. Back turn. Oh my god.
See ya.
Device, this is a double. Maybe even more than that. No, he doesn't commit to the second. A little bit labored onto Liaz, and so just gets out with the man advantage for Astralis. More aggression over towards the B ramp, but don't line up for Regali. They will pick up that kill. And so the advantage getting extended now with these pushes on both sides of the map. FlyQuest just don't know where to look. And so left in an awkward 2v4 now. Still Util on the side of Astralis to take the pace out of this round as well.
They've got the bomb, and Astralis playing really forgiving at A, looking to just retake this site. So that's the seemingly the way in for FlyQuest. But as I say, that Device goes for a clear. He sees nothing. That's actually really awkward timing for Device. He's just checked this as Ins comes out. He's going to get a plant here, maybe. Device moving back for more. Flash into Spawn. It's perfect. It could not be better.
Ins didn't even have to be quick at killing Device there. He really took his time with the shot, full blind. Flash that wrecks him, and so FlyQuest trying to battle back in a 2v4. Grouping in Spawn or Astralis, they're giving some time up here. A nade for Yabi, that's all the util they have. And so no way to block off this angle, they're going to need the kills.
No way.
FlyQuest aren't feeling pressure yet. Off the bomb, they got the spot. They know that both players are back here in Donut. It's big info as they try to chase this down. Line up, but that bomb is covered. Yabi soaks up the shots and provides the covering fire. He's got Stoun's back.
Cadian's on it. They're like, Cadian, get off it and go die for the team. Go push in. We'll trade you. And hey, it works out. Good cover from Yabi. Astralis with a very important round. They really all are. When you're facing elimination like this, after such a one-sided opener, Astralis cannot let FlyQuest back in. That was almost a 2v4 getting stolen by the Aussie squad.
I mean, that's actually, you know, like, as far as man advantage rounds go, when they lose Device like that over towards the Spawn, that 3v2 is very easy to give away. I think that that's a feel-good round for Astralis, that they keep it in check. You know, the no util, a retake, bomb for Donut with 2 players in there as the post plant. That can be really tricky to keep control over. That's a great stuff from Yabi, putting his best foot forward to open up this second map.
I do like Yanko's take on the desk about just how I can't believe Astralis feel the pressure to go for a train in a game where they should be heavy favorites, when they should have a better map pool on the more tactical, old school maps like Nuke. It's just a weird angle, but I think it also speaks to the mindset of Astralis not feeling like a favorite in these games, not feeling like a world beater. But on a more classic map, things have started off a lot better. 4-0 lead, full buy now, double main push, but Liaz considering this, gets a quick spot, Cadian given a second chance to escape. Even Yabi, that's 2 players, info. So a boost up, and they've got to rotate and reinforce B quickly before FlyQuest decide to go.
Mid-walk. Yabi sees this. And now he hears them coming his way as well. Doesn't have any util to stop this, just a nade, so plays trigger discipline, but gonna regret not taking the freebie. 1-2 from it, gets out with nothing done. FlyQuest are trading their way back into this round. Swing out from Spawn, it's Device and Stare, looking to return Astralis to their winning ways. Only Regali left standing, and a 1v2 rolled out ahead of him. The Device will not give you room in. Most normal Yabi reaction. You won the round, bro. It's all fine. Just a funny way to celebrate.
Can you give me your best Yabi impression?
Scrunch yourself up into a little ball.
Yeah?
I'll act it out for you.
Yeah,
You go.
okay, I'm watching.
You go. Ah!
Whatever gets you going, man. With the armchair as well, it's like he's loading it.
Yeah. He loaded up that mold.
Oh, I love it. Astralis games always entertaining for one reason or another. Yabi flashing Heaven Swing. This is nice, but everyone's in elbow right now. They're not getting any spot as they come through the smoke. Ooh, explosion with a great flashbang, but blinded Yabi gets a lot of damage. Liaz does one more, gets a double kill before all is said and done. FlyQuest wasted in middle. Oh my god, how's he hit that? Stair with a wide swing. Online, Regali has no chance, but here on LAN, a well-placed shot goes a long way in that smoke. It's not going to be enough to get the bomb. He's just made a wall in middle. It's kind of done them no favors. He's got a third smoke. Can put it on the donut. Now we're talking. Now that bomb's up for grabs. Now the round's on.
KDM might be about to ruin everything, though. Good timing on this backstab. That's the left on a Regali again. He's been left in this position a handful of times now, hasn't he?
Calls the bluff. Device beckoning him in with pistol shots. And this is why. 6-0 for Astralis. Back to winning ways. Experience. Crediting Devices. Undeniable right now.
FlyQuest need to break through. I mean, this is feeling like you're up against a whole different team at this point. Astralis not messing around when it comes to the Realm of Ancient, a map that they've struggled on. As they look to make amends for the slow start in this series, FlyQuest still yet to leave an impression in this game. Devices all omnipresent. Feels like they're constantly running into this. Nice flick for Inns, but there's another man here. He will be ready for Cadian up close, and so finally something goes the way of FlyQuest. Inns has given them a route into this round after all. Device, as is often been the case, good position on this AWP, but that flash is brutal. And that's allowed the bomb to make it in. There's still this mid lurk on the cards as well. That's going to come into play a little bit later. Vexite floating around here in middle. Right as Stown's looking to move through. And it seems like Astralis have slowed this retake down for a second. They're lending a little bit of time to this backstab, and Vexite just moves out of position. So now mid is taken. FlyQuest are feeling very claustrophobic. They are pinned into this bomb site. Inns did a lot of work to open this up, but it might all be for naught. As once again, Regali's left up in the clutch. First shot lands, he's going to go hunting. Goes looking for the fight spawn side. Regali has had many chances at clutches, and it's another one that slips on by. Close, but not enough from Regali. The scoreline kept flawless for Astralis. They're able to cut him down on his way to the 1v3 that would have put FlyQuest on the board. Yeah. That's a big sigh of relief for the Astralis CT half.
I mean, it may get a little ugly there as Regali, makes a heads-up play, hunts the kills like he has to, knowing he's getting boxed in. But I do actually still like the way Astralis are playing these retakes generally, playing off each other really well. Kaden said experience earlier. You're seeing that from Device. Just trying to trade these kills. It looks silly when he gets picked, but it is the right move on paper. And Device has had a lot of impact already in the CT side as FlyQuest try and change the game completely into a B-rush. There's 3 CTs here. They get run down. There's only one man. Stown cannot survive. Fourth rotate in instantly. Yabi heads up move to get here in time, and he will keep it even for now.
I mean, FlyQuest, it feels like they've been burned a few times by these slowdowns in the mid-round, right? Bit of time lent to Cadian on this backstab. So now he's far deeper than Dexter is ready for. Yabi going to connect the spam as well, so they still don't know about this cave player. They still don't know about Cadian.
Good angle, though. Smoke indicates they don't know where he is. Dexter can tuck in, just try and grab a 1v1 off that defuse. This is wall bangable by the AWP, but it won't get a kill in one shot. Dexter holding his nerve right now. Checks it, sees it's a fake, gets back. Oh, my, they didn't see him. They're running for the bomb. The cover's there. Is there a time? Cadian's sticking, and this is ugly for Dexter. He can't hit the shot off the bomb. It's a defuse in the smoke in the face of FlyQuest. So many of these stolen away by Astralis. So many close rounds, so many clutches. FlyQuest just can't get a grip on this game. 4 rounds coming down to 2 surviving. 2 1v1s in a row.
FlyQuest just can't break through, and so it means that first map might all be for naught if things don't change quickly. To go from dominating on the map pick of Astralis, feeling like you're all on the same page, you can't set a foot wrong, to suddenly multiple clutch denials, multiple close rounds, but still yet to pick up a round on this second map and win 9 rounds deep. Oh, how the mighty have fallen for FlyQuest. And a comfortable return to form for Astralis right when they needed it. This is what's demanded of them. Anything less than perfection wouldn't have felt like enough to try and settle this series. And so that's exactly what they've brought to the table. They want 10 rounds straight. FlyQuest, this T-side is slowed to a crawl. And on train where they would go for these, you know, it would have a very clear end destination, some really nice pieces, players working off of each other very nicely. But there's been a few more kind of individual heads-up fights here that FlyQuest have not been able to win out. In the endings of rounds, Astralis are often one step ahead. They've always had players flanking, they've always had players in behind enemy lines. Here's the full commit to the B play with those mollies down. They've flushed out players to play behind these smokes. Stare tries to make a play. For the first time in a while, it's a man advantage that was meant to be untradeable.
No!
Kadian just surviving, 4v4, and they still don't know about Stown in the cave. Oh, Stown gets one back. They've learned about him now. And so this T-side just submerged under the full weight of Astralis, picked apart. Liaz left up in this clutch, but with no time to win it, no chances. It will read 10-0 for Astralis, or 9-0 rather.
Yeah, cool in the future,
Nearly,
I think.
yeah, I'm just one round ahead than everyone else.
You're not far off. This is just such a crumbling for FlyQuest, really. Like, nerves getting to them, perhaps, being so close to eliminating Astralis, being on the edge after such a dominant game. I don't know how the individuals have disappeared so much in this map. Regali mentioned in that pre-game interview how on CT sides, it's all up to him. He can do what he wants. He can make his plays, make his picks, as an AWP often does. But on T side, he doesn't really want to overcall Dexter. He gets put in position. He follows the strat, he follows the call, and yeah, it does feel like he's very contained in this T side as well. Seeing him left up to clutches, late rounds, where he does his best work, but not really finding any entries or you know, opening up rounds for FlyQuest in any capacity. T-side AWPing is hard here.
I hope we just see them go to something super grouped, like...
They've tried B rushes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not looked good, has
but,
it?
I mean, even when they've gone
Strikes
B,
have had
it's
the
like
read.
they'll get up the ramp, but even in that round, like, they weren't ready to check cave. They kind of just ran past it as though it was clear. You know, do your diligence. Once you get into the site, with the smokes down, it was only cave you had to worry about. It feels like more could have happened there, right? It kind of, they got the control, and then they thought, okay, we're going to be given the respect to plant, we can take some liberties. And it's like, no, this is a very different squad to the one you were up against just a map ago.
Have to break through. They need this round. Regali has hit an important trade, but again, it still comes at the cost of everything as another AWP shot connects. So will that 10-0 lead that you prophesized. No way in for Liaz. In a 1v3, it's a matter of time.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, it feels like Astralis certainly playing a far better game. That goes with that saying when you're 10-0 up. But also, yeah, all the fight just seems to have left FlyQuest. Their only flight.
Cruising for a bruising. And looking for a flawless
This is
half
just such a sudden change in where the headspace is at for FlyQuest. It doesn't feel like the same team. And so right as Astralis have started peaking, FlyQuest have gone full retreat. Another round that's opened 4v5 for this T-side. Dexter looking for the equalizer here as he goes hunting in middle, but there's a lot of angles to check. He's worried about a player close. Yabi just going to swing out wide and deal with him.
I mean, they've had 2 opening kills in the entire map. It's all been Astralis on top, in control. This is nice, not cleared. Vexite.
It feels like there's been a lot of waiting for reactions, and then more often than not, FlyQuest still get caught off guard by the reactions. So it's nice to finally see one of them pan out, but it's from a desperate position, right?
Just not ready for
3v5,
this.
and now a double main setup out of Astralis. They're almost beckoning FlyQuest in. They want them to chase down where they found this opener. They want them to commit to this A play. Liaz not doing so, doesn't play into the hands of Astralis at least, but it's a lengthy road if he wanted to link up with Regali, who's on the other side of the map. To do that, gonna have to get across middle, and wouldn't you know it, the timing has just opened up. Device leaves this side of the map because Yabi's pushed through main. This is now a bit of a race against the clock because Yabi is right here. He's gonna get that spot on the bomb, and now Regali left in this all alone. Only 20 seconds left. It's a nice shot, sure, but he's got a lot more to do and doesn't have the bomb. This Molly wasting precious time. 10 seconds as the bomb is picked up, and there's no way to win this 1v2 anymore. The clock has decided it. And so a sad save on their way to a ludicrously flat T-side from FlyQuest. You thought that that opener, that stomp from FlyQuest was going to be the most dominant game in this series? Well, looks like we have a new contender. Astralis out for blood.
It's unbelievable.
They want a flawless CT half. That would be one hell of a statement and one hell of a way to keep this series going.
Kind of the best possible reset, kind of the most unexpected reset.
Not even kinda.
Definitely.
It literally doesn't get better than
this. How do you improve this? Going to plan. Got to boost up. Regali needs this pick. Device is fired off. They know it's an open on the other side. The third opening kill.
Okay.
All map.
Right,
and
you got to win
Regali
this one
follows
round.
up. No excuses. FlyQuest need this one. They've got to get the trades. There's only Stare in the sight. Swings out wide. Converts the spray so well. But it's Regali highlight reel on a triple kill entry into the B site. That's what it takes. No saving here, Cadian. Time to get loud. 1v3, and Regali saying, I'm not going anywhere near that site. I'm holding this line. You can plant the bomb.
Oh, they've seen him. They know. They're going to try and peek him. That AWP swings first.
Finally.
So they will chase him down, but one round for FlyQuest. One round. Is that going to be enough to battle back against an in-form Astralis on Ancient? Doesn't feel like it.
Astralis' Ancient has been underwhelming, undeniably so, in the past 6 months, but right now against FlyQuest, with their backs against the wall and elimination staring them dead in the face here at the Katowice play-in, they've stepped up in a big way. They found 11 rounds on the defensive half, and Device has put on a bit of a masterclass, plus the fragging power of Stown and Yabi. Where did this come from, and is it too late? Only Astralis can answer that question. Goal is now just to close it out without getting too weird.
The big question here is 11 all they get?
Setup looks good to start. Oh, even got a nade to bounce if they're trying... Wait, whoa, through the smoke. Okay, bomb denied, that's going to be weird. This gets a little bit shaky all of a sudden. As Astralis' heads hit the wall and roll onto the floor, running through the cave smokes, down with a chance, but too many bullets coming his way as FlyQuest sneak a pistol out of the back of that smoke span from Inns. Bomb denial is where the problems began. And the round ends for Astralis.
Everyone, strap yourselves in. We're in for a big night because this is happening. I'm calling it now. Calling it early.
You're such a
calling it
showboater.
real
You're a
early.
bandwagoner, Harry.
Ain't nobody on this bandwagon right now, bro.
You are on the bandwagon. You are alone. There are no horses. You're just sitting still in the stable. I'm not buying in. I'm not believing. I'm not joining you. I actually refuse. I don't allow you to get on the bandwagon. There's no room. It's a pistol round, Harry, for crying out loud.
Look, bro, I talk to the horses in my head.
Yeah?
I'm mentally stable. Here's Vexite pushed up over towards the B ramp.
Hey. Actually, nay.
Dexter's taken all this room, but it's misinfo. Because look at Astralis. They do be coming back. He's going to hear these footsteps at least. Oh my. Suddenly, he's actually in a good position here. That's the bomb going in first, so surely that's not going to be a problem. Bomb now spotted, rotate starting to come through. Astralis, no chance for them in this Glock round. Dexter calling the shots and thinning the herd. This guy does it all. One shy of the ace, but all he had to and then some. Three to 11. No one thinks this can happen.
You're right.
And that's what makes it so terrifying.
I think Astralis think it can happen.
All right, Astralis in with the buy. They don't have an AWP, but they've got rifles on everyone. Enough util to make this happen. Out in the mid early, it's a lot of damage from Stare, but there's Regali, the one to actually win that out. Far from unscathed in that initial skirmish, still good for one. Stown makes his play now, but he never saw Dexter creeping and crawling through the smoke in mid.
And his team even bait for him by shooting from cave. Dexter's got to kill at least.
Yeah, you've got to watch out. Creepy crawlies down under. They will get you if you don't keep an eye on them. And Dexter delivers the double to FlyQuest. Still, Yabi has gained some ground, and the bomb is here with him. Cadian's going to secure that plant, and there shouldn't be anything that Inns can do about this. Gets out with one, and make it the double. In trouble now as the rounds keep racking up for FlyQuest. Astralis make out with a bomb plant at least, so still have chances going forward.
You know, I think you're a bit disingenuous in how you're framing it with the rounds racking up.
It depends the lens you're looking at this game through.
Technically, yes, they've won 3 rounds in a row. 4 rounds in a row, actually, if you count the last one of the half. It's a nice play for Dexter. Can't believe Inns recovers this as well. The nade goes out. Yabi doesn't turn in time, and he even still uses the broken smoke to find that final kill. So a clean round, and that is a prerequisite. FlyQuest were going to win this game. They've got to get clean rounds. They've got to build money early. They've got the AWP now on Regali. Great sign for FlyQuest as Astralis use their second of 3 timeouts.
Like Hugo.
Get on it early.
To avoid the copyright concerns, I'll give them different names.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Freak.
Yeah.
I can see, I see the timeline. I respect it. You're Dr. Puss. You have no... It's Dr. Octopus and Doctor Strange.
Could have just gone with that, I think.
No, I know, but you don't know what I'm talking about. I can tell by your face.
Either way, I still don't know who those people are.
And so you don't, you think you can play God.
Yeah, sure.
And that you have control over nature here. I'm telling you.
Yeah, okay. Anything can happen.
Were you going to say the phrase, I don't think I can play God?
No,
that's insane.
But obviously, I wouldn't say that.
All right. Astralis just down to the pistols.
Your optimism is inspiring. But your pessimism for Astralis is even worse. Mid-take here late with the pistols. They get a CT smoke in on A. Dexter gonna try block them. Oh, they're coming his way. It's an awful flash, to be honest. And Dexter's allowed to feast. Oh my god, there's no remains to be seen. They're all dead. That flash was terrible, but it's okay. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
What,
the breadth of this comeback.
Okay.
FlyQuest, couple of rounds now going their way.
It's an anti-eco, yes.
And starting to build some faith here on the FlyQuest side. It's still a ways to go. There's no denying it. And Astralis, all it's going to take is one big moment, one big round from any individuals on a star-studded lineup to make all the difference.
Should be fine.
So the pressure is never truly off.
True. Oh, I like that. Is that Cubby Molly? They're just going to go for a late pop from up close. They run through the Molotov. CT Molly's gain no respect on this B side, but Regali forces it. Two great shots with the AW. Puts Device in the clutch. If there are a player to rely on right now, it would be Device. But this is going to be a long road back in the round. Vexite's dead. Oh, what? He was trapped in the corner. He is dead. It's a little bit delayed. Don't do it, Device.
Oh my god.
Don't you dare.
They are pushing him through cave. The bomb is away from him. The odds very much stacked against Device here.
Carly's moving in with a pistol. He is a very confident young man on this Deagle, finishing what he started. 18 kills. Top of the server, Harry, despite only having half the rounds of Astralis. Great round for Regali, because Astralis managed to pop in with a nice B rush. And Regali puts it all to bed. But that was, again, it was only a half by Astralis. They've got the big guns. They've got Devices AWP, Harry. This is where stuff gets real.
That is what the nation of Denmark is saying as they look on. But the nature of this game has changed. Just as FlyQuest had to adapt to how different this felt from the first map, this second half is nothing like the first. Far more tame from Astralis in how they approach middle, but they are being given the respect. It's Dexter waiting in red room. They have to clear this. Two players over in middle. There should be a trade at least, but how much can Dexter get away with? Stair goes for the check, but it's Dexter getting out with a double kill. Astralis get mauled in the red room. It's straight murder from Dexter. 3 kills on the swing, and there's that Regalio. Mid is closed. Mid is off limits. Astralis have to go elsewhere. Just down in the 1v4 and all across the map. Come FlyQuest, full pressure, no breaks, full throttle, 7-11. 4 rounds the difference now in a game that was 11-1 to Astralis.
Dex has stepped up so much on this CT side. It's out of control, right? He had a great train game, but he had a poor first half here on Ancient. Stepped up massively. That's such a lazy check. When Astralis walk to red and there is not a single player peeking middle, contesting in any capacity, they didn't even smoke Donut. There is no one fighting you. You'd at least think you got to check your corners because there's someone hiding out. There's some reason that FlyQuest feel like they have middle.
All in A play. A's open.
No one's here, but this
Dexter
is
is making a play fast through the smoke in mid. He is already calling the bluff for this. He is hot on their heels on a mid flank, and he can do this quietly. There's no reason to jump the gun here if you're Dexter.
Still a very hard round because Astralis have the post point donut and no one's coming in.
Quad donut on the get-go?
I think it's good.
But they're still util. This was an A rush. It was so fast. There's smokes, there's mollies, there's nades.
Gotta go.
They can get locked out of this post plant. No one's fighting Temple. This line's left open. Just going to waste one of those smokes now to get yourselves out into the site a little bit faster. FlyQuest trying to move in. 2 clean taps out of Cadian, and there's Stair with a helping hand. Pistols might be enough for Astralis to at least save some face. They finally break through and get onto map point.
All right, Big Cadian with a 3K in the post plant, putting that rifle to use in the A post plant off of a rush. It's a gamble for FlyQuest where they leave it completely open, and despite the flank, they have no one in Donut, and so Astralis have all the room in the world to sit in Donut, sit in the open, hold behind default. It's a very boxed in post plant, but they have so many nades. That's a benefit of getting a rush off that goes that successfully. You have all these resmokes, all these mollies. You get to stall out the clock.
I mean, also, credit for Cadian. Like, that double kill is the defining moment of that entire round, right? He knows exactly what's required of him. If that comes down to 3 players in Donut, smoke spamming, hoping they can stop a defuse, that's not how you want that round to go. He swings out wide on the AK. Beautiful sequence. And so, for Astralis, you breathe a little easier, but the job isn't done yet. That was you breaking through after a little hiatus in this second half. Now you want to stick the landing. You want to get this game over and done with. From the 11-1 lead, the last thing you even want to be entertaining, if you're Astralis, is the idea of extra play.
Yeah, it's a relief getting it early enough. Usually on these comebacks, you see the team that was in the lead get that like last round. It was 10-10, 10-11. But they get it with still, as you say, plenty of breathing room, and now a pick comes their way as FlyQuest make an aggressive move. A missed shot finally from Regali. That's going to cost you. Astralis get a chance to go back to the cave side. Oh my. 5v4. And plenty of utility to blanket this bomb site. This setup is a bit weird, because where does Regali go after his first shot? He can get trapped, mollied. In fact, the molly comes first. He's got to pull back. Both of them do. Smoke in the way, molly behind him. This is a box, this is a cage, maybe even a coffin on 2 points of health. This is all a fake. Astralis drop back into the donut play.
Oh, Liaz has really got his work cut out for him if they commit to this. You won't be able to do anything about A main. So instead, just you have to hope for a multi-kill here.
Oh, no.
He tries to go for the escape, just narrowly going to make it back into the site, but they know where he is. They know where he could have got to. Nades fall into Donut, damage done. There's the swing out of Dexter, trying to make the difference. Deagle pulled, Liaz can't get a beat, and so it's only Vexite left as Device's AWP lends a helping hand. Vexite arrives a little bit later. Astralis looking for that delayed gratification after the 11-1 start. And if they can beat Vexite, they don't have to worry. Ancient is over. Ancient is done with. And the score settled in what is essentially a BO1. Device is the man you want in this clutch. The star, the experienced man. The face of Danish AWPing. He's the one you want in this clutch, and with good reason. Yeah. Vexite tapped out as Device is reliable. He will send Astralis the distance in this series. They're still in with a chance to dodge elimination.
To survive at least one more map before they potentially get eliminated in this elimination series here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. Speaking of Danes, I've got a star-studded Dane with me. Pimp has decided to come in a little bit early because we're going to talk about Danish Counter-Strike. Jacob, how did you feel when you were reading that HLTV top 20 list and there was not one Dane in there?
I don't feel good about that, to be completely honest. I'm not gonna lie. I think Denmark have had a lot of years where we've been very proud of our players. We had a lot of great players, but there's no staying away from the fact that 2024 wasn't necessarily a good year for Danish CS.
Okay, so imagine it's been revitalized coming into 2025. Okay. Ignore that Astralis are in elimination point right now. And let's make a list of demands. If you were going to put 3 players, let's say, that should be making it into the top 20 this year, who would be at the top of that list?
Okay, obvious first answer would be Device. You know, I think Device has to be in that conversation. I know there's been some stuff going on with Device's health and the fact that he's in and out of this Astralis lineup, but I think we have seen already during the Blast Online portion of the group stage a little bit here in Katowice as well, that when Device is firing on all cylinders, I still tend to believe that he's the best Danish player, which actually is a bit of an issue. I think we should have other players coming up through the ranks, more talents coming into it to challenge Device, but as of right now, I consider him to be the best. So he's the best candidate for the top 20 list for me.
Okay, let's put Device's name up there in number one. Just briefly, how do you feel about him under the kind of, I guess, Cadian version of Astralis? Are we getting to see the same, 2018 Device up to his old antics?
That's never going to be the case again. I think we have to accept the fact that he's in the fall of his career to some degree. I think he's still a great player. Still think he can be a top 20 player in the world, but we're never going to see Device in his prime again.
Bold prediction. Give me a number. Where's he placing in the top 20?
17th.
17th, okay. That's probably one of the lower placings that we've seen from him when he makes in the top 20. Who would be up there second? Who else do you demand?
I mean, you look at Astralis right now, I think they have currently some of the best players in Denmark right now. They have a guy called Stavn, who's been there before, who last year had a terrible year. I think he's a bit more of a system player, a player that needs the comfortability of knowing what's going around him. You know, this Device coming in and out of the lineup, new in-game leader, playing with playmakers and playing with Cadian. That doesn't suit Stavn very well. So if Astralis can find some sort of consistency, I think Stavn can find some sort of consistency as well. I consider him to be a player that can challenge for the top 20. However, his stocks has gone down a little bit since his heroic days.
Did you like what you saw in that map, at least on Ancient from him?
I mean, if you isolate the one map, sure, it was all right. But let's be honest, Astralis is one map away from being eliminated as one of the first teams here in Katowice, which is, it's embarrassing for Danish CS.
Yeah. What did you make of the Astralis pick into train as well? I was left scratching my head just in the context of that was against FlyQuest, who we've seen not afraid to play that map, let alone pick it for their side as well.
It's a reality check. You know, Astralis are in a position where you're going in against a team that you should be dominating. You should be beating them 2-0, and it doesn't even matter what maps you're playing. For all I care, FlyQuest could pick the two maps that they will play, and Astralis should still win 2-0. But fact of the matter is, Astralis is struggling, and with the map pool as well as it is, that was not a pretty sight.
Final Dane that you demand to be back in the top 20. I mean, if you're saying Device is 17th, I guess we're saying Stavn 18th, and then who's going to be 19th or 20th on your list?
Well, hear me out. I think there's a world where Tessus actually could surpass both of them, because I think Tessus is a player that is a little bit underrated in international Counter-Strike. I think most Danes know how good he is, but my theory here is that Falcons by the end of 25, that's also a bit of a bold prediction, will be a top 5 team in the world. I think when you bring in Nico, you attract great talent. I think there'll be roster changes in Falcons. I don't expect Falcons to be a top 5 team the first 6 months, but I think Tessus is one of those players that's going to survive those roster changes. And if he does that, he will be part of a top 5 team in the world. And we saw already what he can do. We saw it at the Blast Online portion. I saw it at the later stages of 24, where I said that as of right now, he's the best Danish player. So I think Tessus have a pretty good chance of making it to the top 20 list, maybe even surpassing both of them if Falcons go where I think they will go by the end of the year.
That is a bold prediction, because considering that, the fact that he isn't the only Dane on the lineup, and there was a sole surviving Dane from the earlier days of Falcons in Magisk, you think we've seen the best years of Magisk that's behind us?
I think a lot of players live off their goodwill. I think Magix right now is one of the players who obviously have built up a lot of goodwill, which is why he's still in Falcons. But if anyone dare to dive into how he's performed the past year, it's not looking pretty. Same could be said for Sonic. I love both of them. I think they've been great for Danish Counter-Strike. But if you dive into how has Sonic performed with Falcons as a coach, not looking great. How has Magix done? Not looking great. Are they there because of their goodwill, because we know and remember them for what they did in the past? Yeah, but that has to change right now. I want to see something on the server before I want to talk about them right here.
Are Astralis going to survive? Are they going to get through this third map?
They have to, otherwise I'm afraid I'll start crying.
Well, Jacob has put his wish list up there. He's put his wish list for Astralis going into the third map, but I'm curious as to what Trace and the couch think of that one.
Let's get him out.
So the big takeaway there, obviously, if you look at the brackets here in stage 1, but the big takeaway is Jacob saying that Falcons will be top 5 by the end of the year. Now, we can't hold him to that, right? Or is that the craziest thing he said, maybe?
No, I just don't know why. What happened from Rio to now that Tessus is not now number 1 for him. I don't see how Device or Stavn did anything to surpass Tessus when he was his best player back then.
Well, it's not
I'll
convenient.
also ask, where is BlameF on that list? Is Stavn playing better than BlameF right now?
Well, I guess we've only seen one here, so yeah. You rest your case? You good?
I'm fine.
I felt a little tilt, so I just wanted to extrapolate on that.
The thing is, if it makes sense, then it's not a hot take anymore, and can't have that, right? It needs to be hot, it needs to be spicy.
That is very true. Also, what the series wasn't until we got into this map, because now we find ourselves going to a third. We could put some real quick, ends here to what was the second map on Ancient. Did it look a little better? Did it look a little more refined from the Astralis side versus what we got yesterday?
Well, in the first half, it looked great, but when you're like rolling up to a stop sign and then you're like, two cars pull up at the same time and they're waving each other and both of them are too nice and everything. They're trying to, no, you go. That's kind of how these guys are playing. It's just like they're trying to...
Serbia.
No, everyone just goes.
I grew up in Canada. So that's what it feels like. It's like these guys are trying to be too nice to the other team or something. It's like, just close it out. What are you doing? Like, why are we even having to play out this third map right now? Just either show up with your A game or don't show up at all.
I think it shows a little bit also about the pick from Astralis, right? Maybe it was unnecessary. I think it was unfortunate for FlyQuest because they had a lot of close rounds in the first half, a lot of clutches, and they just couldn't really get over the hump in at least one of them. I feel like if that was possible, Astralis' economy was teetering a little bit. Maybe they would have been able to get a couple of more rounds, but props to Astralis. They really tightened up individually as well. They were making some good reads throughout that CT side, sort of always being one step ahead of FlyQuest, and that's the formula for Inferno as well.
And not just falling out of the graces to pistols by chance, Joss.
Yeah, I mean, well, they got the one. Wait, did they lose both pistols? No,
yesterday.
Yesterday. To the pistol rounds that they were.
Oh,
losing.
the eco rounds. Yeah, sorry. When you say pistol rounds, that's such a European way to call it. Eco rounds.
I've been over here a long time. I've seen a lot of things.
That is true. Not losing to eco rounds definitely helped them out. I think yesterday it slowed them down. And one of the other rounds that they won, a gun round, where Acadian had a big backstab on Donut, they still lost two more players, almost a third player off the back of that at the end of the round. And those happening early in the half, as soon as that one round that comes in where you lose to the Tech 9 armor, that hard resets you. So that's what Astralis was playing against yesterday, and now it's better.
Yeah, and better, you'll have to be on both sides of this coin with Inferno. You've already got some sort of inkling there, some sort of hunch how this might finish out?
I mean, it's so hard to go against Astralis just because of the name value. I mean, you just look at the players on that team and what they were capable of and what they were able to do. Sure, they have not reached their final form, but you feel like even when where they are now, it should be enough to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, we saw them play this map against Wildcard, and that's why I was so bullish on them coming into here, is that they get to play Inferno. Okay, device op lines is great. Him getting support is great. The gamble stack's great. So that's what I'm looking forward to here.
Well, that's what we're going to do, is we're going to continue to look forward. Again, this is a very important day for both of these teams in the server right now, facing elimination on what would be day 2 here in Katowice. But first, let's check in with that B stream.
Now, we've had quite the one-sided affair so far on the A stream, but very different story over on the B stream, Banks. What on earth has been going on with your game?
Well, you know what? It's an advancement game, so I was thinking, okay, this is going to be great either way, but I didn't expect it to get so scrappy and messy. 11-6, good start for 3D Max, and you're thinking, okay, it's their map pick, they're going to confidently take this. MIBR out of nowhere just started to say, wait a second, we're not going to go down like that. Now, you know the Brazilians, they get loud, they get confident, they were shouting and screaming, but even then, we went to double overtime for 3D Max to be able to then fight back and take it off the back there. It was very, very messy, but it's Nuke coming up next.
Okay.
MIBR do look very capable on that map, but they keep playing these long maps in there. I spoke to Drop before as well, and he was telling me, he was saying, I've changed some things in responsibilities. I've been delegating some of my role into having other players talk some more so he can focus a bit on his own game. He did play better on Inferno, but I think the leadership still needs to be good in his direction if they want to stand a chance.
Yeah, it sounds like a very tough game. Sounds like it's coming down to the wire in a lot of situations. Where do you see this one going? Do you see 3D Max taking it 2-0, or are we going to be going to a third to fight for this spot?
I think we're going to a third for this one. I think MIBR can show their best more so on Nuke, the one that showed on Inferno.
Well, it sounds like you've got a lot of game to be covering, Banks. I'll let you get off. Thank you so much for your time.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
You got a speeder. He's way over the limit. This dude is spinning.
Calm down, little man. We got bigger fish to fry.
What, we're just gonna let him go?
We've got movement.
You are late.
Sorry, I had to get away from the team during prac. You've got the stuff, right?
I have a few snap taps if you're interested.
Say, you got any more of those jump throw A-listers lying around?
You must be joking. Do you have any idea how difficult those are to find these days?
Fuck it, I'll take some null bites. Give me a couple null bites.
Sir, get on the ground now! I will not ask you again!
Sir, just get on the ground, sir. Sir, please, just get on the ground. He's got a bind! Look out, he's got a bind! Why didn't he get on the ground?
These people, they have no honor, no code. They do whatever to get ahead in life. They're not ready to face the consequences.
There's that guy again, spinning. Let's go get him.
Done enough for one day. Let's just let the kid have some fun.
Officer down, I repeat, officer down.
All right, we've ended up in a series that's gone the distance. Astralis versus FlyQuest. The battle that rages on, and we've had two dominant maps back-to-back. The FlyQuest hopeful comeback got denied. Just a moment ago, you saw Astralis run away with Ancient. So now they're fired up, getting ready to head into Inferno. It's elimination on the line here in the play-in stage of Katowice. This is FlyQuest, the core of which have spent a long old time together coming into this year, finally making changes, bringing in Regali, supposed to take this team to the next level, versus the most decorated organization in Counter-Strike, Astralis, but a squad who have long since fallen from grace, trying to dodge elimination from the second play-in in a row at Katowice.
That'd be devastating, right? Going out last place back-to-back years with different squads. And, well, this is at least a map we've seen great form from Device on lately. In his opener, Bounty dropped nearly 230 bombs against Wildcard and against Na'Vi. So commendable achievement there. We've got to put it together and pick up a win this time. Right now, it's a fight of Banana, a bit of a scrap. The Vex side comes out on top of, and my god, they get turned to dust in Banana. FlyQuest with a pistol. back to the drawing board for Astralis. I mentioned that, Na'Vi game. I think that one's more interesting because Device got 29 kills. They got 3-round T-half. They pulled it all the way back, 8 rounds, and then lost 13-11. But individually, Device is very capable. We know he is on this map, but I think we need more than just a one-man army. And at least we had a great game from Stown back on Ancient. Fills me with some hope. He's looked pretty good so far at Katowice. In the small sample size, albeit.
I think as well that it's interesting for FlyQuest because this has always been a map they've looked to play a hell of a lot, even thinking back to before they became FlyQuest. For a long time now, Inferno has been at the backbone of FlyQuest's game plan, so I think we're in for one hell of a third map.
I hope so. We've had 2.
Yeah, hopefully more
stomps.
back and forth than the other 2, right?
Yeah.
Because thus far it's just been whoever wins early wins hard. Great news if you're a FlyQuest fan there, with them being 1-0 up.
Oh, it's over. Pack it up. We already know. No. Forced buy for Astralis, despite lack of plants. But they have a smoke, a molly, a couple of flashbangs to go on over as they send it through this defensive utility.
Ends up close.
Oof.
Teammate's been locked out, but Vexite still trying to lend a helping hand with spam through these pieces of util lobbed in at the coffins. He's looking worse for wear now, and that's a plant for Astralis. I mean, this is a really good spot to find yourselves in. They don't have any util to kind of take the pace out of the retake here. That's the one thing they're going to have to contend with. But for now, these smokes are still up. That starts to change. And so you need results in these opening few fights. They lose them out. Stairs run down, and now it's all eyes on Yabi. Dinked immediately. 2 players very low, but he ends up fighting Liaz, the one guy with health. Well handled there for FlyQuest. That could have got out of hand.
Good round for FlyQuest. I still like how Astralis played that post plant. You said that, they have no util, they have nothing to buy time. If Astralis play backside, new box, orange, and just try and play a default post plant like they have rifles, they're going to get iced out one by one. They realize they have to push together and trade out coffins. The repeaks weren't the best, but the idea was probably their best bet at winning that 4v4. But some damage, a bomb plant, that will elicit a hero rifle in this round, dropped on over by Stair. So Astralis still have something to play with in one more eco. Seeing these full util combos get very meta, lots of different lineups, thrown from CT, new box, coffins, just depending on whether you want to go deep banana take or if you're just mollying car smoking half wall. This is a half banana smoke. This one's more for the close position, going to smoke half wall, molly car. Just keep Astralis honest.
Oh, they actually play through it?
Perfect, yeah. Get stuck in that molly, AK traded out. And they go back side knowing there's no nades to flush this low player out of position. So with a third guy in CT, FlyQuest should be onto a clean round right now. There's a kill, but nothing more. And FlyQuest, business going well. Business booming at the start of their CT side, 3-0.
I mean, that one even got a little round of applause from Urcast, and fair enough, right? Keeping it contained. Good timing on the util exchange in its top banana, well handled. No notes as far as he's concerned on these first few rounds. Stair dropped that AK over in the round prior, so he's down to a Mac 10 here going forward. It's not insanely limiting, but weird, because you'd kind of expect to see the Mac 10 floating around over towards Banana. He was actually holding the window cross with the Mac 10. But taking it over towards the apartments, it's going to feel fine there as well. And so I think even just on the back of having this limitation, you're going to want him to go in first. Wouldn't surprise me if you see Astralis maybe look to link back up with him as they go looking for this control over top mid in the apartments. They're keeping options open right now. But do expect this one to end over towards A. They have this top mid control. Util lobbed over from the bottom of mid. That's Device teeing up this line of smokes over towards the long side. It blocks off all these sight lines. Still 3 strong here for FlyQuest. No one open to the long wrap. They actually tried to aggress short. Nice idea for Dexter, but won't get away with it. There's that Mac 10. Open runway now as it's only Liaz down in the pit. Tries his damnedest. Inns comes charging through to lend a helping hand, but it's not enough. And so left on a Vex site here. He looks interested in this 1v2. Has a chance, but he needed that fight cleanly. And I think on taking damage, that might decide it alone. Doesn't have the element of surprise anymore. And so just looking to get out of there with this AK. All right,
Wouldn't be so sure about that one. Kit, and he knows they're leaving. They think he's saving. He thinks he can win this whole thing. And Yabi won't let it happen. Good awareness from Yabi that this could be a creeping player through apartments. Loses his gun. Supporting flashes for Cadian are incredible there. We saw how blind that sight player was, just stuck, and Stairs able to scale all the way up to past Graveyard to Pit here before Regali gets his vision back. Both players full blind. Pit player can't help. He's flashed. Just a couple of really well-placed flashes that FlyQuest are unable to avoid on the long wrap. Astralis make use of that space.
I think it's a shame for FlyQuest because it really felt like Dexter had a super clear picture of what was happening in that round. Like his response to push mid, to get away from the long wrap and try to catch them going there, I thought was such a nice idea. But he did have teammates in the site. He did have guys near. I would have loved to have seen a few more players commit to that push with Dexter on the back of his read. You wonder if sometimes the brain and the reactions work faster than he's able to relay that info across.
Surely.
All right, Astralis, don't make us wait long. Regali brings out that AWP now. He wants to start this third map off with a bang because he's been good across the other two. And CT side of Inferno, this is where you're going to get the most mileage out of it. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on Regali going forward. This is the only AWP he's going to get his hands on for a little bit if FlyQuest come up short in this round. So now's the time to get value.
Or bait and switch as well. Orb on the line with Liaz tucked in. They're conceding short and Pit entirely. Still staying on this triple B while they have Banana. This is a risky maneuver. They might need to either rotate or aggress. They have no info now, FlyQuest. They are in the dark with that long smoke. And even Regali is cautious that they could be up short through apartments, clearing stuff very slowly. Astralis is just going to pop out with the apps here, it looks like. That smoke will not stop Yabi. He flashes his team over the site as well. If there was someone here, they would be in big trouble, but instead it might just be a full save. Positionally locked out.
The flank is super quick. I think that's the one thing that's going to keep you hanging around here, right? Two players already in alt mid, pushed up through the apartments. Device delivers a freebie, and Inns being further forward, throws the timing off, but he doesn't take the space. Goes back for the gun, and a save is called.
Really?
5v4, and they write this one off.
I mean, it's money on the line, right? It's a swing round in that sense, but with that advantage, with everyone boxing Astralis in, I guess they know resmokes are available. It's a molly on Cadian, and so they call it off. Hey, with the lead, I think it's okay. You have the real estate to do it, and they're trying to box Astralis into this bomb site. But they should be fine to survive in this back pit position. It's going to do like 70 damage max. So don't hate it for FlyQuest. Playing the economy. playing the long game. Means even if they lose this one with no surviving, they can buy full next. So no eco anytime soon for the Aussies. Astralis starting to piece together these A hits. Very nice pacing there.
The Danes watching along. Keep the live translations coming. It's a good vibe check for Astralis. They're going to take this banana control, and it's uncontested from FlyQuest. I mean, it's a very passive setup across the board here, right? No efforts to take space early. They're leaving these sightlines open, hoping that Astralis walk into this Regali AWP over at the B site. That's why they're down to give up this much space. There's util ready to come out from the backside, right? To try and get Regali out of there. They just want him to find that kill that tips the scales in FlyQuest's favor to open this up. He's going to have his work cut out for him, though, because Astralis are about to come all guns blazing around this corner. Trying to dodge the util, trying to anticipate their move. There was the chance to strike. There's that util coming up from backside, though, and that will take the pace out of this site here for now. Smokes are in, and Astralis change their tune. Out into the top of mid, Liaz and Dexter, the ones waiting to receive.
Oh, good bait for Dexter, but Liaz has got to do the work here from down in the pit. Finds one, fiddling with nades. They get very close right now. Liaz not even listening for them. Dexter has to bail him out. It's down to a 2v4, but bomb denied with 10 seconds. Device needs to save. Too late to this party as FlyQuest hold strong. Even though Liaz is in the anchor position, it's more so Dexter who makes that so interesting. Swinging out library as well, not just containing. Making sure he can stop Astralis from ever getting that bomb down and making that round weird. Dexter is just relentless.
Dude, Dexter is a star player moonlighting as an IGL. Yeah. Just in his downtime,
it's just a shame.
He'll
have the games where it's just, nothing is working, because he is very aggressive. And so, if you're ready for him, we saw on that CT side of train with all those flanks, if you know what he's up to, I've seen games where he just goes 3 and 14 because they just start, they play around it, they punish his opening moves. But the games that, he's a great man advantage player, I think, because even though he makes a lot of risks, he's the guy who's going to push in a 5v2 and just win the round off of it.
Yeah, I think as well, he just has really solid reads of what his opponent is doing at all times, right? Like on train, it's not like he was hitting crazy shots. He was out-positioning Astralis at the start of this series. And, the shots are way easier to hit if they're never looking at you. So he's just constantly getting himself into good positions. Even there, the chase onto the guy planting, knowing he's got that room to go for it after they've snuffed out the other guys. He's just a very smart guy.
I wouldn't want to play poker with him because I feel like he'd always call the bluff, You can't lie to this guy. He's ready for it.
You can never lie to Dexter. Dexter never forgets.
Wait, there was more of a detective angle there, I think they're going with, but I haven't seen this show.
Sort of Dexter, well, yeah, okay, hang on.
You got something?
It's been a hot minute since I watched it.
Well, I think we already kind of laid out the concept of the joke anyway, so
finish the joke, finish the bit.
Write it yourself. We got a game to cast, 4-2, and we're back in as Regali resets with an AWP. Astralis got some work to do here. On the T side, no less. It's, you see winning halves on the T side a lot on this map right now. Looking for at least 6.
Regali wants to fight. Regali wants to duel. Slap from the dueling glove, but No one accepts the challenge over in mid, and so we'll just start to go through the motions. This is a wild push. Vexite, what the hell? Through the smoke in at bottom banana. He shift walks through it and catches two players looking the wrong way. That is a ballsy move out of Vexite, and one that Astralis were just not accounting for, because why on earth would you?
That is a middle finger from FlyQuest, who is starting to feel very confident in this third map. A momentum team, no doubt. Got nades in the corner. Astralis hoping for a cheeky freebie, but it's not coming in. Block on this A site. They know they're two middle. So Balk player can swing off Regali if required. And that's a big if. Might just nail this. Okay, Device. He's seen that position before. Gonna find the pre-fire on him. Liaz with a smoke in the way. Can't actually assist right now. 40 seconds for things to get weird, and this kill could do it. Oh, the 3v5 is building. Do they want to go back?
Wherever they go, they got the advantage, but they've got to be decisive in their action here. Line up for Device. He can only get away with one.
1-1.
So they've got the defense split. 2v1 wherever they go. Either need a multi-kill or it's going to come down to the clutch. Liaz doesn't know where to look right now. Homes in on the long side, strikes, and manages to get back into cover. Liaz can't seal the deal on the second, and so it is this 1v1. Vexite opened the round with a crazy push through that smoke in banana. But his wild times have to continue, as he's now been tasked at closing out this 1v1 for FlyQuest. Far more measured than how his round started. He's waiting to see if he can catch Stare on a reaction. That's not the case, and it's left a lot of time to tick off this bomb as Stare seals the deal with a clean swing out from short.
Nice save for Astralis. Really feels like Liaz thinks he can get it. It looks like he doesn't want to fight, but he has to just re-swing instantly. He lets Stare be the guy peeking into him, and he gets caught. He's so boxed in, he has to just, one's fine, one's enough, sure, but you can win the round right then and there. And he lets Stare get in behind cover. It's really awkward. And Astralis going tit for tat, fighting back in this map after all. Forcing a timeout from FlyQuest, who finally lost their money. They could buy this, but it would be 3 rifles. Suboptimal. You got to make do with what you've got.
3 rifles, but a hearty collection of nades. So a way to try and slow this round down.
Astralis not exactly playing with a quick pace, but this round might be a very different look as they go charging into B, expecting no resistance. They find exactly that, the 2 pistols in position. It's only Vexite right now. He needs a second kill. He can't do it, even though the smoke break is not enough. But with 2 smokes down, so Astralis get in. I'd be thinking about saving already, FlyQuest. This one is too far gone. Oh, wait. Oh, that could have been it. One more bullet would have enticed them. And hold on a second. Does
that make you want to go? I mean, it's come late in the round.
Oh, look at Cadian's reposition.
And you've already set a bit of a precedent of going hunting here.
I think.
Oh, sorry, saving early, rather. The polar opposite. But
okay,
they will just write this off. That 1 kill in mid, not enough to entice FlyQuest into the 3v4.
But if they found that Stare shot through smoke, ooh, this could have gotten very scary. No one wants to go for it, though. Again, the right call for FlyQuest, the boring call, but the right call. They were so locked out. They put the 2 pistols B, and Astralis find the weak site. I just said Astralis haven't been playing aggressive, and you can see, or fast rather, and you can see FlyQuest have the same expectation. In's caught with nades out.
Yeah, I mean, in the same way that, we've been crediting Dexter for having good reads here. I think that's a nice read from Cadian on the other side, right? Yeah. Knowing that they could have come through with this 4-spy, the threat to have kind of avoid there is getting slowed down by the util, being forced to play through a smoke in the final 30 seconds of the round. How do you offset that? You take the fight straight to them. You look for that key points of map control. You put pressure on B. Even if they didn't get the kill up top banana, even if they weren't rewarded with that free 5v4, them getting there so fast would have already burnt one of the smokes. Then you have to kind of insta-replenish or try to retake banana. Already it would have caused so many problems for FlyQuest in what they envisioned that round playing out like. So Good stuff for Astralis, and that's a tie game now, as this T side has started to pick up some speed.
Yeah, I think if anything, Astralis probably expected less than that buy. 3 rifles with great grenades, as you said, but they avoid the dangerous piece of that purchase.
These rounds can still get weird, though. You got to treat it like a gun round if you're Astralis. In these moments, expect the guns to be gimmicky and fighting you, and that's exactly what's happening over here towards B with a boost up for Regali on this M4. They wanted him to get one and then get the hell out of there, but Stown had other ideas.
Great shot.
So just group and hit B. When you see that boost, you know there shouldn't be a third man here. Why would there be?
Ooh, Dink as well, but easy kill, Armorless.
Yeah,
Stown just going for it right now. 3 frags on the entry.
Oh,
careful, Dexter making this round interesting when it has no right to be. Bomb gets planted.
Okay, wait. Stairs a long way away again.
This isn't happening. No.
Are we sure?
No kit.
But Dexter's just a god.
He's going to try, but there's no kit. And they're not going to find this lurker. They don't even know it exists. If they knew that they had 2v2, that might speed them up.
2v2
Instead,
right now.
Yeah, but they're going to hang
they're
around.
Gonna save.
Oh, they're going to save. And then they're going to get shot in the back of the head by Stair. Stair in the chat. So that's what he's doing, just holding this long side. Finally moves a little too early. Dexter fighting for his life, and more importantly for his gun. Device does not allow it. And Liaz caught on the escape as well. Excellent exits for Device after Stown's triple entry. Abusing this B-side back-to-back rounds. Uh-oh, we found a problem for FlyQuest.
And here's the other thing, you know, I think it's going to be weird when FlyQuest go and watch this one back. In many of these moments, God, that shot from Stown is even crazier from his POV. But yeah, when they, you know, I like that they're not feeling the pressure to go for these like kind of desperate 3v4s, 2v3s. They want to win it in the gun rounds, but there's going to be this part of them when they watch it back and they see how often they were actually even odds in that retake with players late lurking. They're going to think, damn, if only we went for one of them.
Oh, an apps pop now. This is such a ballsy call with how the game is going. It's a momentum call. They're going to commit through the smoke. This is crazy. It's a risky play. Liaz, he has support this time. The flash kind of does nothing with him looking at the wall as it comes in, and this round peters out immediately. Stown needed that kill. They have some spawn control, but what are you going to do with it? FlyQuest push on the other side. Nice active move for Regali. Cadian still cuts down long play. They can reset. They don't need to commit to this. They know it's 2v2. Does that beckon Astralis in? As the map goes quiet, Liaz in the pit is no surprise.
I mean, this could get really weird now. Regali's making a heads-up play by pushing through mid, but even then, this opens up some variables, some timings.
He's flanking.
He doesn't clear short.
No way.
There's the spot from Liaz. That's going to bring Regali back just in time. Thank goodness Liaz got that info, as now it means Regali is here to get that bomb away from Astralis and leave it only on Cadian, where there's no hope. A huge bit of info for Liaz to pick up, and it lets Regali have his impact.
Weird, because the apps pop is cool, but I mean, no one even gets into the ground. No one even gets into pit, but there's no play behind it. Short player doesn't scale. No one's really helping. Cadian's on the long side with a Mac 10 walking through smokes. Like, you know, you'll rely on those two players getting entries.
Even the smokes that they threw to assist Cadian getting out Arch felt beneficial, because it meant the Moto player didn't have to worry that much about the smoke anymore. He was looking over towards apartments and was able to help when that apps play came in.
Weird round, and it will cost you. Because now they're fighting for their economy and for the winning half. 5-5, Vexside full blind. And it's back to the classic, the B rush for Astralis. It has done them so well in this T side. Inns keeps them honest and gets into the site in time.
Standard motor smoke to try and lock out anyone rotating over. But Regali's played straight through it, so he will be in the site. He has this crossfire set up with Liaz. Bombs over here in top mid as well. And with the other half of their resources committed to this boost over on B, Astralis can't really pick up the pace for an A hit. Bomb's going to get dropped back, so it feels like Cadian and Yabi do want to try and make a play here, as they've left that bomb behind them for these B players to pick up. They're going to try and take the space now, but that's easy for Dexter. A slow swing, a slow peek, and it didn't work out for Yabi either. The two players that Astralis just regrouped to try and join have both died before the reinforcements got here. And so now into a triple stack, into a heavy lean. Dexter continues putting up numbers for FlyQuest, and there shouldn't be any hope for Stown here as he is sandwiched between pit and site.
I feel like Astralis are overcooking in some of these rounds. I wish they would just commit into their B plays. They're probably thinking that FlyQuest have started stacking it because of how successful it was, but it was the inverse there. That was Ins on 10 health with no nades in dark and 3 on A. If Astralis committed off their entry, even if they did late in the round after the 1-for-1 at B, they would have won the round without a doubt. And there's a couple of those now that leave you scratching your head and wanting more from Astralis. Just playing with more balls. Going for these B hits. Up ult mid this time. Regali gives him an AK. Oh dear. Arming Astralis on a Tech 9 round to close the half.
Double setup in the apartments. You sometimes see that get weird. It's handled well. Liaz having to drop on down now. His support system's a little ways out, but we'll get here just in time. Vexite pulling up to join him. Even Inns floating around at the spawn. FlyQuest have fully conceded this B side of the map. And they've read this one well. All in the right place at the right time. Astralis get the info of a second player here. Is that going to give them a moment of pause? Big pickup there from Device. Player sneaking in through the spawn. Inns is one step ahead of it. He even holds that shot. Bombers floating with the idea of going back, but they just don't know what's happening over towards B, and they heard that molly get lobbed in by Inns, so that's info enough. They know they have this 2v1 laid out ahead of them. It's Liaz they've got to get past. Last time he was able to find one in this position, but it wasn't enough to win the round for FlyQuest. This time, he takes out the full HP player. Device dead. It's left on Acadian. 2 kills deep already. He's going to need the hat trick if Astralis want to tie up this first half in the deciding match. Wow. And Acadian is their safe pair of hands. Huge round from the captain of Astralis. Ties this up, heading into the final half of play. 2 stomps to open up this elimination series. It all started with FlyQuest dominating Astralis on Astralis' map, Pick a Train. Astralis were quick to get their revenge though, putting up an 11-1 first half on Ancient and going on to close that out just as dominantly. It makes a lot of sense then that here on Inferno, a comfortable map for both teams, we are neck and neck. Both squads just as close to continuing to fighting for those group stages as they are to going home. And so the pressure is truly on now. A pistol round would be a serious uptick for whoever's fortunate enough to get it. And fortune favors the brave here as FlyQuest start to aggress down through, or Astralis rather, start to aggress down through middle. FlyQuest waiting for them.
Oh, a great flash.
Gideon dead first. A quad swing out from the base of mid sees the captain of Astralis out of the round.
They didn't want to sit in silence. They wanted that info, and it cost them an early kill. Walking down mid into a flash setup. The plan has gone perfectly for FlyQuest. How do they end this execution? Spotted in second. And Astralis make a really nice gamble, but are they again going to walk into the waiting arms of FlyQuest on this corner? There is a flashbang available, but Device gets caught before it even goes out. Finally, flash pops in the face. There's no trade. Yabi gets out 3v4. FlyQuest realize they're walking into a stack. They go back.
You just saw Stare both heard him and saw him up in the kill feed.
Jumps.
They get passed down on his aggro routing, and so they know this is an open runway to plant that bomb in at the A site. Yabi might get here, but it's just too late to stop them from crossing. They're already in. Moto Smoke now drips in as well. It's one more from Yabi as he survives on 1 HP. There's 3 health between these 2 players on Moto's side. You don't fancy that. And so it's cleanly dealt with from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I love that. Back and forth, just tugging at Astralis' hair. Not telling them where we're ending. Forcing the gamble and then decisively returning back to that A site. Even just the micro there of jumping in alt mid is really special, because if they run straight forward, Stound's gonna clip one. It's a nice angle for him in that apps window to get information, but more importantly, get a pick and fall back. He can't do it when they're jumping, making their models very hard to hit.
Astralis have forced.
CT Inferno makes sense, but it's gonna dig them a hole if it doesn't work out. Boost is nice. Or maybe double boost. We see a lot of teams smoking this position properly. And so double boost does go over the smoke. But all this doesn't matter if FlyQuest hit A.
That's the problem with this boost, right? It's very resource intensive. You need 3 players here early on. That kind of weakens the A defense, and even then, with the decision to cross Yabi into the site itself, him getting out is a little bit harder as well. Meaning these rotates are going to be slow. You've hinged a lot of the round on this gamble over at B working, and so now you're looking at these A players, you need them to hold the line, and it's not looking good for that to happen. Down low on health, overran. It's double openers from Vex site that look to pick it up versus the Force Spy. Astralis already running for the hills. They can't fight for this. Dexter finds the gap, FlyQuest move in, and they pick it up versus the Astralis Force. No issues.
Yeah, they at least save some bits and pieces for later, but it's not gone to plan, has it? FlyQuest on the T side, after an even game, get a big lead in this second half. Should be 9-6. For Astralis even get that AWP on Device. And I mentioned a comeback against Na'Vi the other day off the back of a strong CT side, a lot of early impact for Device. Got nearly 30 kills in that game, went 18-7 on the CT side alone. Well, he's going to have to wait one more before he can even be in that conversation. Every player for Astralis killed at the end of the round. No saves for Lico. What a fall from grace this would be for Astralis to back-to-back Katowices fall in the play-in in last place. The storyline has always been how they've missed 4 majors, for crying out loud. That alone is inconceivable when you consider not just the history. I'm not just looking at it through the rose-tinted glasses of the past, but also the fact that they've had top players. They've had solid rosters on paper. They've had the last time Astralis made a major was with Blame for crying out loud. Okay? So, ever since that point, with this heroic core, with Device, with Cadian now, they've been unable to even get through the RMR, and now another low of missing even the group stage of Katowice. The standards are so much higher, the expectations are so much higher, and yet the results continue to disappoint for Astralis. All of this can be forgotten about if they can just come in to the next gun round and show up. But right now, FlyQuest are already building into this final half of play.
Oof. I think you've teed up the stakes perfectly heading into this next round. This is a do or die for Astralis. Will they offer us another forgettable Katowice performance?
No breathing room, no room for error. A time like the present, the Device won't connect that mid-shot, nor the second time around.
It's rare to be given two chances like that. Usually one is the only opportunity you're given. He had two chances to find the advantage for Astralis in this tipping point round of the series. Silent boost to get Vexite up into the apartments. He's going to start clearing these lines now. FlyQuest have a clear idea here with the real estate they're taking. These MAC-10s in the apartments going to look to lead the charge. Intent behind these moves. This isn't some posturing play over towards A only to go back and take Banana. This is all in. This is three players barreling out the apartments. Astralis have to stop this. Nearly awkward timing for Stare. Able to get gun on in time. Stare with seconds to spare is there to put a stop to this A push. Regali out with one. Stare still alive down in the pit. They know he's here. Teammates pushing through the motor smoke. It's a good move. It's all Stare right now. On for the ace. Is that enough?
Still alive.
Regali in the clutch. Katie and the one to beat. Regali. New time in the FlyQuest jersey. Chance to prove himself here and now, but shut down by Cadian.
No one thought there was a chance for that, but Regali fought anyway. He fought and he finds 4, as does Stare. And it is Astralis to just about eke it out. My God. Talk about unreliable. Talk about uncertainty. Stare does this to open up, and still Regali makes it a montage. That would have been the final blow, the kicker, if Regali won that round.
I mean, that would have been... I would have been watching Astralis die in real time if Regali sticks the landing in that clutch.
Right?
After a 4K from Stare, it feels mind-blowing that it even gets that close. But for now, Astralis are still in this. They don't go down quietly. They'll go fighting. But how much more is left of the tank? Does Stare have any more rounds like that? Is Device going to get activated? These are all the questions. Where the hell is Yabi? Where the hell is Down? More players need to get switched online if Astralis do want to survive the night in Katowice.
Yeah, Liaz is 14-5, while Yabi is 4-14. Bit of disparity there. Liaz not even the star of this team anymore. But he put on a great show, anchoring down in pit in that first half. Garley's given us a couple of beautiful multi-kills at the start of this T side, even if they haven't led to much. FlyQuest are taking their sweet time on their default right now. They've burnt out a lot of nades. Got 3 mollies and 3 flashes available for Astralis. Oh, that's a big entry for Inns. Finding Yabi. They just run through blind in middle. FlyQuest go back to a B execute. Just going to keep it simple. This is what we wanted out of Astralis, where they have these picks to just go back and play it flat, play it simple. Dexter could get caught on this long timing, and that's clearing middle entirely, but a missed shot for Device. It's still followed up. FlyQuest has still written this round on the B site. They get the entry. The MP9 survives. 2v3, Cadian at the back of the site.
Just trying to buy time, but these rotates are so far away. Cadian will be scrapping, will be fighting all alone.
NT.
Dead after damage. Regali and Liaz both low. Smoke spam could end their round. Device and Stare left up in this, and Stare is doing all he can to keep Astralis' Katowice run alive.
Run, it's barely a walk.
Liaz given a chance to peel back. Chance to pick his moment. Time to strike, looking like it's now. First shot connects, and now it's just Device to beat. Low on health. Device
5, 4,
holds
3,
the defuse,
2,
no
1.
swing, and Device keeps Astralis in this. They live to fight another day. Ballsy to commit to the stick in that 1v1.
I love they took the AWP to do it, though. It lets him, you know, hold the mouse button down and then hold E, and then if he gets peeked, he lets go of E, just shoots instantly. Could have had that regardless of whether Liaz peaks with the weapon swap. Still a very nice try. Hurts for Liaz, who's feeling he wants to just fight that, but he in his head makes a safer play to give it up, but he goes so far away that he can't challenge that defuse. And my god, Astralis is still in this, somehow, some way, refusing to go down without more of a fight. B-Rush comes in, smoke on the Molotov, not going to stop anyone. Astralis still fight forward, still fight through it. A man up now. Liaz going back with the AK. Will this plant be allowed? I think it has to. But they have so many grenades. Get your ducks in a row and get this retake on. Oh, lucky that Molly went a second early.
You don't want to fall down at the econ round at a FlyQuest after sticking the landing in 2 wild rounds back to back. They get past Dexter.
Winnable.
And so Liaz 1v3 with a scavenged AK. Has a line onto this bomb. He's going to stop the plant. Things could get weird now. Smoke's down over a banana. Someone's going to get on the defuse. Oh god, it's Yabi. He was low. Stare had to hit that. Astralis, hold on.
Dude, you can see the stress on Astralis' face. Look how Yabi is reacting some of these rounds. He is looking so stressed, and he's not having a great game either. Even that missed shot on the CT peak when he's on 1 health with the AWP. My god, they have to be thanking Stare for staying in this game. He is the only reason they are here right now.
Yeah, 2 of the 3 rounds. 2 of the 3 rounds on this comeback coming solely from Stare.
My god. But they're doing it, aren't they? 3 in a row for Astralis off the back of their first buy. Is this really winnable? Is there really a hope in hell? It's getting retrieved. Device just missed that up. Oh, he's missed some shots he wouldn't usually. I don't want to call them sitters or easy shots, but these are ones that Device is known for.
Yeah, his whole reason for being here is that he's supposed to win you rounds off of plays like that. He's been trying to make his moves.
Not Mr. Consistent today, but he can still be enough to hold down this B-site solo, allowing the stack that FlyQuest are walking into. That is close.
Yeah, that's a
for
lot of
Regali. He's going to go back.
Okay, none of the AWPers have hit their chances. None of them have struck gold yet.
Careful, KD, and they're creeping up.
But eventually something's going to give here. One man deep through the short side. Vexite has played with that AWP, having covered the push up. They try to go back and clear out Banana. Both AWPs, after missing early, find success now. Regali even goes back in for a little bit more. Not punished, not dealt with yet. They still don't know about Vexite, but likewise, he's not prepared for Stare. And so Stown and Stare strike in tandem. Two players make it into the pit, but at what cost? They are both low. Time is of the essence. Both players wounded. This is going to take a miracle for FlyQuest if they want to hold on to the lead. First shot lands for Regali. Canadians boxed in. They were low. There was meant to be no hope, no chances, but here's the plan for FlyQuest. Device, 2 shots could put a stop to this round. Swing it out now, and he can't find a thing. That is not a round that FlyQuest were ever supposed to win.
8 points of health between 2 players, and they clutch it out. 2 against 3. They were trapped in pit. That cross was covered, and nothing for Astralis. Nothing. I don't know how they saved that. Regali even missed his first shot from balcony, and then they both swing out in tandem. They both take a piece, and Regali almost plants open, but gets hidden in sight just in time to win that round. Liaz has been clutch in this game, 21-6. He had his problems. He had a couple of awkward rounds on the A site where he felt like he could have won it all on his own, but he has done enough, and he is carrying that form into this T side.
And if you had any doubts about Regali, those doubts getting quelled very, very quickly. 17-9, a part of that turnaround. Playing out of his mind.
Abs. Nice boys, nice. Just stay calm, okay? Stay calm.
Stay calm.
Let's look.
Stay calm. It's not over yet. 2v4 to get him back in, to break Astralis' money at the tipping point, to put him on rocky ground. Will Astralis stumble in a game that was never supposed to be this close? On paper, you would say Astralis had this one every day, but we know their form has been waning.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing for Astralis. Their best matchup is on paper. Whenever they end up in the real game, that's often where the wheels fall off.
Are we just going to see a B execute into a stack? I hope Kaden doesn't throw this smoke. If anything, you want FlyQuest to push into 4 players here. Use your HE, get some damage off. That's nice. It's a good grenade. My God, it's a great grenade from Kaden, but he still blocks them. He still blocks them. FlyQuest now won't go. They were going to commit there. Do they still? Nade on the smoke, into the stack. Cadian in right position. Vexite trades it out. There's still plenty of players as the shots come through the smoke. Yabi finds a double. They call Cadian's bluff, they pay the price.
Tried to put a stop to this here and now. And it's the same players from that last turnaround left up in it for FlyQuest, but they're just so far removed from this round, especially in the case of Liaz. Only 20 seconds left, and he's not going for this, so 2v4 written off. The pistols are enough to keep Astralis in this.
My God.
A bit overzealous from FlyQuest. They try to hit the go button on a B play. They walk right into that stack.
Yeah, and it's also 1-by-1, right? Like, you know, you can make the call, we're going to break the smoke, we're going to go, but you just need to be better spaced there to trade those kills. Because Astralis are allowed to 1-by-1 repeat and get frags with armorless pistols. And, oh, FlyQuest. It could end in heartbreak, losing a round like that. Late in the game, they saved the AWP, they saved the AK, that is all they have.
4 spy for FlyQuest now on the other side.
I think for Astralis, that's just relief. Like, you weren't expecting to win that round, but the fact that you have has absolutely brought you back in this game. When it felt like you had to win 4 rounds in a row, now you're just even with the economy advantage.
Liaz and Regali both saved their guns out of the last round. Let's see if they can put them to work. Astralis have been handed a wild route back into this series after all. Now they have to do good on that. Regali with an aggro line. I mean, he knows in this round more than any round so far, there is pressure on his shoulders to be that defining character. And the AWP will open. Regali puts FlyQuest up 5v4. Last time, they were overzealous. They jumped the gun, and that led to their downfall. They try to accelerate on the back of that opening pick.
The nades.
They don't like what they find. They are wounded. They are hurting. They've gathered that AK at least from middle. But a level playing field now. And a 4-on-3 in this A hit.
The re-aggression is good, but Stan's low. He could be one shot by a Tech 9, so he needs to be very careful up close. Converts his kill. Device swinging with a rifle, able to just put it to bed. This one's not going anywhere fast as Astralis stop FlyQuest in their tracks, breaking their money with match point round the corner. FlyQuest do not have a choice. They must concede elimination point. And that walk into the B stack, beckoned in by Cadian smoke as if they weren't all there. That has turned this game upside down. That may be what eliminates FlyQuest here in this series.
In these last few rounds as well, Cadian has had their number. He has called stacks in every site that FlyQuest have gone on to hit. There has been a changing of the guard in terms of who controls this game, and it now resides with Astralis. They have 2 chances to get this over the line. And it's been well-placed stacks. Some highlight moments from folks like Stare, some clutches won for Device, and that eco win that have helped squeak this one into pole position for Astralis.
Yeah, this is,
FlyQuest are going to be left with this horrible feeling that they were so close.
Got a feel for them. They've been through the ringer, this team, and it felt like they finally made a clear upgrade, and Regali's brought a lot of value to already this short amount of time we've seen him in this team. But to lose in this fashion, with the game in the palm of their hand, with Liaz playing like this, with Regali individually looking so capable, and Dexter calling rings around him on train, this is a devastating way to be eliminated from the play-in. It's not over yet. FlyQuest. Their biggest test yet. Full armed, plenty of nades, AWP on Device. And they play a standard setup. They don't get crazy with it. Device in the pit with the orb. And he could be the perfect position for this round. He can set up his team on the long side, scope in. FlyQuest get the perfect entry.
Stare out on an island here. Stan wants to come through this smoke and help him, but Stan's fighting entirely on his own. Stare low on health. Nade could finish him here, but they'll smoke off Moto. For now, Stare gets to survive. He'll play into this retake a little bit later. FlyQuest have to battle back a man down. Vexai got this round rolling.
Got a re-smoke.
But him and Dexter, 2 very heavy hitters knocked out. It's Liaz and Regali, the ones that cooked in that 2v3. They're going to try and deliver here.
No saving, you go for this.
Re-smoke down over towards Moto. Now the push up through the short side. Hoping to come through, but it might never get there. Everyone at Moto falls, and Stown goes in to a lost site, a lost round. This one is a 1-round game. It's overtime or bust for FlyQuest. Astralis unable to keep their cool under the weight of the Vexai entries, unable to get collected as they play through the Moto smoke. And so this one goes the full 24 rounds. The time is now to see if this will be settled in extra time.
Cadian looks down the line, says, I am the AWPer now. We've got a double AWP finally in the last round of regulation, as Astralis have nothing to lose. This is their game. Their chance to completely avoid overtime, to put FlyQuest to bed, and to go on against Pain Gaming. Ins teeters up banana. They don't know that this double AWP is in play. Cadian on Coffin. Double pit setup. FlyQuest haven't really utilized long in this map. They've done a lot of short pops. It's a gamble Astralis are willing to make. But after re-clearing top banana and giving Yabi that control, they're going to send a rotation back to A. You said Cadian's calling rings around them. You said he's calling the stacks. He's done it yet again. Oh no, Cadian stays on that B bomb site. It's only 3 here. It might be enough though.
It's down pressured over a long. Oh, he won't live to tell the tale. Dexter, there's an opening. This was all it took last time. Device, this has to be his moment. This has got to be where Device delivers for Astralis. Boxed in, but not missing a beat. Device off. It's all about Device. He is the main character. Huge round. As the king of Astralis rises up in round 24, Astralis survive and FlyQuest exit. A devastating loss decided by Pistols and that pesky Device AWP.
Yeah, it's not pretty for Astralis. It's not clean. It's not an easy day in the office after getting demolished on train, but they show tenacity. They stay in the game. They stomp them right back. They eke out a win in a close overtime affair, an Astralis classic. And that is a devastating loss for FlyQuest, who came in, who look better without a doubt. A fantastic map for Liaz, but it is all for naught. FlyQuest eliminated in last place. Astralis far from a place to celebrate, but one step closer to that group stage.
Dexter, I know this is a less than ideal situation, so really appreciate you giving me your time. Let's go back to your map pick of Ancient. First half looked really tricky for you guys to kind of string anything together. What happened from your perspective?
I think from my perspective, we just lost a lot of clutches. I think there was like 8 or 10 rounds where there was like 2 alive or 1 alive kind of thing. So it was like super close in terms of like just being able to, you know, convert the rounds and then have the like momentum back. And then, yeah, that's really it. I think we can definitely improve our Ancient, but when it came down to this game, it was just that.
Speaking of super close, third map of Inferno literally came down to the wire. Can you walk me through the final moments of that and kind of where you felt like it slipped through your fingers? Because it looked like it was going to overtime at some points.
Yeah, definitely around 10-11 or 10-10 or something like that when they had nothing. I think just kind of stumbled on ourselves with just how we wanted to execute on to be, and then it was just pretty terrible, to be honest. And then they just got the economy back then. That's just really it.
Looking forward, obviously, you've got Cluj coming up for you guys. What are you going to be focusing on moving forward to that next event?
I think from this event, we just kind of learned a lot from each other because there's a lot of different energies. It's our first LAN event together. It's definitely going to expect people to have like high energy, different levels of energy. So have those kind of things and talk about it. So once you kind of understand how we want to work now, it makes it easier in the future. That's it.
Final question. Obviously, we've just in Melbourne being announced. Obviously, I imagine you really want to be qualifying, getting enough points together to get to that event. How important is it for you to be attending that one?
Pretty important. It's a home event, and I'd rather not be just the guy in the crowd drinking and watching other teams play while we're this good. So, yeah, that's just really it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, Dexter. Yeah, commiserations once again. We're looking forward to seeing you and the team bouncing back.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Commiserations indeed.
Jesus Christ, they're still alive.
Like
I mean, they got eliminated from the tournament, but they're alive.
Yeah,
like,
they're still with
us.
us. It's in color,
It's
not black and white.
Life is great.
Yeah, you're right. If this was in black and white, that would be pretty bad. Eliminated. No, so aside from the obvious here, yeah, we do say goodbye to FlyQuest. That would end their run here within Katowice. However, hard fought in this last map. It'd be hard to argue against that, I think. But you could try.
We could try to argue against that. We saw flashes from Astralis, Device here in this final round, for example. We saw them doing their patented, I mean, their CT side was great, their patented rotates, the gamble stacks and everything. Sometimes maybe a little bit overcooked in some situations, getting spotted in an apartment, so they move over and they go to this back to long side to re-clear top of middle together. And it seemed like Astralis was hit or miss on the round to round. And when we were just hearing Dexter talking about Ancient and the clutches that they lost there, that's kind of just like, it could have gone either direction from any of these individual plays or shots being missed by both sides.
This music just has me rethinking all my life choices.
The whole thing.
Like, did I do the right thing? And I think Dexter already alluded to it, but I think he's definitely rethinking that round 20 against Pistols. I mean, we just had the clutch from Regali and Liaz, right, bringing it back in a 2v3. They finally break the economy of Astralis. They get a quote-unquote freebie round. And for me, the problem is first, Like, you didn't have to go B at that time. Like, I get it. They might not be a stack. I think they heard 2 different pistols shoot already. You got blocked. You definitely don't need to go through a smoke. You had a guy towards A. It's not like you were worried about, oh, maybe we just lost the timing. We're getting flanked. We just have to go. And then, as Dexter pointed out, it was just executed so poorly. I mean, they have 4 players there. It's like they're not going in together with just one guy throwing the utility. Like, you can see this. It's 50 seconds left on the clock. It's not that dire. Yet that you feel cornered, that you have to go for this move. They're just going one by one. The flashes aren't there. Like, it's just a terrible, terrible execute.
Teams losing rounds by forcing through smokes on Inferno couldn't be a more iconic duo. But you're right. I think teams also on this map, they need to utilize their HE grenades better when it comes to the smokes, especially at B. So the CTs need to hang on to them. When they get executed on, that smoke comes into spawn. You blow that open, break it, get that crossfire going. Same thing with the T's, though. When you get blocked at B main like that, you need to make sure that, hey, we're going to use the nade, the flash at the same time, and we're going to go with it, where we dissipate the smoke entirely, or we just wait. We have time on the clock still.
It's also so overrated to think like to nail like breaking the smoke to run through it. I mean, you're gonna get slowed down by the HE if you don't do it perfectly, and you have pistols there. It's just so it felt like really unnecessary at the moment, and unfortunately, it was the nail in the coffin in the end, as you know. The music showed us.
The proverbial nail in what would obviously be some sort of verbiage of a coffin. Either way, yeah, they're still here. They're like right down the hall, but they are not going to be playing anymore at Katowice. And this bracket will also show you a little bit of that as well. You can look and see how that bottom sort of lower bracket is panning out in the likes of Astralis taking on FlyQuest. Yeah, that's got something to it.
That's going to be spicy.
That's going to be painful.
Yeah, for someone,
man.
Absolutely. I mean, Astralis, if they lost this game, that would be back-to-back last place finish at IEM Katowice, which is, sort of unthinkable, really, for an organization that was so successful such a long time ago. But yeah,
look at that lower bracket here,
big game
too.
Down there.
Yeah, big game for a big night, and that's what we've got ahead of us. We're going to be going to a quick break. We can come back. We can continue all the action. That is the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice. You know the year, it's the year 2025. So we'll see you on the back end of this.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Issues, audio issues, and visa issues. The hopes of an entire gender rest on the shoulders of one man.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Dori has visa issue. She can make it. You will have to play.
Wait, if I play well, you look like a bot. But if you play well, then I will look like a bot.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, not gonna lie.
KD unlocked, so we could run.
One man.
I need one thing.
One role.
No, let's go. Come on.
Oh my god, midair!
Can you?
She's making this happen! Oh! Zaz turns up with a 1v3!
Handle
Playing aggressive and button.
the pressure.
You need to relax.
Retake B, retake B. Get back in kitchen.
One man.
You know what I meant?
You're always keeping one of your Ents boys with you, though, aren't you? You got Sampayas this time. So next roster change, who do you want back?
Probably next time it has to be Snappy then.
Okay, gets to get Marco back. All right. Well, so you ended up getting Sampayas, who's been freed up from Falcons, which must have just been miserable for all the players there. That didn't look like a good time for anybody. Then Tania, who's probably not, people at home probably aren't too familiar with. And then the Sangar core, LNZ Sweden, game leading, youngster, a bit more of an up-and-coming talent from Sweden. And then X-Floud, people probably familiar with him with the stint over with the Eternal Fire guys, right? So you look at that as your team. The season started decently. Obviously, the land portion, because Tania couldn't get the visa to go to Copenhagen, that's not great. But otherwise, are you happy with how things are starting for the team?
Yeah, I am quite happy, like how things are going. Because talking with the guys first time before anyone was signed and anything, like I got the feeling already they are super like hardworking, energetic young guys who will be able to put in a lot of hard work. And so far, of course, it's early days, but I feel like we have been able to put in a lot already. And it's still nowhere close where you want it to be. But of course, it helps to have the core of the Sangal guys, and then it helps to have an experienced player in Sampayas, and then also Tanir as a like insane firepower rifle, basically.
He had some big games, didn't he? Yeah, was it the Mirage game that he was popping? I don't remember exactly. There was so many matches going on with Blast. 4 best of 3s a day, online Counter-Strike, everyone having a great time.
Yeah.
And you got to take down Liquid and talk shit about JKS in the process, so...
It was of course a comment for our players, and not so much for the community, but there was some weaknesses we noticed, and you have to take the advantage if you can.
Were you happy when you heard the recording?
No, to be honest, I wasn't happy about it, because like it also puts me in a different light, because it's meant as a comment for your team.
You're saying to relax the atmosphere.
Yeah,
you don't even mean it so much. You just say it to makes people laugh, and then it helps
exactly.
Calm down a bit. So.
And because it's basically locker room talk. Like you want to keep it inside the team. And I would assume people understand it, of course, as in what it is.
The reasonable people do. The people looking for the drama don't. But that's just the nature of the beast for the internet, for sure.
We do have a very exciting matchup at hand. Heroic taking on Eternal Fire, and I think we should dive straight into it, because Eternal Fire, who at Copenhagen were a massive, massive surprise. A team that's been around for a long, long time, but seemingly they found their footing now and maybe perhaps ready to challenge for the top 5 teams in the world.
Was it a massive surprise? For me, I feel like they have been on a steady uprising kind of thing, right? They've always been in a kind of difficult team to face, even in the days of Space Soldiers and that episode of Xantares in Big and the Turkish roster changes and everything. I feel like they have always been like a uncomfortable team to play against. But recently, you said like they have been like playing really well, and in Copenhagen they lost in the finals against Spirit, and now they're here in a position to go to stage 2 if they win tonight.
Yeah, you spoke about the roster changes, and we pulled some of them up right here. It's been a turmoil period, dare I say it, for Eternal Fire. A lot of circling around with players. Some players were going out, some players were coming in. Obviously, Voxic, great example, coming in, coming out of the lineup. And the recent addition in Jota as well. Now, we said it, you said it. Copenhagen, it looked great. What did you see from Jota? Did you like from Eternal Fire as a whole?
I saw a little thing that they swap up some of the positions for him to actually, I don't know if it's Xantares wanting to get into a better position or Jota getting into his own natural position. I think it's the second thing. And if you put him, because he played well in Shanghai, right? If you put him in a position that he played well already, maybe he can deliver the same level on Eternal Fire. And so far, I have not been super mega impressed, but I've not been disappointed too. It's still early on to kind of decide that.
And that's the thing for me as well. It's early on, but I do think we have a world ranking graphic we can pull up at some point as well, where it feels like Eternal Fire have stabilized a little bit. You say that maybe it's not the biggest surprise, but for my money, it's a team that when they're up here, as you can see, they're currently at the peak of their shape. They're in this conversation to be a top 10 team, maybe even a top 5 team. So my question to you, Kasar, before we see them going into Heroic, is that a team you expect to be a stable within top 10, or are they still on the cusp of it?
At this point, yes. I think that it's the perfect timing now, the ranking being as they are right now. It's super important to be like highly placed so you can get into all these invites. They hit the right form at the right time. I think I'm gonna stay there at least for 3-4 months, simply because that's how they're like the nature of the Turkish people is like that. They have these momentums, they have their play of the confidence. If the mood is in the camp is really good, I think they're gonna keep it for the next, at least throughout this season. Let's say it like that.
It's a big game. It's perhaps a big night for Eternal Fire. They take on Heroic, and if I'm not mistaken, the casters are ready with the game to go live.
Damn right, Jacob. You two look great up there. Thank you. Yes, Eternal Fire versus Heroic. And we're getting into the veto as well now. This is going to be an interesting veto because both these teams really like both picking Anubis. We've seen that recently for both squads. Heroic obviously picked it over Liquid the other day. They beat them. And that was a very entertaining BO3 that went the distance. Sorry, they lost Anubis, but they won the series.
You don't mess with EF's Anubis, surely.
Oh, Heroic go for a nuke pick. Surely we're going to see the Anubis pulled back, and that's what happens, and this could end anywhere because we don't know what Heroic's pool looks like. Wouldn't surprise me to see a Mirage. I'll say it before we get that final ban. I don't know. Mirage gone for Eternal Fire, interestingly enough, putting us on Train, unknown territory. One map played for Eternal Fire. Woxic went crazy. I actually watched that game back last night against Complexity. He was monstrous in overtime. A lot of multi-kills. That's a classic Train player from the Mouse days. Sports days.
This is a super interesting veto. Like,
Heroic picking a map they've not been winning. Or not been playing, rather.
Well, the data that we have on Heroic is very small. This is one of the maps we've seen crop up in their games, right? Seen them play Liquid on it here. They closed out the dub there. Saw them with a stand-in play Spirit on this map back at Blast Bounty, but that one...
Forget about it.
Yeah, it can be forgotten about. Where I think it's interesting is they've kind of gamified the fact that they also like Anubis. Picking first, they went into Nuke, knowing that if you leave Anubis open versus Eternal Fire, they are going to pick it. So if you're Heroic, you've ended up with, in a way, two maps that you didn't mind playing here to open up, and then they float Train as the decider. This is not a map we've seen this new look Heroic squad on, so there are no data points to go off of really for either teams. Heroic do at least have that one game from the other day versus Complexity to look at for Eternal Fire.
Heroic are underdogs, so they'd rather play Train, an unknown quantity, versus a Mirage, whereas Antares is very comfortable. So let's see if it takes all three maps.
The thing that's super cool here is Eternal Fire have been really, really hot, having just made it to the grand finals of Blast Bounty. They were feeling good about that. Very impressive tournament from them. But in the same vein that Eternal Fire have started this year off strong, Heroic, who you kind of had no expectations for, have equally impressed. Sure, not making it as far at Blast at the top of the year, but they had a stand-in.
They played
very
Spirit.
Different circumstances, and they played Spirit as their first round matchup. So. All right, fast into the top site. Jota gonna tear through them with those dual Berettas.
Beautiful hold. He's gotten better every game. Oh, the cover's not there. Tania a little slow to that one. Gets the bomb, gets out. But they hear this every step of the way. There's no way he's hard clearing this one. Reload! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's a whiff of massive implication. 1v1 now. Similar health and advantage on the timing. He's got a plan.
Antares is taking a really long route. Decides against it. He pushed in the lobby. He was trying to catch Tania falling back, but now is to win it out in this 1v1 down at lower. Double doors, strong post plant for Tania. He's played this so well. That one whiff from Madja might really sour the start of this game for Eternal Fire. Antares, you'd like to think he's the one you want in these moments?
No way.
He's the experienced player, the hot hand player, the star of Eternal Fire.
Oh, no.
But with Tania in such a strong position, just wasting time. Sometimes the best way to beat Antares is to never face him.
That's so well played. Xploud loving it against his former team, former organization. And Tania, I mean, he was reloading when he ran past Madja. I just thought, even with a whiff, there's no way you get the mag in and dump him. And Tania, even those micro details of him jumping out and hitting vent, you know, crouching in, like the movement's so smooth there. Xantares just needs one shot, it slows you down, he's going to kill you. So very close jump into the vent there.
Bro, the other thing there is like that's super uncharacteristic for Madja. He's normally the cool, calm, collected guy who you can rely on in clutch moments. And that was essentially a clutch for him, right? The 1v1 back turned. That would have ended the round. And usually that's what he kind of provides for this Eternal Fire team. When you see Madja still alive in a clutch, you go, all right, there's hope, there's a chance here. Got a good head on his shoulders, doesn't get stressed out in moments like that. And so is that a bad omen for the remainder of this series?
Oh, let's not jump on it too soon, but I will say Heroic, what it has done for them is filled them with confidence. They're going for vent dive round 2 for crying out loud, knowing there's no A1S spamming that vent. And X-File just knifed Madger, his ex-in-game leader, so already he's feeling a little bit cocky. Blimey.
Yeah, I want to see what Jota can do as well, right? Because obviously X-Cloud against his former squad in this Eternal Fire group, but Jota, formerly on Sangal, the core of which now make up this heroic squad, he's also got a point to prove.
It's fun head-to-head, isn't it?
Nice, boys. Sick. Nice, only two.
Knife in round 2. My God. Really setting a precedent. No way to do it again. Straight out the door. Flexing their muscles. The nades do land, and a bit of spam for Wicardi. It goes a long way, but they get down relatively unscathed. And that's just a path to a plant. That should mean an instant round win for Heroic. Eternal Fire, it's all about damage.
Joey's got the rest of the gang moving in to join him.
Oh,
I mean, they have, weirdly enough, all right odds in these lower fights. It's a shame that it's just 2 players here, because Woxix claimed another life down at lower. Now they've spotted Tania lurking in a little bit later. If only they'd attempted this one. There weren't bodies down on that lower site. Still, it's a lot of damage here for Eternal Fire. But yeah, I think this is 2 teams that are both in their element. And sure, it's more shocking for Heroic with how quickly this roster was put together and assembled. Yeah. Eternal Fire only have 1 piece to slot in, but the results speak for themselves. That grand final run, a grand final that kind of just slipped by, but we had a sick opening map, a hell of a comeback from Eternal Fire there. You can't question the Eternal Fire squad's resilience in these games.
I think there was, on the other side for Heroic, question of like land performance, because we saw this Sangal core do really well, go on a hot streak halfway through last year. They went to Pro League. Sure, they beat FaZe in an upset in the opening round, but then in a rematch, they lost it. They disappear, they go to the RMR, they bomb out, and we wondered, hey, is this team cut out for it? But with this new squad, with some fresh-faced Tania in it, with some Pius bringing words of wisdom, as we've heard in these voice comms, I think they are acclimatizing very well. X-Flow bringing a lot of energy, no doubt. Yeah, also in this match.
I think it's a cool combination of players, and it's something that Swords even spoke about, right? Like the idea that you have a core of 3 who are all on the rise, kind of up-and-comers. Tania is the hot prospect in there, and then the experience of some Pius. It's a potent mixture for sure. Everyone's hungry to prove themselves, but
still ready.
Look at Xantares go. I mean,
2 lurks, he's ready.
Xantares was a huge reason as to why Eternal Fire reached that grand final. Sure, he went quiet in the semis, but up until that point, he was having a phenomenal tournament. What? My God, Jota. All right, calm down. You used to play with these guys. Then you're going to do them like that?
Remind them what they lost.
Actually, let's do the ropes. Sorry.
I think Xantares has done his homework if he's hyper aware of 2 players separately coming through that smoke. That's just such a clean ramp hole. I can't believe he gets all 3 bursting.
That looked really good.
Yeah, really clean.
It's a CSGO type sequence, that one.
Ooh, picked through the smoke. Main player dead, but an nade break could have been perfect if not for Tania just shooting back. Woxic outside already might have to save. They're down vent, they're on A, they're everywhere. Bomb, come back up, please. We've got this site, it's ours. Tania is on the heaven flank. This is all over the place. Suffering from success are Heroic. Forced into a save. Again, Woxic out of the picture. That van got some tunes, though. Yeah. Great start for Heroic. Doesn't really get better than this. They've forced a lot of conditioning early. They've done some yard smokes. They've hit vent multiple times successfully. If you're Eternal Fire, you always now have to be vigilant of the idea that there could be a player who's crept through these vent smokes. That's a filthy shot from Tania, not even on purpose. So even if Heroic aren't rushing down vent, they could have crept one guy in. Seed of Doubt already placed. Let's see if it sprouts in Eternal Fire. Oh, that works. Oh dear.
Oh God, you chose to face him, Sampaius. That's... I don't know if that's the play. That's Antares you're going up against, man.
And Woxic as well. They come crashing back to reality in this round.
Watch like any game from Blast Bounty or Siege. just how good Zantares was. You could blind pick any one of them, and you have a, I'd say, 75% chance of watching him drop like 28 kills. I think there's going to be, you know, for me, there's a couple of things I'm keeping an eye on here on the Eternal Fire front. I want to see how Zantares is looking, because there was no denying that, like, as that tournament dragged on, he wasn't having those like insane bombastic performances again. Now, I think Maja actually drew some really nice positives out of that. The idea that even though Zantares wasn't just one-man armying the game, Eternal Fire was still able to win it as a team. And so I think that's done a lot for the kind of vibe and the faith within this Eternal Fire squad in terms of how much they got faith in one another.
Yeah, I think Maja, like, we weren't doubting him anyway, because they had a great last year, making the playoffs of Copenhagen Major and a grand final at EPL against Na'Vi that was a round's difference from winning. But Maja, yeah, I think, building on your point, really proved himself again that he can call fantastic T-sides, because they did it without really Zantares or Woxic popping off in a couple of those games. Some of the games are just with Cardia and Jota trying to drag him over, the young guns.
And I think even that is great, because, you know, like, what more of a sign did you need that removing Calix, someone who's been, you know, close to the Eternal Fire guys for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, that is a pre-existing relationship that runs like a decade deep. And so removing him, I can't imagine was an easy decision for Maja and the rest of the gang, right? But something had to give. And so then in those matches where your stars go a little bit quiet, Jota, your new boy, alongside Wakadia, the two fresh-faced players, they were able to help a hell of a lot.
Well, I think also you want fresh blood at a certain point, right? You can't live in the glory days forever of, oh, Cobblestone's not in the map pool anymore, right? The Calix Zantares duo is not what it used to be. So the idea that you can just hold on to forever to a 30-plus-year-old roster is not realistic.
Even back then, like Calix, when he was originally, you know, like proper sick up there alongside Zantares in the Cobblestone days, he was the young player. He was the Jota of that team.
Yeah, and they've tried, right? They had X-Filed on this roster. They obviously found Wicardia, who's turned into a diamond in the rough. And now they bring Jota in as well, who without a doubt has looked more and more comfortable with each passing game. Saw a great ramp hold from him. Eternal Fire. Oh, they clear outside with that nade. They don't see anything, but players cross late. Looks like fake smokes right now. What will Heroic do with the element of surprise? Can they make it down? One will. Oh, no, he won't. Woxic saw him over the smoke. Zantares even finds X-Filed creeping through into Garage. So these little cheeky plays that LNZ's calling of these smoke pushes, right now they are being denied entirely. Woxic, oh, caught off guard by Youngster. But 2v4 with a minute, and they're split. There's no easy way in here. I just completely repositioned. They just heard him tick from backside, so yeah, you can see. Oh, he wasn't ready for that, but he still reacts. Sampaius just gets out. They're hunting him.
Surely this doesn't get weird. No, there's the hunt, the push from Wicardia. Gets that bomb away. And Youngster over at ramp shouldn't be given much here. Jota, yeah, but that's fine. You can give up one. Youngster's going to get him with that. 20 seconds left as he starts to root back into the lobby. But he's expecting to be fought by both players. That's what's going to need to happen if he wants to win this. There shouldn't be time to get out of this with a bomb plant. So even though he's poised himself like he wants to attempt this 1v3, it's going nowhere fast. Eternal Fire. They even hear that jump, and they might go hunting after time. It's too enticing for Wicardia. Hoping to remove that AK, but unable to get it out of Youngster's hands. Still, it's the round for Eternal Fire as this CT side starts to build.
Yeah, with the pace that Heroic made clear in the first couple of rounds, with all these upper rushes, the vent dives back-to-back rounds into an A hit. They've really lost the momentum, lost the edge there. You don't want to call like that forever, you know, especially with full buy rounds coming out. There's going to be util combos on your positions, but it's now a very different game. They can't call off of momentum. If you're not catching Eternal Fire off guard, they've got so many dependable pieces, as we've already seen, tested in a variety of spots in this game. AK looking for the entry. Woxic had a phenomenal day yesterday. Player that's reinvented himself. They can jump, but he will probably pick them out of the sky. Bomb spotted, that's all you need. Woxic missed shot, but the rifles are here to clean up. Despite Woxic falling, no one else will. And Sumpires, he may get down, but he's got no bomb.
I mean, all the extremities being held. Bomb away from him, and so even damage feels, you know, hopeful here, like for Sumpires.
He's dead.
Only a matter of time. Just going to walk right in a Jota. And so he'll collect 4 all. The hero gun round won't find its impact for Heroic. They already found themselves in an alright position thanks to their successes earlier on, but you don't want to have started strong and then let Eternal Fire streak themselves away into a stellar first half. Running out of time to find much more on this T half. They're going to go outside with the smokes down. 4 players here, 1-man lobby lurk.
Again.
Working up close to main. Xantares decides now to slip down the vent, and that's right as Heroic looked to move in. Hell of a spot from Jota. He was heaven on that. So must have just caught Linus moving into position. More spots out in the yard and more frags put up from Jota. It's just down at 2. Living and dying on these yard fights are Heroic, and they've not won them so far.
Not even fights, really. Keep getting shot in the side of the head. Oh, Xantares doesn't know if they made it down earlier, so he's clearing this position. But now he's tucked in and might even have both kills. If I know Xantares, crouched in an off angle, a hard clear, Sumpires manages it. They can get a quick plant in. Woxic's not going to challenge with the AWP. Bomb has been planted. They got a smoke. But nothing more. X-File has to do it from the back of the site. Sumpire so low.
I mean, if Sumpires finds this kill, the round is so on.
Yeah, he's going to have an orb, but bomb's not ready for him. But they're waiting to smoke forever. Woxic finally gets the kill he's been waiting around for. It's on this one, and Wicardia saves the day. It's fine for Eternal Fire. They do it again. I'm really not too sure what Heroic are trying to do outside. Like, that round, they're playing 4 outside behind, 2 behind the smoke walking secret, 2 walking main. So like they're relying on so much. Oh wow!
Okay.
They're relying on so much going right. Like they're looking for upper kills to take the bomb lower, I guess. But they're just not really getting many options to trade with how split this is. Even when they've walked to outside before, they're putting no pressure upper. And so everyone is vigilantly looking at the smokes. These are atypical rounds right now from Heroic, and it's costing them. Back to basics.
Powerful line for Woxic, and he hits that shot on Youngster, who's trying to throw his aim off. Woxic loves those flicks.
Whoa.
It's a little awkward for Joe. They're going to start to pressure him now, trying to chase down their man in hell. But it's another beautiful sequence from Jota.
Dude, the second kill's crazy.
If he can keep this up, yeah, ramp is off limits. You can't go there. A whole portion of the map is closed. Every time they've tried to get out, it's either that Woxic AWP or Jota just holding an angle with such insane precision. It doesn't even feel like we're in the same game.
It does feel crazy when you say like, yeah, so you got Woxic outside with one of the fastest orbs right now. You got Jota, who is just a rock on the ramp. And then the alternative is, oh, do you want to hit A into Xantares in main, spamming the vent? And Wicardia, who every round drops off silo. I'm watching his POV on the Go TV in game. Every round he drops off silo, he nades door, and he flashes in front of door. So like that's his counter to this vent pressure early. He's dumping all his nades door at the start of every round and spraying the smoke. Sometimes he's nading the smoke. Sometimes he's flashing it. He's just putting on a lot of pressure so Heroic can't get down vent. So right now this A site, like we haven't seen it, but it's not going to be any easier for Heroic. Cardi is setting something up though. Fake molly so they can push hard. They're rushing the lobby. Change of pace for Eternal Fire. Catches Heroic sleeping at the wheel.
Some pious good reaction at least, but now they've learned about his AWP up close. Youngsters trying to cover up on top of the roof. This has been well contained, well handled from Heroic. They still have to try and save some pious right now, but too much time behind enemy lines. He was living on a timer. And that time has expired. Wicadia, oh, this is insane. That's wild.
Yeah,
walks through and tries to fight Youngster. It's so unexpected. It's so out there that Youngster's not ready for it.
The back lobby molly from Xantares allows him to do that. He knows door is clear. He knows radio is clear and the other position is burned out. So he had a window to do that and he makes it work. What a pace change for Eternal Fire. Talk about adapting before it's even required. That's Heroic trying to set up a default, trying to actually cool a gun round, and Eternal Fire just slap him in the face. Cold water over the head. And this was a beautiful beginning to a game for Heroic, but now it's been iced out. 3v2, they don't know where Eternal Fire are. Is X-File going to walk through a main smoke? I mean, it's looking pretty desperate right now for Heroic. He's just spamming. There he goes, running in. Backside player to worry about. Wicadia gets his kill. Can't follow up, but he's done some damage. And this clutch is not easy for the captain of Heroic.
First kill in the game in this round, and now they're asking him to 1v3. Oh. That's a good flash. But no peek on the back of it. Woxic waiting for Xantares. Eternal Fire, though, as part, as credit to their synergy, they often feel fine playing to the extremities of the clock here. You might think this is stressful with so much time ticked off the bomb. They're hoping that that was the right move. And so, yeah, Woxic baits the shots by barreling in for Xantares to then close out.
Perfectly played. Couldn't ask for anything else. 7 rounds.
Just
and
great spacing, great patience. They knew exactly what they had to do to win the round. Woxic literally didn't care about hitting the shot. You have full faith in Xantares to pick up the trade.
I also just love how they full reset here in this 3v2. They give up everything. They reset heaven. They have one backside player, one ramp player.
I mean, I think coming into Katowice starting in the play-in for Eternal Fire. They're a team, even upon reaching that second stage, I don't think that's where the aspirations are anywhere near. This is a team that just made the finals at Blast Bounty. They should be aiming, gunning for playoffs.
X-Files has just been countered in this game. He's got 2 kills. His first kill, I think, was a knife on Magic Secret,
yeah.
And he's done nothing since. He has just been getting shut down outside. Youngster takes matters into his own hands, runs out ramp, and gets that 4v4, picking Jota. A rare thing to happen, but Jota had an A1S. He hit the headshot first. Down the vent loud. Tanir hears that. Eternal Fire dedicating a lot to this B-bombs.
I mean, you've got past ramp sentry in Jota, which is already a huge pickup. And now they want to do something with all this space, with all this room.
Plant for the double side. Yeah. Just got to hope that it's covered. Oh, that's a shot. Wicardia gets a little bit keen there. Oh, okay, Xantares. He won't know they're already in the site. They're above him right now. So pick up for some Pious, put that plant down. They need it.
Oh, Match has been waiting all round for someone to play through the door. He's just left now.
He's so late. He's got nades, but Tanir's beating him here by coming down vent, and even he isn't playing too soon.
This could get weird for Tanir. Timing dependent. Matcha just gonna miss that timing. Does have a low HP youngster, and double doors losing this post plant could be bad news. It's a follow-up dink on a Sunpious. Will that be enough as it's teed up Woxic for this 1v1? Tanir, smart move to go and reclaim the double doors. Woxic has no clue. And so finally that streak is broken. It's 1 extra round for Heroic down the tail end of this first half. Hot hands for the Turkish squad as they gather around the Eternal Fire. 7-5 up at the end of that first half. And that's after a strong start from Heroic. They were able to break through eventually. Were Heroic in round 12. Will that be enough as we see them now take to the CT side of their map pick?
Yeah, it's a curious veto. We discussed it coming in. Heroic happy with map 2, but their pick map 1 not going to plan. Completely broken down by Jota and Woxic. And Heroic look to do the same. Push into the lobby. Somehow, some is caught by Woxic. Tania needs support. It's coming in the form of LNZ, but it's still hard fights. They'll win them out. Youngster stops a player in Yard as well. And it's all back to their winning ways. Heroic looking to lock in both pistols in this map. 4v2 though, with Xantares and Macardia. Plenty of firepower to get you out of a sticky situation.
You know you can still have an edge in the first fight you take here if you're Eternal Fire. You can go looking for a 2v1. But heading into the ramp room, a second man has just moved over. X-Floud spotted. Tania not needed yet, but it's a clean tap looking to seal the deal on this pistol. And these Antares is the man to beat. But if you're Eternal Fire, this is the guy you want alive in the 1v3. Xantares, it's got to be clinical. It's got to be super duper clean. And here's the gap getting closed, trading off the pistol. And now the ball is rolling for the Xantares 1v3 clutch. Tania, talk about a trial by fire, couldn't make it to blast.
Oh my
Here
God.
now in Katowice has to make his presence known and stop a lights out Xantares, and the lights are out for the star of Eternal Fire as Tania stops him shy of that clutch in the pistol.
He got Xantares peaked right there. That was a beautiful swing for Tania. Nails it first bullet after getting hit mid-air and just soaking the fall damage. No way. Xantares on a heater, 15 and 5, just gets blown out of the water by 23-year-old Tania. Finally, at a tier 1 event. Rough round to lose. But it can all be forgiven if your force buy comes up. Got a little AK, Mac 10s. Nade's already going through. Tania loves this shotgun. He plays it on Anubis. He plays
he's
it on
purchased
Nuke.
it off a bunch.
Plays it on Ancient. Crazy weapon. It's also good because I feel like if someone kills you, it's not actually that useful T-side. You can't get an entry with that as well as you can defend a choke point. Just ADing in your position. It's triple ramp. This is a real crazy gamble. I mean, it looks like they're going to lose the round off this. If Eternal Fire walk out upper, there's not a player here. Pius is getting into heaven. Can he really do anything with the scout? Can you really rely on just a single shotgun? He hits a tag. Lobby flank comes in. And maybe Heroic can get going here, but this is still a difficult post plant.
AK entrusted.
Tinia's doing nades. He's doing flashes from the heavens.
AK entrusted to Xantares. He wants his revenge and he wants it now. Oh my God, melted Xantares. A handful of shots needed up into the heavens.
Go, go, go.
Youngster making a move, but time is nigh on this retake. They battle back against Xantares, but it's not reason enough to give it a go. That AK gets revenge on Xantares, but falling short in the pistol.
Unbelievable.
Didn't catch them, but it sounded so clean. Everyone that came out through the heavens deleted in a second. They didn't even get to swing with the flashbang.
Very weird stack for Heroic. Even though some parts is in heaven in time, like, what, you get 5v4 and you get a scout tag.
Oh, they had to Spray on the first guy. All right.
5v4, lobby control, scout tag from heaven, and you still can't win it. Like, that's kind of your best case scenario with the setup. I don't see you getting any better than that. And yeah, Xantara just makes it work in the post plant, but feels like a very weird gamble to make in such a round. So reliant on Eternal Fire running out ramp.
Yeah, they had a protocol in place, which was like to double push the ramp room, but it turned around. And even that looked like that happened on the fly after Tania got injured. You saw his teammate trying to carry on flanking lobby, and he was running into him trying to go back. So it felt like whatever protocols are in place, were that the A play, kind of didn't necessarily come through for Heroic.
I can see the logic because you have the A1S also back garage spamming the main, so he actually got some damage as well. There's like, I bet if you do that in prac, you know, a couple of times, you're going to win some rounds off of it in the retake, but Xantaris makes it very hard. To me, that's more of a round you want to run when you're the worst economy because you're making the gamble. Fake vent drop, but they ain't falling for that. They are set up for this A play though. 3, 4 CTs on the site. But if you get through the huts, there's layers to this. Layer up in the rafters.
Oh, X-Floud, it's a good double. He's had a very quiet game, but he's given Heroic a fighting chance in this round. Oh, they finish off Youngster. It's going to come down to this 1v1. Maja, safe pair of hands, even though he's had a very quiet start to this game. As we said, heading into it, he's normally the one who can keep his cool in those clutch moments. And so delivering there, keeping it all in check for Eternal Fire. I mean, I think this is super sick from Jota, the fact it's him kind of leading the pack alongside Xantares and Woxic, especially in that first half. His ramp holds were a delight. I like that in kind of parallel to that. I don't like it for X-Floud, but the fact that he's 4 and 14 struggling, you can imagine if you're Eternal Fire and you're looking to kind of fill the boots of Calix. You've had this guy in and out of the roster before. He's also on the same team as Jota when you went to make that decision, but you chose someone else. And so this game was Jota's chance to show us why. He's certainly living up to the hype. But that round did feature a double kill from X-Floud. If he can get activated, rise up through the rankings a little bit, maybe there's still fight in Heroic. I think that's been their biggest issue, though. They just don't have a lot of players switched on. Even Sampaio quiet. They've gone for the Force Spy now, meaning that AWP is a long way away from coming through for Heroic.
He's had scouts all half, hasn't he? It's because they have 24 next, so they don't want a 4,400 buy. They want a real buy, but that's going to cost them 2 more rounds of waiting. This should be 11-6, barring any craziness from Heroic. So, yeah, they're feeling the burn right now. Fire's being stoked by this Turkish T side. And hey, we talked about wanting this ramp stack on an eco. Well, look at it. It's the same round-ish. It's with LNZ lower, outside open. And the same round in the Eternal Fire are going to waltz into that top site to no resistance. If Magic dies, they just got to go. He nails his shot. Making it look like a B play. Good hunt for X-Floud, but they just go exploding into A. There's no one here. Ooh, bomb's got to go.
There's a moment there, like a little moment of anxiety, but Woxic's made it past. Ooh, dear. Hold on a second. Pushing through the lobby. Jota right now is behind it, but suddenly he's thrust into this as a 1v4. The last man left standing from Eternal Fire in what was meant to be a predetermined outcome. They chose the right site. They had all the info, but now it all hinges on Jota.
4 bullets, they're on it, halfway.
He's being held, Jota's gonna swing now. Oh my God! Jota was the right man for the job! Proving that he earned this spot in Eternal Fire as he saves them from damnation with one hell of a clutch! Remember the name, Jota is here to stay! And that's how Eternal Fire lock in double digits. Heroic, they should be feeling destroyed right now. That round was laid out right in front of them, and that man took it all away.
The one who got away from this Sangal core, absolutely sending them down a peg, down into that lower bracket. That's the goal. That's what Jotas just set us up for. A shutdown 1v4 clutch. And some unbelievably well-played shots.
Man.
Yeah, so well played, so sharp. He is right for this team, all right.
Centaurus is going broke. Look, whenever you want to be the star, take over. Like, it's fine.
Rez?
Holy shit, man. That was unreal.
It's clutch of the tournament. Sorry, Saz.
Pushing the lobby. Oh, they're teeing up Jota for another one. It's the same way.
Oh, one by one.
Woxic fed next. Youngster trying to get his revenge.
My
Jota
turn.
now dead. It's going to fall to the hands of Major and Wakadia to try and save this.
Oh, Tania just missed it. He jumped up on the railing. Oh, he just missed it. Oh, saying that catches the kill, but it's going to cost his teammates life. Now Major, you said he's calling the clutch. He's been quiet today, trying to come up with a 1v2. He's got all the info he needs. Tania in the lobby, armed, and we know dangerous. Major tries to hunt him down. Tania reset. This is going to waste a lot of time as Major looks for a fight that won't be materializing. Oh, he's just read it. He's going straight for the bomb. Heads up play. 20 seconds. Tania stays ramp.
Oh, this is a real heads-up move from Tania. Oh, but wait, Major's faked the footsteps. Okay.
You want to find Sampayas because he has a USP. He has nothing. He can't stop you. Sampayas should just get info and play off Tania. This gives him a chance. 5 seconds to get that bomb down. Tania puts pressure on. Major finds the shot, but Tania wins the round, and it's actually the full eco that does it. Not the 4 spy, not the 4v1, but the lobby rush with USPs. Keeps Heroic in this.
Bro, you were meant to be in your head, Heroic. How in the hell have you done that? This is insane from Youngster. It's also a little bit poor from Eternal Fire, right? They're riding the high of that insane Jota clutch.
Yeah, they're the ones
you can imagine
hot racing.
Yeah, exactly. The adrenaline is flowing a little bit. Everyone's caught up in the moment, and so they go easy, they go lax on the lobby control, they give up that space, and then a series of 1v1 peaks on a Youngster with the aggression.
Just domino effect, right? Like the first thing falls, you want to trade him, you re-peak, you die, now you're 3v5. Now you have to get the kills quickly before they get the guns. It just spirals. Those rounds fall apart very quick. Like you said, laid out a spawn, no lobby control. That's the price you pay. And it's the two unlikely surprising stars of these squads making this game the most interesting. Jota on Eternal Fire and Tania on Heroic. At their first Katowice, causing a storm. And this has sucked the wind out of Eternal Fire T-side, that's for sure. Heroic have been there.
Let's keep him warmed up.
Is Major talking or something? What's the... He's got his knife out. Not even talking. Just...
Bro, stop jumping, please. Just give me a moment.
They're not even chatting.
Your
Just,
full attention.
Just there's no attention. Everyone's just sitting there. Just breathe.
Santara's new tech about to lag through the map into into CT spawn.
All right, everyone.
Okay, full Glock push.
Run. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1.
Here they go. Oh God! Jumping shot from Woxic.
No.
Another back from Santara.
No.
Meant to win this. It's getting weird. Sampayas restores normality, and everything's back to normal. Heroic didn't even break a sweat there. 8 to 10. Gap closing.
Definitely is, Harry. No warp for Woxic.
It, boys. Now let's keep it together.
Let's go.
What I mean when I say let's trust each other is like, let's not gamble all the time. Let's not try to, I hear a lot of this I think they are not there. Let's gamble there. I think they are not here. I think they are not here. This is guessing. We don't know. So let's rather try to play with info. Let's play active. Let's play with balls. Now they have shit.
I love that from Saw. That's a good little clip there. We'll get back to it because Sunpires, this is what he knows. He knows they're outside and in for a bad time. 2 kills and quickly responded in the blink of an eye. Eternal Fire equalize the situation. Maybe they go one step further. Wicardia on the ramp, pressure pulls back as Youngster takes lobby. Nothing comes for free in this round. Nothing comes for free. Even trades into a 2v2. Maja on a single point of health. He can't go back in the lobby.
Oh, there's been some real heads-up plays. Like, individually, Heroic are really, really smart. The pushes into lobby from Youngster have felt so oppressive. Tanier has been a menace to try and track across this map. This guy is so mobile. He can't sit still. And it's not to his detriment. Oh.
This is
he can't jump either, but
he didn't
Tanier
make noise, so
that's it quiet at least. Xantares holding it. And so they're giving that kill on the lobby push. Linus already down at lower. Here's the footsteps up above him, and that rotate up the vents will not be able to come through. He's now going to embark on a lengthy rotate here as he comes to terms with the fact everyone is looking on, seeing if their captain can deliver in the clutch. Low HP on Maja, but Xantares is the big threat, the one up close, the first to face, and Xantares does not miss a beat.
Having an indomitable map, 23-10, can't stop this guy right now. Back to that Saw clip, because I think it's such good data. We always say it's hard to really know the value of coaches, specific coaches, because we can only see the moves they make and some of the things they say in interviews. But getting these little clips, I think that's such a great example of why we hold Saw to a high standard. It's not the fact that he's built all these rosters and brought all these mixed teams back to top 10 in the world, and this Heroic, it looks like it has potential as well. That's a great little snippet about calming down his team and making sure they don't just jump to conclusions and make a lot of gambles. He's a young player, he's a keen player. I'm sure they're all motor mouthing, talking all the time, trying to stack sites, and Saw just keeps them calm. Bit of experience goes a long way. And so it's great to see behind the curtain in the Heroic comms from time to time. Just, I think, adds more value to Saw's brand at this point. A pivotal piece of this, of all these rosters that he's been behind. Sure, Falcons are looking on, waiting to buy. We're going to have another dry A hit. They've been loving these Eternal Fire. They go for it again, a bit of a pop.
Yeah, big openers. Tanier on this backstab, auto shotgun, see him buy it all the time, but result just isn't there for him in this round. Sunpires has been dodged. Gonna have to do something tricky around this ladder if he wants to attempt this 1v3. They've got no reason to fight him. He doesn't know it, but there's only 2 players actually in the top site. Match is making the round-winning play of trying to take heaven, so that even if Sunpires did attempt this, there would be no getting past the MAC-10 in that post plant. But Sunpires is never going to give it a go, meaning Eternal Fire move up onto map point here. Heroic's pick in the series. We talked about the veto coming in to this map and how Heroic tried to gamify that Anubis pick, right? They knew that Eternal Fire would pick it. It's a map that Heroic have looked to play a hell of a lot. So it's not like on the back of winning this one map, Eternal Fire are teed up, it's guaranteed. Heroic will have defo been doing their homework here. And they'll know what they're running into. They knew Anubis would be that second map in this series. But as far as trying to stake their claim to nuke goes, it might have just fallen out the window with that round there, as this AWP is the only item they bring with them to fight back up against map point for Eternal Fire.
It's been, you know, it's had some crazy moments in this T side, but I think the individuals of Eternal Fire have absolutely held their own here, more so. Xantares has been unstoppable. Looks like he wants to end it with a big bang on the ramp. He's going to get smoked. As soon as that's over, Eternal Fire chomping at the bit, salivating at the prospect of this ramp hit. X-Files rotating in, but this is two weak weapons.
Feels bad for Sampaius as well. He's just been dodged across these last few rounds. He waited all game to bring the AWP out, and he's finally got his hands on it here in the final few rounds of play. But Eternal Fire are never going to meet it. They know that AWP was saved. Why on earth would they look to go outside? I think that's why they're being so hesitant with clearing this ramp position, trying to piece together whether or not the AWP was here, or if it is one of these double stacks. Sampaius has made his way over now. Now, one shot and then falling back would be good to try and bait them into this player boosted, and that's exactly what happens. Beckons them in with the smoke. Jota thinks he's found a gap, and he is not. So gun's now retrieved.
Now Sampaius is heaven. He's even dropping back sight. He knows it's coming in.
Right place, right time. Sampaius wants to leave, nothing to chance. He wants his say in how this final round of play plays out. Wakadia waiting, but it's just a one and done. It's going to fall to the shoulders of Woxic in this clutch.
I don't know, man. I'm counting nothing out of this game right now. Woxic is a sharp guy on the rifle. You wouldn't know he's an AWPer. Gets back up in the rafters, gets to the position that we affectionately call Xantares. Can Woxic do it for his teammate? 1v2 now. They are split up and they find him. Heroic live to fight one more round at least in this game of Nuke in their pick. Youngster continuing to be a statistical outlier in this roster as well. Had so many games where he popped off. Think of those bounty matches where, especially online, he looked like a laser beam. Was getting so many multi-kills on CT sides especially.
Yeah, when the tournament started, the first game was all about Tanir, but past that point, Youngster emerged as the guy to keep an eye on here. Super interesting watching this guy develop as his run with this heroic org has gone on. It feels like he gets better every game, which is terrifying. Considering how fresh-faced this roster is. Tanir bested over at ramp, just the one and done. But there's the Sampaius AWP trying to put a bit of respect on this hell position. Interesting play to smoke him off. Are they going to try and get weird around this?
Only so weird you can get here, really. Although Sampaius is in a very open position. So he's got to stay mobile. Oh, looking outside. He's not in time. Gets headshot. Don't win this round, Eternal Fire. That would be a robbery.
Oh, are they going to reswing main? It looks like Youngster wants to try and reswing this. All picked up, and Wakadia just gets on the angle in time. No. He reads it like a book. Youngster, as the top performer of Heroic in that swing, has given up the one advantage they held on to. A 2v2 now, and that info is meaningless to Heroic in the grand scheme with so much time left. Eternal Fire slow it down. The map falls dark now. Heroic have no clue where Eternal Fire have gotten to. This was a 4v2 to try and bring themselves back into the fold, back into the conversation on Nuke. And it might all end with bitter regrets. Xfloud, quiet start to this game, was nowhere to be found. Crumbling versus his former team. But there he is, stands and delivers. A wild transfer.
Wow.
And so we might have sung the praises of that Jota clutch, but who knows, that 1 HP survival transfer from Xfloud might be the one that gets remembered for making all the difference. The heroic comeback keeps coming through.
Everyone has had a highlight in this game. Everyone is getting their moment to win a round single-handedly, and that is crazy. To kill the planter first and still hit the transfer in time. Wakadia is there to cover. He cannot do a thing. Tanir is shocked. He thought the game was over, probably. As Heroic, by the skin of their teeth, yet again, hang. This is an exciting head-to-head. Heroic have made, I feel every game I've watched from this roster has been very entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
For whatever reason. Against Liquid, now against Eternal
Dude, the
Fire.
thing that's so mad is like this team had every reason to show up and just be dead on arrival.
Yeah.
You know, like with the turnaround time, the sheer just number of the people they're trying to plug in this heroic roster. You take a benched and looking a little washed. Some Pious, you bring him back into the field, you get good mileage out of him. You take this Sangal core that sure have had good results online, but struggled to yeah, exactly. Even that went down the drain, and they would struggle to materialize on LAN.
And then you add a guy who's never even played Tier 1 Counter-Strike, has only played really online and smaller events.
There was no expectation. If they showed up to the first 5 events of the year and got banged out, I would have gone, yeah, fair enough. But Saw has picked the right people for the job. Hell of a mixture of talent here in this heroic roster, and you are dead on. It feels like they make every game competitive.
This is nice for Eternal Fire. Going back to something standard. This is a classic Eternal Fire move, sneaking down secret with 4 players, Magic, Lobby Lurk. The difference is Heroic are being active. They're not sitting back and letting Eternal Fire take the entire map. They are going tit for tat, taking Lobby back. And as Magic fakes a site, they realize this is all a fake. What this tells them is that Eternal Fire are indeed down secret. So look at that mini-map. Ramp rotates, coming in. Some Pious. 3 of them are here. If Eternal Fire commit B, they commit into certain death, and now losing Magic, going up vent, may even be a worse prospect. It's being held. You've just got to go into the belly of the beast, and they're all here.
Yeah, full stack. Everyone down at lower, and so you think you've cut 1 head off the beast, 2 more grow back.
Such a great info play though, because so many teams I've seen so many teams sit back while Eternal Fire make those plays and just hold and do nothing, and they lose all info. Magic freaks them out on top site, and then they panic and they over-rotate, and then the bomb goes down on B. But Heroic play heads up, they play aggressive, they clear lobby, and they know exactly where that round is ending. It's all about info. And now 1 round away from overtime. Against this buy, it feels destiny. No way Eternal Fire can do it with the Force. They've had ample opportunity to close this map.
Yeah, they've had 4 chances to close. Well, they will have done at the conclusion of this round. Let's see if the 4th time's the charm. It's not looking good. Tanir, quick mow down over at ramp. 1 man makes it through. Will Wakardia be the man that makes a difference? He's given that AK over to Woxic. But look at who you've lost. Jota and Xantares, 2 of your top performers. Wakardia, as that 3rd man, is really hurting. And so this is not a simple round for Eternal Fire. This is not one that they can win on the back of trades. This has to be an individual moment, a moment where the individuals can carry them over the line. Linus keeping pressure on, gonna nade the bomb plant. Magic really softened up, and so right now it's looking like Woxic has to be the difference maker. He's been entrusted with that AK. He's the one guy with full health. And he's set up over at ramp for the post plant. Gonna try and thin the herd, takes contact early. Woxic is feeling the pressure, but don't doubt this guy's rifling. 2 kills, tip the scales. Will that be enough? Has Woxic done enough? Youngster trying to stop this, no idea where Wakardia is. And so Eternal Fire, faith in Woxic on the rifle. And 4th time is the charm as Nuke goes their way. The full 24 rounds required.
I'm here with Major and Woxic from Eternal Fire at IEM Katowice, who are doing well generally, I want to say, you know, coming from Bounty, coming here. Major, how's it going? How happy are you with the form at Katowice?
Yes, hello everyone, first of all.
Yeah, we're pretty glad we started very well the season. We did a final in the Blast. We lost it. Obviously, there is something in my heart is hurting, but like you said, we're starting well. We won against Complexity, and then we have another match, and we will see.
Yeah. Woxic, you dropped a 40 bomb.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. That's pretty sick.
I mean, new setup. It's like a new monitor and new chair. I think I like it, and that's why I like train a lot.
Yeah.
Like back in the days. Now I'm happy they brought back the map, and yeah. I mean, I was on my day. Today, I hope so. I can be the same in my day, you know.
Yeah, we hope every day can be your day if you stand up.
I hope also.
Yeah, he does as well. He's like,
he will be more happy than
please
me.
do that. Is it also you talked about the left-handed view model as well, right?
Yeah.
It's also still that probably, or?
Yeah. It's like I have been playing all the time with the left hand, like since CS:GO and CS 1.6 times as well. It's like when they just switched up with the CS2, there's no right hand, left hand. I was so like, what am I gonna do? Like everything was like on the left now.
That's crazy.
It's like completely. I just started to play a new game. That's what I felt. But in the end, they brought back, and I'm happy about that too. Yeah.
They listen to you. It's great.
Yeah.
Sometimes things from the past are good, right? Like Train, it's back. Now, this happened in your match versus Complexity. You probably know already what it is, but I'll play it out for a second. So, yeah, we're going to look at it again. Basically, it's a new form of the Xantares peak. I'll put it a little bit this way. And the guy just... Oh, wait, It's the first time I do this, don't worry about it.
It's all good. You're doing well.
Well, there's just a thing at a normal... Wait, it'll start again. We can edit it, I think. The slider isn't working.
Yeah, it's working.
Oh, it's back. Nice, here we go. So...
And
the circle is wrong.
Circle in the wrong
You know what?
place.
You are the pro player. Do you want to put the circle in the right place for me?
I think it must be around here. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. See, this is why we need professional help. Well, man...
Yeah.
We're going to cut it all out. Anyway, can you give me a reaction to when this happened? Because afterwards he stops for a bit.
Yeah.
So what is he saying?
What did he say? I don't
remember also.
He just said,
He just said the information one lower. Then I think he stopped just to realize, or maybe he's just crossing upper. Because when you see two people bottom, you also think that there is another people on the right side.
So they are doing an aggressive setup, 2 down and 1 from up. He will swing it. So probably he was just looking there after he killed the first one there.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think for him this is normal. So there is not, He didn't feel like he did something very
crazy.
We didn't know as well when we were playing. So after that, we just saw the highlights. So
he didn't say to us, guys, I did 360.
360 Xantares
He just say, I kill him.
Make a YouTube clip now.
He just said one guy dead and lower. You just hear it like this.
He's a humble king.
Yeah.
He really is.
He's chilling.
He's chill about this.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm going to try one more time, So I'm going back.
Where's my circle?
But so I'm... Oh my!
Let me put it again.
Yeah, but I think it's here because he's gonna move.
Yes, it will be around here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think there? Okay, let's
go.
This.
We have double circle.
That's fine.
Now.
Let's go. We kind of did it.
We kind of did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. I mean, we saw at Bounty, you gave an interview also that you said sometimes Xantares isn't having a good day and it still works with the new additions you have to the team. So what can we expect of you here in Katowice?
Like I said, in Blast, I think the most important for a team is when there is a player off or a player in not a good day, it's important to win as a team. This is very important. It's showing if you are a real team or not, a really T1 team. And what I'm expecting here is just match after match, just
to go to the final.
Yeah, obviously we have 8 goals, to be honest, but I don't like to speak too much. So I just say match after match, going to Spodek. I think this is the main objective, playing in the Spodek with the crowd and going as far as I can, we can, not I.
I'd love to see Eternal Fire in the Spodek, so we'll see if that happens. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I would love to take you over to the telestrator, Effia, and give you a course in how it works. Because I'm not going to lie, that was That was rough.
Either
Listen,
that or
it was the
some
first
sort
time.
of a geometry/trigonometry coordination.
Is that what they
class.
call stand-up comedy? Or
Yes, it is actually. Yeah, I wanted to make the personality come out, and it worked. No, I practiced for like 15 minutes, and
the
then
personality of the telestrator or you?
That's
We
the
respect
players.
that it wasn't edited or anything. You didn't like.
I kept saying they're gonna edit this out, right?
It was perfect.
They're gonna
the
put
way it is.
Anyways,
It was
doesn't matter.
Forever be there.
It was fun, and that is all that matters. Also, at the end of that, at the tail end of that, Major did say, "What matters to me is that we win as a team." Now, we had to kind of see that at the tail end of that map. What happened? They seemed firmly in control. Heroic was not really playing with the cards that their economy dealt them, I want to say, and still they get it so close.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to quantify, to be completely honest, because I think Heroic on that CT side had great opportunities of coming back into the game, which they essentially did, but they could have won that half. They could have won that game. Whereas if you look towards EF, it's to me, it's, I don't know if you agree, Kasat, but when you're a new team and you're, trying to brute force your way into top 5 and you're establishing yourself as a top team, as a team that can speak about going into the Spodek, when you're able to win maps where you're not playing well, like you're clearly not playing well, it's a messy, scrappy game, yet you still win. To me, that's a sign of class. That's a sign of moving in the right direction. So that's how I want to quantify this. Eternal Fire didn't play up to their best, yet they still won.
Yeah, every strong team had that little kind of aspect in their game when they're playing bad and still winning. You remember Astralis back in the day, and all these teams that are kind of winning the titles. That's a good thing to have in your back pocket. But I would kind of have to disagree a little bit with you, Shocks. I don't think they had a lot of control in that map. I think that was a 1v4 that should have lost against Jota, I believe. It was like a lot of multi kills, triple kills on bunch of sides, even Xantares. On ramp there is Jota. There's like a lot of problematic trades there. I don't think that the basics of the game were working enough for Heroic in that one. And also this is becoming a threat now. Late round utility on the T side is becoming very menacing for the CTs. You saw they didn't have any control on the lower side in the last round. They were 3 versus 4. All of a sudden, 2 smokes pop up on the double door, on the control room window, and they have the site. The CTs didn't know how to react, didn't know how to kind of organize fast-paced retake. In that sense, they lost a little bit of time, rushed into the trades, lost the trades, the map is over. So late round utility is becoming a really kind of dangerous thing right now. So something that CTs in general in teams have to kind of pay attention from now on.
Awesome. That's definitely something we will look at. I love when you disagree with me. So let's talk about Anubis then. Specifically, Heroic knew this was going to be a possibility. Of course, Eternal Fire beat G2 and Vitality
and
on
Spirit.
it. And Spirit. So it's a hard one.
It had to be a map. It had to be a map in this best of 3. I think the biggest kind of a thing that we have to look at it right now is Jota and Xantares swap on positions. Let me remind people that Xantares was number 1 B anchor player in the last 6 months for in the game at all. You can see it right here. And then I think when I did the stats, I kind of eliminated one of the players that had a few rounds. But he was really good on that position. Jota coming in, got that spot, and Xantares was moved to the middle position, which is a prime spot on Anubis, and he's facing, I think, LNZ. Not LNZ. Yeah, LNZ, right? On middle, and he's very poorly rated, 20th right now on that position. So it can be a massive mismatch on that map.
Yeah, no doubt that Xantares is the better player in that exact position. Last time we saw them play Anubis, it was against Spirit, where they were down big time, and then they made this absolutely insane comeback. And I was standing behind EF to witness that comeback. And one of the biggest catalysts behind that was, first and foremost, Voxic with the AWP on the CT side, finding an awful lot of impact. And then, as you spoke about, Xantares in middle. And the fact of Xantares is that middle is normally an area where you use your utility, try to stay alive, you don't want to die because you don't want to lose control over the map. Xantares was just straight up fighting Spirit, fighting Dunk, fighting whoever he could fight in middle every single round. Wasn't afraid of pushing in towards middle as well. There was a round where he was in T-spawn 20 seconds into the round. So that's the kind of Xantares I want to see transpire coming into Anubis, because EF are massive favorites to win this game 2-0.
Okay, great focus coming into that. I remember yesterday, though, before the second game, I think, versus Liquid, we also said something like the Heroic player really is outmatched here, and they won. I'm just saying.
True.
It might happen again. We'll see on Anubis.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crown. You're champions.
All right, we've got roll swap once more. I've got Eternal Fire here, and we're going to try and make some eternal ice. Well, it wouldn't be it's not eternal ice cream, but yeah, we're going to make some ice cream. We've got this is our fancy new shop, hanging outside the Spodek. Hopefully, we can serve some customers, make their day better. The sun is shining in Katowice in January, and yeah, have you ever worked in like an ice cream shop before?
No, but it will be the first time.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can have some clients incoming. Let's see.
Well, let's go check it out.
Let's go.
All right, boys. Yeah. I think we should sample the goods. You know, we should try before they buy.
Yes.
You want to make yourselves an ice cream. You strike me as a cone kind of guy, or are you a cup?
Corn.
Cone?
I am corn.
Okay.
I like corn. But he likes to eat.
I prefer
with
like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's do 1 cup, 1 cone.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's see your skills.
Let me show how you can do it.
Just let's see your scooping method.
So now we're starting like this. Let me see how you're using this first.
Yeah, I think you're on it. You're on it.
Yeah. Oops.
You want to make sure it goes down into the cone a bit, you know?
Exactly.
So like, yeah.
So when you're finishing down in the end,
get a bit of extra ice cream in there.
Otherwise, it's gonna be not.
He's a professional.
Great.
He's a professional.
Bro, we're gonna lose money if you put some.
double.
That's
price.
a generous. Yeah, that's a generous.
Okay. We need to make the clients happy.
Exactly. You've got to keep them
It's
happy.
more important than money.
Nice.
Yes, of
nice. Okay. Do you want any sprinkles or sauce? Okay. What are we doing? We should do it over something, right? Otherwise, we're just gonna get sprinkled.
Yes.
Yeah, that's enough. Otherwise, it's gonna make the taste bad. Let's go with this one.
Yeah.
And also, we are adding some top of it, just strawberry. But yes, it's melting.
It looks fantastic. Would you like to wrap one around the cone?
Yes. Also,
there you go.
Can you help me with that? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
my God. Lovely.
Yes.
Ooh. I mean, can you give us a taste? What do you think? The crunch, the chocolate.
Yeah.
It does look like it's melting a little bit. Yeah, just a little.
But it's amazing now with the strawberry.
Yeah, the strawberry, the chocolate, nice for their friends.
Yep, they are friends.
Okay.
And let's try with let's try with the waffle as well.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I mean, that's a product we can sell.
We can sell that.
Yeah. Yeah.
In a past life, Woxic might have had a career working the ice cream stand. That was impressive. But will this second map be just as impressive? Huge Byron, it's Anubis, it's a home map for Eternal Fire. Are we feeling good for their chances of progressing into that next stage?
Feeling pretty good right now, but I don't know if they'll be able to do it in 2, at least not without a fight from this Heroic roster. We've already talked about in length about Heroic loving this map and really just leaving it up to Eternal Fire to pick it, almost knowing it would come through. So Eternal Fire have got to prove it if they're going to take it in a 2-0 fashion today. That was a close game. Heroic pulled it back from a few rounds down, and Eternal Fire shut it out in regulation. Anything's possible now. We've seen highlights, we've seen clutches from near about everyone in the server. Some sharpshooters today. So I expect a bit more of that. Or B rush.
McCarty are up close. Not able. Oh my God, that's crisp.
Peace.
Oh, God, but it's Antares.
Oh.
Okay, just the one and done. That's actually a good trade. You'll take that. Knocking out his dual Berettas, getting him out of dark, allowing this bomb plant to come in. Ooh. And now it's all eyes on Woxic, 1v2. Notice where the first man is. No idea where Linus has gotten to, but he will get past Tania. Woxic getting him in Eternal Fire. It was always meant to be the Turkish Dream Team, but now once more he's got to deal with Dark Passage down here in lower. Gonna go for the hunt, and Woxic's got it! Pistol round on the back of Woxic in the 1v2.
Oh, he put some sprinkles on it, Harry. He puts the wafer right in the cone. Woxic shows up ice cold in the pistol. I love that last second rush as well. He holds, he waits for the bluff to be called, and then he just swings in. Living and dying on the fight. Woxic, very cerebral player, very exciting player. He really has come back to form in the last couple of years. We thought we'd never get the dream Turkish team, but we do. We have it right here in front of us. And with Woxic in this form, there's a reason they're the dream team. Getting mouse sports Woxic right now. But Heroic are going to have so many moves, so many plays available. Even that flash doesn't freak out Xantares. He just walks back. 2A. Xantares can be the third pretty quickly. He might need to be. Full execute in. With Cardia in the sight. Overwhelmed is Woxic. And Xantares comes swinging through the smoke. They all fight together. Oh my god, it's dangerous. But they just get out advantaged.
Sampaio's going hunting. They're both going hunting. They want to try and deal with this Heaven player while they've got him boxed in, but he's crossing paths with Tania. He feels like he walked into him there. Sampaio hits the go button, and it's just on Tania. 1v2. They didn't see him up in the heavens, but now they do. They've got that info. It's a double swung. Tania feels uncomfortable throughout. It's well recovered from Eternal Fire. That one hinging on putting a stop to that aggression up into the heavens.
Eternal Fire playing very confident right now after closing that first map on the Force by just throwing themselves in. I love that comm. Even though Woxic just dies in the sight, Ricardo and Xantares both push in through the smokes, fight together, and get out with an advantage, buying time for Madra and Jota. And so no bomb plant, no moment of pause for Heroic. Means they're back on pistols in the third.
Oh. Yeah, going middle into Xantares.
Good luck.
You could say he's pretty darn good here.
He ain't bad.
Sardenko showed that off on the desk. Before we headed into this game, Xantares not one to be trifled with in the battle for this mid control. Heroic will certainly be tested if this is a focal point somewhere they want to try and get past him in.
Pistol's going to just try and overwhelm this B side, but that molly has slowed them down and let Magic take nice, favorable ranged fights. Everyone here, 4 players running at Con.
And that's a guy, you know, you see him making a play like that, you say, he is Korn. He is... that was really my favorite line from that video.
Yeah. I am Korn.
Yes, let's start with Supersonics.
Great start to the game for Eternal Fire. Woxic's AWP as well. Sampaio will meet him there. Sampaio likes a lot of like dry openings on this map. You'll see him obviously pick Con as you do, but go for mid swings as well from both sides. Tania often lurking solo B on the T half while his team group in water and mid. And classic Eternal Fire aggression. Flash push on B. They don't want to commit. There could be players tucked in cubbies. They get good info and they reflash as well. That should tell you there's no one here. But Heroic hear those flashes as well, so Tania has to go back to check. Meanwhile, poising rather for A main control. Roxic's fine on this angle. Look at the setup. Mid completely conceded. Triple A. They take back main as well.
Ooh, all right, Pius. Delivered a little freebie, were we?
Ooh.
And Santares bested over in middle.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah, 2 huge leg ups in this round for Heroic. You've seen Jota cause them problems in the past, but he's going to be hard-pressed to do that with Util already down, and that is getting made worse all across the map. They've spotted him over here at B. The wild thing is, Heroic don't even have to commit right now. They still have a lot of options open in this round, and wherever they go, they're destined to find success here. Eternal Fire have already written this round off.
Yeah. Youngster playing late. Oh, and Roxic really doesn't want to lose this orb as soon as he bought it. Gonna need to hit some clean shots here to stop that, and I think even Heroic will call it off at a certain point. They lose one player, they'll keep their guns. No one even watching bomb, really, but Eternal Fire aren't going for it.
Okay, as well in sana, since we went there so far.
Terrorists win.
Ja. Vi inte riktigt game. I kan
Well, gifted a couple of openers, and Heroic know exactly what they want to do when they find that man advantage. This was just a nice default being held, right? Having a couple of guys in positions to take those swing fights in the round, and then everything else kind of falls into place. And this is why I think the Heroic Anubis can get so terrifying. They do have some very good defaults. They have some nice protocols in place around how they want to play once they get that opener. And we've seen them cause problems for a lot of teams on this map in the short time they've been together. So even though this is a home map for Eternal Fire, it's not to say it's plain sailing. Imagine with the orb creeps down in towards lower. That second orb picked up by the captain of Eternal Fire. Lurk Smoke puts pressure on. They might want to commit into Dark now. That Molly suddenly denies it. The game plan starts to feel very pressured over here for Eternal Fire, as Util has made them uncomfortable. Magic misses his timing onto Linus down in Dark. Doesn't know about him concealed on this left-hand side. Magic... It's so close to spotting him here. Jota's going to try go first. Linus collects, but there's that trade. The rest of Heroic in this downtime was setting themselves up to go A. Crazy run out of Youngster, but it might not be enough as Wakadia holds the line. 1v2 in the site, but Wakadia just keeps on giving, and that orb is iced out. Zantares gives chase. Eternal Fire didn't have to wait long to get back on the board. It's just one and done for Heroic.
Dude, Wakadia plays that so well. He does let Woxic die. He throws a molly in main. They run through it. I don't think he expected that, so Woxic with a missed shot falls, but Wakadia picks his target so well. And also that last kill, he gets spotted by Sunpius jumping, and so instead of trying to force the kill to Sunpius, he goes round and reads the Heaven Repeak instead. Also funny to see Zantares jump off that block in middle to get over the orb for the final kill. Really cerebral setups for Eternal Fire. We are seeing a bit of a meta shift in mid. A lot of teams aren't fighting middle on CT Anubis anymore. It's such a free, not free kill, but it's maybe the best kill a T can get on their default, putting a lot of utility in middle, getting free damage, burning with a Molotov, finding a 5v4. It's a lot safer for teams to just stack the sites, because we talk about how easy sites are to take and to split in this map. So Eternal Fire, we've seen that all across Bounty as well. They pull back out of middle, they play 3A a lot, and it does force them to make aggressive moves, right? Take A main control, take B main control, but they rarely play middle. And you can see Heroic calling that bluff as well. They are walking through the mid smoke. Nothing, no warning, no flash. They just go through. So they know what's up.
Xantares, he's aware that this could have happened.
Great flash.
Set up by a flash.
Yeah, they're so deep. He doesn't know they're that deep. It's really good timing taken for Heroic. They are way further than he has any expectation. It's a great example of Heroic's understanding of Eternal Fire setups. But what do they do with a 5v4 and mid control?
You kind of have to stick the landing on this round if you're Heroic, right? Like, you don't want Eternal Fire 5-1 up, your money in a precarious spot, and especially not after finding now 2 kills on middle. Xfloud with some Pius's AWP. Oh, it's another one.
Free,
just
it?
dry fight after dry fight for this mid control.
Thank you very much.
And so no excuses now. Heroic, this is meant to be their round. Signed, sealed, and delivered after 3 fights given to them in middle. Woxic's AWP fires off, but it's just the one.
Dude, Woxic's like he's like the ball rolling, you know? If he nails, if he doesn't miss a shot, he's going to hit every shot, if you know what I mean. Well, that's actually an insane statement.
Yeah. If he never misses, he hits all the time.
How do I say that? Like,
if I had infinite money, I'd be rich.
No, I just mean, you know, I don't know what I mean. He can stand in one place and kill 4 people.
There you go,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Just boil it down to the core components.
I'm trying to make it sound better than it is, but God's sake.
I mean, if you had unlimited words, you would have nailed it, bro. So,
no, well, not necessarily. Got to have the right words in the right order.
That's what I meant, sorry.
Yeah, well, you know, we both tried and we both failed. I would have liked if Eternal Fire sat middle, ready to re-clear late. But they crouch into the AWP. 2 different players crouch into the AWP, so you get what you deserve. Can't get over it, dude. He's just static
Seeing it
AWP.
written out now, it's even funnier in text. It's so good.
He's a great.
It's like an
static
evolution
AWP.
if you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. If you never miss, you're always hitting.
Damn right.
It's fair. It's
Words
inarguably true.
Words to live by, I think. Oh, God. Look, I say millions of words every day. They're not all going to be right. Some of them are wrong.
Yeah, it's fair.
Why is that buckling, mate?
Fighting Heroic don't lose a single round. They will win this game. Here we are. Setting themselves up for the B play. Linus going to try and come through dark. Bombs moved back around to join them. But this defense has not budged. It's not moved a muscle. First fight now. Linus chewed up by the MP9.
Yeah,
Xantares a little bit more.
But the crouching accuracy, that's the problem. Not just the fact he just AD'd non-stop. And, well, they should have stopped. Trying to enter this site is a death wish for Heroic. Backstab! Good shot, but you're a dead man standing. Some Pius knows it. Onto the Glock. It's
hang
over.
on. He can still
no.
win this.
Okay, yeah, sure. If he doesn't lose it, it might be
He's
his.
picked up the good gun.
Yeah. He's like, shit, I really threw that AWP out? But it will stop Woxic from arming himself. Can he find this close kill?
How broken is the MP9? We're about to... What are you looking for, bro? You threw the AWP away. Come on. Some Pius couldn't do it on the MP9, and so Eternal Fire able to repel that B offensive.
Dude, that Jota AD is disgusting. Just the running and gunning behind the pillar. He's not.
If we call anti-moppers, we need to do.
Ooh, laying down the law, LNZ. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, man. Crouching accuracy. No, it's one step in the right direction. Oh, classic for Maja. The smoke block. The Mongols send their regards. And Maja gets aggressive with a flash to catch Xcloud leaving. On this A rush, that kill was a requirement. They are going to cool off, get that gun, reset in the default. Been given a chance here.
Yeah, here's that kind of push and pull, right? A bit of a tug of war for territory. Oh, it's a shot landed from Madja, but it's all about Youngster. All these openers coming from this guy. 3 kills, cracks open the B site. And Antares is a ways away from being involved. Same can be said for Woxic. They're trying to find Linus on this A-Lurk, but for a low econ round, the fact that Youngster's able to stand and deliver something like that right when Heroic needed it to kind of salvage this T side, that is so valuable to this Heroic squad, and it's a big reason as to why he's been so exciting to keep an eye on in this team.
Yeah, his level has raised massively in such a short period of time. Because that's a crazy part. I think that's why we keep giving Saw credit. And obviously it's not just Saw, like, it's these extra pieces in this team. But this Sangal roster, it wasn't like stonks, you know, when this team was picked up by Heroic. It was a VRS buyout. We want the ranking points. We need a core of a team. Here is a cheap core, presumably. Recent results haven't been great. And, like, I'm sure a lot of work has gone in. Sampaias has raised the level. Tanir's looked like a solid piece. Saw we know his value. But individually, Youngstar has been, to me, the most surprising, you know, firepower in this team. He has played so well in the last couple of weeks. And there's another entry for Heroic. That will get them back in the game. Eternal Fire already have a really solid CT side. Oh no, you really want to... Yeah, you don't need that bad, Woxic. Get out while you still can.
I mean, the early game conditioning of, like, Heroic really working this mid control and being down to just waltz into empty space on the map has certainly left its mark on Eternal Fire. They've been leaning heavier into mid. They've been trying to force some of these early engagements. In this round, it's led to the death of Antares and now Wakadia as well. Woxic will be inside of the A site in time, but it's just the 1 kill. He needed a bunch of them. Magic cuts down 1 out through middle. But Joe is too far away to have any say in how this round plays out. Saving the Famous, not what you want. But it might be all you get. And so Heroic now chaining together some rounds on the back of that 3K opener out of Youngster. It wasn't in vain. This T-side starting to take shape now. The one thing to bear in mind is even as they start streaking some rounds together here, it doesn't mean, you know, hope is lost for Eternal Fire. 5 rounds CT side is already a great spot to be in. If anything, this is more about Heroic trying to build up, right? I feel like they want to go 7-5 here. Now, that would be like a huge momentum swing down the tail end of this game, but those are the sorts of scorelines you want out of your T-half. I think where this gets scary is if you're looking at, you know, tying up heading into the second half. That won't be enough. Eternal Fire have already done a hell of a lot of work early in this game.
Yeah.
That comes off the back of Woxic's clutch in the pistol that's echoed through, and it's already built them up a very strong CT side to rely on. And so don't be shocked if Heroic suddenly start streaking a bunch of rounds together down the stretch. This CT side is notoriously hard, even for a team like Eternal Fire, who have a lot of ideas as to how they want to approach this.
Oh, the AK is trapped right now. Continue to get rid of it on this B-Lurk. It's just Jota, as his team are stuck behind a Molotov. He can get out if he wants, and he chooses to. Back in for more. A dangerous move. Both players take damage. But Tanir doesn't need to fight this. Not as much as Eternal Fire want a kill to thin the herd on an eco round with a hero gun. Match's aggression tamed. And Heroic can go back for a B hit late. They have a main. You mentioned their default earlier and how strong it was, and I think these are the positions they do so well in. Gonna take on. Gonna see Youngster lurk this A site, maybe keep some players here. Woxic trying to fake steps. They still have this AK on A. And actually, as I say this, LNZ has just cleared out the B bomb site. So they may as well just go back. Don't need to overcomplicate this. The gap could be B main, but they'll probably plant for Temple. Molly, the smoke goes down. Plant is in. Round is won. Safe pair of hands. Linus puts 5 on the board for Heroic. Now 5-7, not looking unreasonable. It's going to come down to a single gun round.
Yeah, this next gun round is the one that decides whether or not this is like a great first half for Eternal Fire, or if Heroic have done what was required and kind of put up a decent T half.
Oh, so worth it to hunt these guns. Heroic don't need to worry about money at the end of this game. Or this half, rather, but they can remove every little bit from Eternal Fire. Even game now, despite a very strong start from the Turkish side.
Yeah, this is the round that should have all the eyeballs on it, and so that's why you see the timeout called in here. Chance for the coaches to be involved. It was Heroic to call this one through. So Saw wanted to have his input. Can imagine wants to relay the importance of this round and make sure everything is calm and smooth looking to the future. This is the moment where Heroic can plant their flag in this first half. For Madra and Eternal Fire, thus far they've been butting heads with this default, unable to break through it. What's the decision going to be to try and open this CT side back up?
Yeah, he can't swing B main again. They've done it so many times. Molly gets blocked, but this is a mid-rush, and you can see how unready, unprepared Xantares was. Caught with nades out in middle, trying to reposition, and Heroic run him down. What a disrespect call for Linus. He's really called a great momentum game on this T side. He's got the firepower to back it up, with xFloud finding another Turkish start. Now they can box in this B hit. Tania up behind the smoke, bomb ready, waiting, and still with mid control. And right now Eternal Fire plunged into darkness. They just have to gamble. They have to make a low info gamble, and they're going to make the right one, it seems. 3 on B.
That is a really big pressure-relieving kill. Think about how often Youngster's been a nuisance down here in Dark, and up until now, Eternal Fire were operating on the back foot throughout the entirety of this round. That meant they felt like they were at the full mercy of this Heroic default. Instead, Jota taking heads off suddenly is xFloud, who has to deliver. They've lent him a lot of time on this backstab. They've given him a lot of room to play his hand, but he's been checked, sniffed out, and now dealt with. Jota hounds them down, and with a little help from the rest of Eternal Fire, they will break through. 6-5 now. This could be a winning CT half from Eternal Fire, and that would be so much of the legwork done to close out this series.
Such great re-aggression in Dark again for Eternal Fire. They retake this position. They not only find this deep kill, but they hear Linus drop off the box. What that does do is it sort of allows xFloud to flank, because they think that's all the mid players dropping in. They think that's the last guy from middle, and instead he's flanking, but Linus just gets domed down in Dark. Disastrous end to the round as Eternal Fire make the perfect stack, and we might have Heroic kick up the pace a little bit towards his B side. They're scaling Dark very fast. Bomb nowhere near. Eternal Fire cycling their nades very well. And the mid control. No secret about it. Woxic hits his shot. Sunpius gone from the last round of the half. Eternal Fire looking for that magical number 7.
I mean, this was a good realization from Eternal Fire that they had to switch things up in middle, right? I think it speaks to the strengths of Heroic and how good they've been at taking this mid control, that you force Xantares to concede that real estate and instead be that guy rotating into A, linking up with Wakadia and leaving middle to Woxic on that AWP. He's now holding a very tight line here to try and catch them crossing into camera. Woxic, these are the sort of shots he's very comfortable in, and he will nail it. Linus tries to get across and lives to regret it. They might have found Xantares, sure, but Wakadia still waiting here as that nasty surprise. Woxic is dead, caught with nades pulled. Didn't realize they were so deep. 2v4 in this as Heroic try to battle back. They've spotted Wakadia. He'll get out with 1. Now that leaves xFloud in this all alone. 2 kills to his name already. But a hungry Jota Maja combo coming knocking. They are split up. 2 1v1s open, but he can't win the first. Maja will close out a dominant CT half put forth from Eternal Fire as they try to move into the group stage of IEM Katowice. A very strong half put forward from Eternal Fire. It was teetering in the balance down the stretch. Both squads tied up 5-5, but Eternal Fire broke through and locked in a winning CT half of Anubis. Now, usually that would be a recipe for success on this map. And well, what does success mean for Eternal Fire here? I mean, they close out this series 2-0 after taking Heroic down and their pick of Nuke. And that would send them into that group stage, which I think for this Eternal Fire squad that just came off the back of a final in Copenhagen feels like a bare minimum. I think they're a team gunning for playoffs. So let's see if they can get us there neat and tidy in 2.
Nice setup with the Julies and a bait and switch on upper, but this flash could wreck everything right now. They hear the warning and the alarm goes off. LNZ just decked, swinging out. unprepared for Wicardia, so close. Youngsters low as well. This round is looking unwinnable unless Sampayas comes in heroically, gets one, gets out, but also gets taken down to just a single point of health. It's going to be a one-shot and done. Jota and Woxic land them, and Eternal Fire walk it over into 8. A pistol on top of an excellent first half spells a sticky situation for Heroic. Winning both pistols in this map as well, after Heroic did the same on Nuke. Solid. I like that Eternal Fire stay aggressive. They don't just fall back in main and give all this space to Heroic, while the smokes are still up Heaven and Camera. They know there's only one actual place that Heroic can appear from, that's Bricks, and all of Eternal Fire with eyes on that position. So
Force buy here as well from Heroic.
I like it. I think CT Anubis, you really need these rounds, so breaking the money early is maybe your best bet at this kind of scoreline.
It means if they don't, they essentially have one buy round. You can say 2 buy rounds between them and this game being over.
But that's the gamble, baby. Live and die by it. This is the round to make that triple stack, right? 3 in a main. Hope and a prayer. And a push.
I mean, all things considered, Wicardia does a really good job. The amount of damage he does gets the info that 2 players have grouped up and pushed main. It's allowed Eternal Fire to have a far better picture as to how this round's looking. Xantares, he was getting bullied in mid. Don't like seeing Xantares get bullied. He's usually the guy bullying you, and so that double kill is a bit of revenge delivered swiftly out through middle. Force buy will go nowhere for Heroic. And so this Deagle, that 5-7, that's all they're going to bring with them into this next round as Eternal Fire loom over them, steaming towards 10 rounds on this T side, and there's nothing Heroic can do or say about it.
Little yell from Wicardia.
I mean, it feels like, we're on the cusp of an exciting run for Eternal Fire in Katowice.
Yes.
Because, man, coming into this year, they've lost 4 maps, and 3 of them were in the final to Spirit that they played, right? So
that's one way to put it, yeah.
Outside of that, the only other map they dropped was versus G2. That was in the semi-finals. They lost Dust, if you remember it. And that was on the back of like a lights-out performance from Malbs and Hunter. But other than that, they have not been dropping maps in the series that they win. It's not been close. The map pool's running deep. Eternal Fire are looking very switched on. It feels like Jota's brought a great energy to this team. That's something that Madges has spoke about in interviews, talking about how he hypes the guys up. He's saying words to try and, keep everyone locked in, even in those games where, like, Xantares did go missing. Yeah. Not only did Jota step up and try and fill the void in terms of output, but he brought a lot to the table in terms of keeping them locked into the game. This was a team that had a weird 2024. From the highs of Copenhagen to the real lows of Shanghai, it felt like change had to happen. And Eternal Fire, you can tell these guys have always had a good bond, a good connection. I don't imagine it was easy to cut Calix from this squad, but I think it was the right move. And the fact that the results have been so instant on the signing of Jota, it's looking like the proof is right there in the results.
There's been zero criticism. I don't think there's any good argument that this isn't just an upgrade, given what we saw from Jota last year individually with this old Heroic core. Okay, this could be something for Woxic. Can he hit the quick shot? Trust in him. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You also miss some you do. Jota can't follow up either. Woxic will connect the second. They know they've got to play a trap. Xantares just comes in for the kill, bloodlusting. Youngster down lower, finding Madra, and he might even push through. That's exactly what Wicardia is waiting for. Big boom, and Youngster holds on. Mac 10, not enough. So back to the drawing board for Eternal Fire and a 2v3. X-File's taken all this real estate. They should be aware of this, though. Because of Youngster's position, nobody's looking. Woxic with the trade. It's on.
Woxic in a clutch where he's hit a nail-biting first shot.
He's hit a couple.
It's also a... Sampayas doesn't believe this. Even though there's util coming in, he's only just rotating over now. He held mid instead. So Woxic has a bomb plant, an AWP in the post plant. And a real chance in this 1v2. He doesn't expect it to be this empty. He is suspicious the entire time. He's going to go clear the deep angles, but this is lent time to Youngster to flank all the way through main. Woxic, don't you dare commit to this. Sampaius hears it. Sampaius hears the rotate. Woxic thinks he's gamed them. He has not. Sampaius on the angle. Keeps Heroic in this, doesn't allow Eternal Fire to just roll over them in this second half.
He really didn't believe he had the side, but I feel like after you clear Heaven there and you've actually checked it and you got 20 seconds, you may as well just go back and stick it and worry about A main after. You can either read it's A main or it's camera A main. Like, there's no other way that they're coming late CT, so it's a bit of a shame that Woxic doesn't stick that bomb. Could have been something interesting. Instead, Heroic are back in with a chance. You said there was only 1 or 2 gun rounds that could really decide this game. Well, Heroic could put 1 on the board. Stage awaits. As does Sampaius in A main, finding Wicardia blinded off the angle. Eternal Fire drop into dark. Reblock at main. Heroic using their util sparingly as possible, but you can't wait forever because Antares will just come for the kill. He'll go for the frag. Ugh. Running through that Molotov, Youngster stops him in his tracks.
Well, it looked like it was going to be real pretty, but then it got real ugly real fast. 3v5 now. Can Madja be a difference maker? He's actually got a surprising amount of room here.
He's gonna wait.
No one was looking dark side, and so here's the flash to tee him up for a little bit more.
Oh dear.
Madja, the captain, trying to carve them a path back into this round. He still knows there's a player trapped on Glyph. He leaves that to Woxic. That orb nails Youngster. Woxic's even managed to get in with this bomb. Plant now found in a 3v5, looking to turn around for Eternal Fire. Jota up close, bested, but here comes Woxic hunting. He'll get silenced, clotheslined by the MP9. Madja can't wrestle it back. Might have brought them into the round, but won't be there to take them out of it. Heroic, faith in their ability to retake, even as that 5v3 felt like it was getting away from them, they stay composed.
It's another round where Eternal Fire don't realize, and fair enough, they don't realize how much room they're being given. They're so slow on getting that bomb down. They think there's more players behind the site, but they're smoked off, and Eternal Fire waited too long to get aggressive in the post plant here. The smoke fades while Woxic's hunting Sampaius backside. It's all just a few seconds too slow for Eternal Fire. But they're not to know. Patience does not pay off. X-Floud, important block, doesn't leave a gap between the molly and the smoke for Eternal Fire to just run through main with Tech 9.
I mean, you've burnt a lot of these nades over towards A, and that's exactly what Eternal Fire want. They're fully comfortable playing this to the final few seconds of the clock.
It's kind of their only option.
One thing that's a little concerning here is, like, Heroic aren't in a position at any point to get any info. They're very, very passive. They're making some moves right now over towards B to go and clear water, which is coming at a good time, but I don't know if it's going to be timely enough. They now confirm that this part of the map is clear.
Just up to some
Eternal
kills.
Fire ready to hit this A site. They played it to the extremities of what the clock allows as they move in. And those rotates are so far away. It's just a little too passive there for Heroic as we kind of get to the 30-second mark and there's no util left. But now the individuals can still claw them a path back into this round. Eternal Fire, this felt like they'd done it. They had a slow reaction out of Heroic. They had the full-man advantage, but suddenly down to just 2. It's Wicardia and Zantares. This heavy firepower duo, bit of noise made. Some pious herds. Antares, fast shot onto Youngster. Ready and prime for the flank in through main. They try and face in together, and it's clean from Wakadia. Some pious with no room to play. And it is reassuring to see that this star duo of Eternal Fire can step up when they're needed.
Oh, it's yeah, mistakes from both sides, really. It's the... You know, Linus is in the open holding the molly because they have no info on middle. We see those setups for Eternal Fire, but when they do them, they're 3A, so they actually have the manpower to trade out on the A site. Linus gets flashed, he just throws his molly because he's blind, and he's in the middle of the open with nowhere to go and no idea how to go anywhere. It's really awkward. Also, Sumpire stepping, right? They waited so long for the camera smoke to fade Heroic, and as they are going in for the super late retake last second with Tanir on the flank, Sumpire gives away his position, which allows Eternal Fire to move away from Heaven, fight someone else. They both 2v1 Tanir and main, Sumpire saves. So it's a couple of little details there for Heroic that cost them at the end of the round.
Yeah.
And Eternal Fire do it from a man down.
The thing that's so mad is, like, even if one player there had a smoke for Heroic, I think the setup's totally fine. Like, because you have that ability to block. They just never had it. And as a result, it felt like it dawned on them too late as to when that move on B should have been made.
That's why it's hard at the end of the day, man, to play sites on CT Anubis, right? Like, it always feels like you're going to make the wrong move. If you make one misstep, if you're in the wrong position, caught in the open, you can get split. They didn't know if Eternal Fire had full mid control, for example, so there's some give and take. There's always a bit of risk and gambling on this map. But, I mean, Eternal Fire have to capitalize now. They have the money of Heroic on the rocks.
Here you go, like you can see a little bit haunted by that last round. They play far earlier into B main, and with that comes quite the gift. They're now able to scramble bodies over towards this A site. That is a real ugly fight to lose, though. And here's the mid split. Xcloud gives one away. Some pious caught in no man's land as he's pincered between main and middle.
Yeah, they figured out that Heroic are playing triple B, and they just abuse it again and again. Another really fast A take. Well, this was way faster than the last, and they had the mid split. The Sumpires didn't believe he was running, switching weapon.
Yeah, that round gets so awkward. When Xfire decides to take the fight, when they're smoked off back in main, right as you get the info, there's no one B. It just felt like an odd hill to die on there in the A site. And so in these last few rounds, even now where they try to up the pace with the aggression, this is the CT side in a nutshell. This is why it's so hard to find these CT rounds. It can be so punishing.
I definitely don't envy Heroic in this position. But what it does make me feel is that Eternal Fire are absolutely here to play in Katowice. They may be having to earn their spot to progress through to the group stage, to face the very best, but they've already done so recently on LAN just last week in Copenhagen, so we know they're up for it. They're proving it against a new look Heroic. And if they win just one more round out of the next 5, we will see Eternal Fire progressing. And Heroic have to fight one more match if they want to make it there themselves.
This would be Eternal Fire keeping up a real hot start to the year where they're winning these series very convincingly, refusing to even drop a map to their opponents. With an event already played, a Blast Bounty in Copenhagen, now pulling up to Katowice. They want to keep the good times rolling in. They're hoping to go 14-4 in maps to open up the year. 3 of those map losses, as said earlier, coming from the grand finals versus Spirit, where they lost 3-1.
But they won Anubis in that, didn't they? They won it out the world's best in an overtime
from
affair.
An insane back foot position as well.
Yeah. So we know that they are a top Anubis team. Heroic may have expected this pick, but can they put it away? Nice trades out in main, a little bait and switch setup with the SMG. But as we've learned in this map already, don't count Eternal Fire out of a man down round. It would be 2 in this case. Maja need a clean B kill. That's an annoying smoke. Maybe boost Woxic. Orb is life. Give it all over.
They have a 2v2 over here towards B. This gets really weird if like Woxic's able to find someone moving, but there's no real reason to move. Maggia instead is the one who has to make the play. A lot of damage, sure, but not the killing blow. And so Woxic's best path is to just save this orb, right? You send Maggia in.
Oh my.
Even that's now a little bit tentative, isn't it? As they're rushing him down, they know the impact of removing this AWP. Only way Eternal Fire have one is if Woxic saves this. 2 quick kills, 20 seconds left.
Clear.
20 seconds left in an empty B site. They're trying to plug the gap right now with Xfloud. Woxic, he's stuck in 2 minds, but he decides to try and save, and that might lead to the ultimate punishment. Playing it safe puts him right in the eyes of some Pius. Oh my god.
Just in case he turns. Oh, he could turn now, though. It doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter. He just wants the kill. Hello, Jacob. As Heroic survive one more round, Woxic shows us.
Pius trolling, bro. Like, letting him get scared. He wanted Woxic to go, ah! But he turned around.
It's funny. It's a funny death. It's a funny kill. Everyone loved it.
Some Pius funny man.
Funny guy.
Fun Pius, they call him.
Knife out. Boom. It's a jump scare.
But are the good times going to keep rolling in? Or was that one chuckle in amidst the tears for Heroic as this B play, Jota at the forefront of it, going to come through the lurk smoke?
They're going to learn them a lesson.
Oh wait, these are the classic Eternal Fire smoke.
Old school.
Yeah.
Oh, and the player died on the lurk, so it actually looks like Wakati didn't do this, and they didn't throw the triple smoke wall that makes it obvious. Oh, bro, we've seen this exact play before. He's going to walk around the world behind the A site, shoot the A players in the back of the head. This might be it. This might be Eternal Fire progressing to the group stage of IEM Katowice off the back of a beautiful lurk through the smoke.
This was like one of the first pocket strats Eternal Fire looked to bring to Anubis.
Oh no,
Magic's hitting them with the El Clasico play, but Wakadia still might miss this timing. They're actually going to aggro main right into Zantares. The flank won't even matter. Now he's here to cut down the rotates. They're going to be left wondering, how the hell did Wakadia make it to this position? Can't double up. Youngster offering whatever resistance he can. Is Youngster an over? He's convincing us for a moment, but it's just one down at Tanir. Moment to reposition. Moment to take a breath, calm down. It's Maggia with years of experience versus Tanir, new to the top level, and Tanir's got it. This game rages on. The big flank, the big double from Zantares, not enough for Eternal Fire to seal the deal.
You thought it was done. You were ready to shut this stream down. I don't blame you. That looked locked in, but lights out for Heroic. That orb grab for Youngster as well. Double kill out of nowhere. And he sets up the new clutcher on Heroic to do what he does best and close. Heroic with a second wind. And Eternal Fire with no money. They're going to have to earn it. It's going to go the whole way. I can't believe that. When Riccardi's re-peaking Heaven 4v2, you think it just doesn't matter. You think it's unnecessary, but it's fine. They'll trade him. One wrong step in this game. Look at what it's done. Eternal Fire. No chance in this round. Tanir's got a shotgun.
Oh, those famous last words.
Nope.
Nah, it's just these deagles.
No chance.
Zantares deagle, been known to hit some shots from time to time.
No chance.
Oh, gonna try and just sniper, just quickly sniper. Little deagle for Woxic, okay. Now, Woxic deagle, that's been known to hit from time to time.
I've seen it. But as I said, no chance. Shotgun too good, man. Yeah. Oh, wait. One,
Hang on,
two,
now, a couple
three,
more bullets in.
4,
oh, he's
5,
going for the full
6,
reload, brother.
And that's it.
It's so overkill.
Just enough to get it done. Heroic.
How
right
bad
there.
was Tenier expecting to miss?
I need 6 slugs, please. Extra salt in that wound. And it burns for Eternal Fire right now. 2 rounds the difference in regulation. They want to just get this done. 2-0. You're just commending how they don't drop maps. They've barely lost any this year. Can Heroic change that fact right at the end of Anubis?
After the crazy Tenier clutch, it has given a Heroic a second wind here. But will that be the second wind that only stokes the Eternal Fires, or will it extinguish them entirely? Linus with the mid push, first to fall. Xantares' domain. This middle area of the map, the place that Heroic kept targeting and taking off of him in the first half, while he opens round 23, knocking out the captain of Heroic on a push out through mid. Now Eternal Fire go full quiet. They leave it to Heroic to make the next move. They sit back, they wait to receive this. Last time we saw this double stack over at A, it was xCloud falling that led to this domino effect. But this time, he looks all the better for it. Plays the fade. Bomb away from Eternal Fire, and a 5v4 that runs the risk of getting away from them. Xantares has been the driving force in this round. Can he keep it going?
Oh, I love it. They're going to wait for the big flank, the huge flank for Maja. Surely he doesn't go B. He has to go beach to A. They've got the bomb control in main. Heroic's change in these last couple of rounds has been the A main control. It's done them so well in trading out in this position. They just have to hold that package. Pressure put on Woxic, trying to keep them active, trying to keep them contained. He's got a lot of info. Maja's not going to find much. There's a cross shot from Tenier, and it's all on Maja on this big flank. Left in the dust, left in the dirt, and left dead at the doorstop. Sunpius hits the shot, and this is it, folks. Regulation or overtime, Heroic will decide.
Timeout called in, and it goes without saying, it's Eternal Fire to call it.
And they've got, I mean, this is crazy, because think back to Nuke. We had the same position.
Exact same
it was
position.
12-8. It came all the way back. It went 12-11, and Eternal Fire had Mac 10s and Tech 9s, and you know what? They closed it out. We are in a similar position. 1 AK, 2 Galils, 2 Mac 10s. Far from the perfect buy. And Heroic, with a bit of steam, 4 rounds in a row, looking for a 5th. Group stages on the line. Train as the 3rd map. If Heroic can earn it. What's it going to be?
This first fight is not being a huge issue for Eternal Fire, but in the final round of regulation, they're the ones playing from the back foot. Couldn't stick the landing when they've had these man advantages. They've had the post plants. Now they've got to do it 4v5 with Magic calling the shots from beyond the grave. Whatever game plan they had, it's already gone awry. And so now we head into uncharted waters. They're going to group up. They're going to play a numbers game on this, leaning over towards B with Xantares responsible for lurking in late through dark.
And they're making it gamble A because that's where Eternal Fire have put their fist every single time. They've always gone for these A attacks, these A splits. This time is different. This time it's down in dark. It all comes down to Xantares.
He's caught. Smoke fade. He'll get punished. Youngster and Tenier, the 2 heavy hitters for Heroic in this B site, and they won't let Eternal Fire in. Tenier cuts them down. Now he buys time. The strength in this moment is not in the ability of any one individual. It's that you've got Wakadia sweating in a 4v1. He's the guy feeling all the pressure. Gonna go looking, but the AWP on this angle. The AWP on the line. That's a crazy shot out of Wakadia. No. Wakadia, something's happening here. But they swing it together. Strength in numbers. No wild 1v4 to close. This one goes into OT.
Unbelievable cinematic match of CS for the group stages of Katowice. Nothing comes easy. Nothing comes for free. We've had clutches non-stop. Heroic individual moments. And this one almost joins the fray. That would have been one way to close out this series. But Eternal Fire will have to fight harder and further than before into overtime. That shot on Sun Pius. Filth. But the orb is back. Woxic's got his. Another aggressive round. You got rounds to play with. Let's play. A nice set piece out of main, a fake Molotov that lets him push aggressively as a third A player, and I think Xantares has realized they're running exactly this setup. B is weak. He's going to go deep into spawn, but he will be sandwiched between two CTs. Tanir takes it with ease.
This is a huge red flag for Eternal Fire. This would be 5 rounds in a row lost on the favored side. They're no longer getting those man advantages. They're no longer threading the needle on these crazy pushes. So often they've been able to get the timings, get the real estate, and be in these positions where you're supposed to win the game. They have had many chances here. But this would be the 5th round in a row on the CT side for Heroic, taking the first in OT. And it feels like there's no reason to drop the ball now if you're Heroic. 5-on-3, you can go static, you can wait for the site hit. They've got Wakadia on the chopping block as he makes his way in. It's a nice recovery. xFloud dead, but caught pulling the pistol is Woxic. Jota, he's had one great clutch. Gonna need another. Is this guy the new clutch factor for Eternal Fire? We're going to see in real time if Jota is the real deal, spots the man in the sight but can't get past Linus. And so 5 straight down the stretch, first in OT taken by Heroic.
LNZ has had a really hard time in this game individually. While he's called some great T-side rounds to get Heroic back in it near the end of their first half, it has been pretty rough in A main for him. That's a huge 3-piece to stop the clutch, to stop that A attack. Heroic needed that. Felt like Eternal Fire were about to win it again from disadvantage. Ooh, and a huge grenade onto Woxic's head. Nearly max damage. B push, Wakadia holding on, and he just turned. I don't know why. Heard something perhaps, but maybe just trying to set up anti-flash. Jota wasn't there in time. He has to trade it. This could have been a double advantage.
Tanir recommitting to taking long after contact is mad.
And that's even better. Xantares peak put down after one. Can Tanir be the guy yet again? No, caught out with his back turn. Woxic catches the A push. They don't know where xFloud is. They've got a pretty good idea. With that B site empty, Bomb's going to make it in time.
Okay, thank God xFloud. Oh, wait. Oh, God. Oh,
He'll
God.
hear him.
Why is Woxic stopped?
He'll hear him.
He should. On the angle now.
Yeah.
And there we go. Woxic. His ears are his best friend.
Yeah, he's scared. He's pushed mid, heard him, and he's going to hold the cross. So he called for a teammate to back him up. And he does catch that flank. Woxic, 25 kills right now. Top of the server. Back-to-back strong maps from the Turkish Orb legend.
It's exciting that Woxic's playing so well, especially because at their run in Blast, he had some real good maps. I think he finished the event, I want to say, as their 2nd highest rated player, but he didn't have those maps, so he steps up and takes full control. Hang on a second, look at this. Youngster. Ooh.
He loves doing this.
Oh my God. He's in here with Woxic, but the no-scope lands. Little bit of faith in his trusty AWP sidekick. Woxic gets rid of the push.
Crazy kill for xFloud. He tackles Xantares, A1 Esther, AK. Comes out barely bruised. Okay, Eternal Fire still maintaining an advantage, and this is a round where Heroic have to gamble. And so that's exactly what they do with the map. Quiet, they don't want to push into a default. So they just stack, they hope for the best. This is a high-risk play, but it's what it's going to take on CT Anubis to win this round. And they still play proactive, pushing back into Dark again. Eternal Fire, if they just walk mid. Oh, stepping con. That's awkward. A camera feels like the best option right now. Eternal Fire, no need to doubt this. They hear this rotation through Temple. They can just go.
It's good proactive game plan from Heroic at least, right? Trying to make the best out of this situation, but there was no way of stopping this. If it goes A, it was going to be left to the retake, and Woxic Orb has mid locked down. Linus has been very, very quiet here, and it's felt forgivable because the individuals have been enough, but he needs to have his impact now if they want to take two on this CT side. Linus delivers. Split the defense though. Jota nails the shot in mid, and it's these two, this pesky, fresh-faced duo of Wikadia and Jota that is so hard to put a stop to that Linus is now expected to beat. Dodges the flash, sure, but they're not giving him these fights. They're playing it perfectly, wasting his time. Linus trying to beckon them in with those taps. It's not enough. And Jota will close 2 on the T side for Eternal Fire as they break their 5-round silent streak.
Dude, Woxic is just an overtime player. I don't know if you caught the complexity game on Train yesterday, but he had 20 kills in like, 20 rounds, then hit overtime, doubled his kill count in 2 overtimes. He ended 40 and 20 in OT, just went on an absolute streak, finding so much value, so much impact. And now he's on CT side as well with another AWP. Woxic, where will his pick come in?
Oh, bro, he really wants to be involved.
Yeah.
He knows he can be the difference maker, but it's going to be a flick required.
Yeah.
And some pious, nice, easy opener collected in middle.
Very big scalp to find. And they can't stay for long jiggling at this B main unless Maja can get this smoke off Jota. They're going to fight together. LNZ, he has been a weak point. We've said it before. Maybe that could be a way in. He's not going to challenge the Molotov. B site blocked. Not open yet. But this is the end goal of Heroic. Surrounding this B site.
And you get yourself a man advantage like this. These are the rounds you're supposed to thrive in if you're Heroic. And it was so free to start it all off. You don't want this to be the one that gets away from you. Madge is trying to make a play. Flashed in through B main. Okay. That's a crazy turnaround. Tanier bested in the head-to-head by the captain of Eternal Fire. Don't know what that was from Jota. Yeah, oh, God, that might be a bit of a heinous misstep there as Linus has destroyed this B hold. They've shuffled out of position for a moment as well. Wikadia leaving the A site has left it wide open for Heroic to move in. He still wants to do something here. Wikadia, nades pulled. Now he's got support. Zantares arriving. Backs the tag. Oh, man! Wikadia baits them in. Zantares is the trap. And between the two of them, they have saved the day for Eternal Fire. Once more, it's that tag team duo. Zantares and Wikadia finds match and series point.
Dude, how is this so open? What an awkward timing for Youngster to try and re-smoke the heaven. It's Panic that almost loses Eternal Fire the round. I think they're screaming, guys, they're running mid to A, they're running mid to A. That's why Jota pushes Con. Oh, dear. But they live and die in the chaos. They run through that Con smoke. And they win that 2v4 on the A site in an instant. 2v3, yeah, 2v4, my God. Series point. Eternal Fire around from the group stage. We've been here before. 5 in a row Heroic took to get us out of regulation. Now they only need 2 on this T side.
Got to screw the fuzzy bit back on.
Yeah, he broke his mic, and fair enough.
It was a sick build-up, though. Yeah. You got me pumped.
Smashed his headset after that one. That is a tilting round to lose because it happens so quick. It just gets robbed. Trying to stay calm. You just give him a smile across the room. We're back in. We are live. 15 seconds of freeze.
I think that last round is a real feel-good moment, not just because your 2 stars clutched up in a 2v4, but that whole round started like from the get-go dire straits for Eternal Fire, right? They lost to Woxic early on in mid. He's been the guy offering up resistance across the entire series. But as Madja had to learn back in Copenhagen, he's reminded of now, Eternal Fire, it's a team game. It's not about one man carrying. It's the difference that they can make when they come together.
It's like Pro League v the Mongols. They keep blocking this B main lurk smoke, and Heroic actually don't know it's being blocked. It's been blocked like 4 or 5 times in this map. They have no idea. So there's no pressure on B. Jota feels free. They only need to play 2 in this site right now. As far as Eternal Fire are concerned, B main is empty. They have so much info that Heroic is only it's one-way info. Heroic don't know. Con control coming in. But Eternal Fire know they can fall back on this B main push, flashed in by Xantares, and they clear it out entirely. As this A split gets set up, there's only 2 players in the site. When we had Heroic in these CT setups, they crumbled every time. Can Eternal Fire do it in a 2v5?
Woxic and Wakadia, the 2 heavy hitters. Wakadia has been able to offer up these type of rounds time and time again with Xantares, but it's only the one and done in this A hit. Tanir turns heads, quick double kill. Madja coming in for the backstab, but Jota is so far away. Madja left fighting this entirely alone. And this might be enough for Eternal Fire to write it off with that bomb going down now. They're still lending time to Jota on this backstab, seeing if anything presents itself. But you're not far off saving. You're not far off giving this round over. Trying to dodge that double OT. Jota, that's the shot that had to connect. It won't happen. Madja, can he deliver this? A lot of time ticked off the bomb.
Yes.
Time is of the essence. Good util. Second molly picked up for Madja. That's kind of huge. He could get rid of players over in heaven. Clearing the site still. Wasting precious time. He doesn't know where they've gotten to. And so Madja tries to get out of there. They will not let it happen. One round indeed. 1 round between Heroic and extra time again. A double OT affair for Eternal Fire. It's one final chance out of the 6 they've had to close this game out. 4 in regulation. This is their 2nd chance now in OT.
And the double orb comes back as well. Imagine playing towards Con last time. He's even going to go for the B main pick. This is a very hard fight. Just eats the flash.
Oh, he was full blind. He couldn't block the smoke this time.
Didn't think it would come in maybe, but Tanir is lurking outside. LNZ in kind of the star rifle position towards Con every round, but he has been getting it off of Eternal Fire. He is walking through the smoke. He's playing the fade. What a risky move. But for once, Eternal Fire are not putting any pressure on this position.
They kind of need to as well, because for the first time they don't have main, right? So there is a bit more pressure to try and fight for Dark, and that's why Madja takes that wide swing. This guy's got a great head on his shoulders.
Good block.
Good awareness.
Oh, Heroic are screwed here. This should be group stage qualification progression for Eternal Fire. They're running into a stack.
Xantares and Jota both here. Jota gets that important trade, and it's all eyes on Sampius. 1v4, odds against him. Jota ends it with the wide swing for Eternal Fire. Relief sets in as those group stages are secured. Heroic have to keep on battling, unable to make a very limited list of teams that have taken a map off of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, but Heroic, damn right, damn good as they show up yet again in a series and take it all the way. They are proving they are more than the sum of their parts. This new roster with Saw behind them, proving to be a deadly squad with a lot of firepower and a bright future. They will play big for that final chance to get through to the group stage as Eternal Fire start their Katowice run. Keep an eye on these guys. I think we're in for something big.
We may very well be indeed, but we will see. Heroic does get another chance, and I'm really excited to see them play big tomorrow. But for now, it's Eternal Fire. However, I think they will not be devoid of any criticism from my analysts, even in that win.
Nah, I mean, a win is a win. And I think for that money, you know, that's good for Eternal Fire. Progressing, don't have to play tomorrow, get a day off, get to recoup a little bit. But obviously, you can look at their own map pick. On Anubis right here.
Look at me right there.
Yeah, that's the thing. They probably should have closed it out a little bit sooner. But again, as we spoke about Kasad coming into the second map right here, I don't think we saw EF play at their best, yet they still won, you know. And to me, that's a healthy sign for a team that is still making waves.
I think you're right when you said that the win is a win, and I kind of agree with that one. And as Bill Belichick like to say, it's not their best work, but it's better than what they had, so it should be enough for today. And it got them to stage 2, right? This is what they wanted, to save a little bit more time to prepare for Saturday. And, you know, it was tougher than we expected, but Heroic also played a good game. You cannot take that away from them. And they were kind of resilient. You know, it was supposed to be 13-7, and the first map was supposed to be different, but they kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And then, you know, it got to the overtime, but sadly, you know, lack of experience a little bit kind of was crucial in this situation.
Oh, well, the glass is half full with you too. Sometimes most of the times it's half empty. I mean, for sure if you drank it, but yeah, it's true. I mean, I think it's because I have relatively high aspirations for an EF that we saw taking all those skulls at Bounty in a LAN environment as well, getting to that final. The final was nothing to write home about, right? But they've been on the cusp of something for a very long time, and I think I'm looking at them through the lens of, can you really make a deep run here? And then this won't be enough. But we're not there yet, so.
We're not there yet, that's true. And I get what you're saying, because I agree with you. We should have higher expectations to Eternal Fire, because they've shown us what they can do. I think Man coming into our wonderful little studio right here as well is a player that stepped it up. So you're not wrong in saying we should expect a lot from these guys, because they're playing pretty goddamn good Counter-Strike.
I said we should expect more from you, that it wasn't the cleanest game. Do you agree?
Same like in C9, he turned his back on me here at the couch.
Oh, yeah, you have a history, don't you?
No, he's
okay.
You've been friends forever.
I mean, this game shouldn't go to overtime, I think. But we did some silly mistakes, like personally, I think, when we are doing the mid-round decisions. I think that's why we went to overtime. But I think, like, definitely we have to talk more about the inside the game, what we should do in the mid-rounds.
Yeah, but you could also talk to Kasad. I'm sure he can tell you what you did wrong.
Keep just you know, burning back of his head. The thing is, like, we wanted to ask you basically about the closing the games, right? The first map was kind of yours. The second map was definitely yours from the outside. It looked like to us that you were overcomplicating things. With the trick plays, with this and that, instead of just grouping up, maybe making like a grouped up call and, you know, hitting the site with at least 4 or 5 people, right?
Yeah.
And then just trying to finish the round there, because firepower is something that's, you know, your strength, right?
Yep.
And why not use it in these crucial moments?
Like,
I was right.
I mean, yeah. What can I say? It's like, as you said, like in the end of the rounds, like we have like doing like sometimes complicated things. Like we are overthinking about their rotations and stuff, like for the other players. I mean, yeah, sometimes just we need to go in and just kill them and plant the bomb and just wait it, you know?
That's what you do.
Yep.
That's what your team is all about.
Sometimes, yes, you are right about it.
Voxer, I made the argument that you didn't play your best game today, yet you still win. As a player within EF, isn't that a nice feeling sometimes that you got into a point now that even though you're not playing your A game, you're winning your games?
Yes, exactly. Like that's what we talked also with the boys. It's like when even like not one of the best players just stepping in, we can still win it. It's like we are doing more like team play things, like better and getting better and better, and every time, because also, you know, we got this guy like almost like 1-2 months ago, so we just get used to it. He's just trying to understand the communication and everything. Also, like our captain, like when he's speaking, he just didn't get used to it. So I think by time we will get better as a team play, and also this closing the rounds is gonna be much easier in the future.
Sorry, he had this flash on, and it was very funny.
I just have one question in regards to Anubis. We saw in Copenhagen as well that your CT side versus Spirit, this amazing comeback that you did, was great. Today your CT side was better than your T side. For pretty much all teams out there, it's the T side that's the strength. What is it that makes you guys struggle on the T side and good on the CT side on Anubis?
I mean, what I'm feeling like, it has to be like we should have like better T side, but now, as you said, like nowadays we are having like better CT side, and I think maybe it's we are doing the right rotations around the map. Like one round, I think they sneaked up from Temple, came behind, but I was there for like a player. So I think when Xantar is also doing left and right moves, I think it was going perfect. That's why like our CT side getting better like this. Maybe it's just a lack. It's just like a maybe decision in that second. So. But T side should have been like much better because, as he said, our aim strength is much better on like with AK and like with the T side. So, but yeah, sometimes we just overcomplicating things. But we will get over it for sure.
One question more. Like, listen,
yeah,
you're not young anymore.
I am not young
but
anymore.
You have Vicadia, Jota there,
Don't start, Voxic,
they're young in terms of like experience on a competitive level, and then you're coming in since mouse days and even before that. Do you feel old? Because I do.
I do too, man.
I mean, he
Really.
doesn't look it. You do, Kassab.
How old are you? Tell the viewers. 26 now.
That's not old.
Come on.
It's not old, but I don't know. When you are just keep playing for like many years and also playing with these boys, I'm just feeling old.
I feel like
I
you
remember
have to
you
know
know,
that you're old,
yeah,
especially myself.
I mean, because there's also two young guys, so that's why like I was the youngest guy in every team when I joined.
Yes.
So now like people are coming, and when they come, I'm like they're calling me big brother. Like even if I'm not feeling myself like that, I'm feeling like. Yeah.
I'm just happy that you're back, in the competitive level after the turbulence that we and you had in the past. So I'm just super happy for you, and I hope you guys like keep elevating even more.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I think we all feel the same way. If you're big brother, then we are grandma and grandpa. So we're going to send you to bed. Thank you so much, Voxic. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you in the group stage, of course.
Thank you for your support, guys.
Teşekkürler.
Teşekkürler.
Awesome. We'll let him go. And yeah, they will go on, and we can talk about it further, of course, when we see the matchups or who they'll be drawing. It must be cool to have in your back pocket that you beat some of these big dogs, just last week. But Katowice is Katowice.
Yeah, and I think if anything, Eternal Fire with what they did in Copenhagen and what they've done so far this tournament, we see them progress and move on to the next stage. I think there's no team that wants to play Eternal Fire right now. As Kassad said, the strength is the aim. They can still get much better. I think it's one of those teams that you don't want to face in the first round matchup.
What do we make of this? 3D Max made it.
Yeah, 3D Max, a team that kind of, in the first round, they had a FlyQuest, really ran over them. In the second round, I was expecting a little bit more fight from MIBR because these teams are similar quality. And right now, 3D Max again showed that they're playing good Counter-Strike on a big stage. They're going into the second stage of the event, which is kind of big for them. On the second part of the bracket, I guess, we have GamerLegion as a surprise to many, but still playing very well considering they lost a bunch of players again. They're advancing, and then we have, on the bottom part, we have Wildcard Furia, North American / South American matchup. And then MIBR Virtus Pro, that's going to be interesting because they already met Brazilians. They didn't do well against them in the first round, while the last game should be heroic and big. This is the game that's going to be, I think, very last on the A stream tomorrow, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah,
might be a long one, and might be a competitive game as well. I think.
Yes. Yes, I did actually, sir. I did order a pizza. Thank you so much. Thank you, ketchup and mayo. Perfect. If anybody missed it, let's pull up the tweet, actually. So yesterday I told Pimp that I have my pizza with sauce, basically.
No tip, by the way. She just ignored the guy.
I didn't even pay the guy.
Yeah.
So here we go. Shogs dips her pizza in ketchup. Actually, it is mayo, and I want you to try it.
It doesn't matter.
Don't write it off before you try it.
I'm gonna throw up.
No, you're not. Come on. You're the healthiest guy I know.
That's true, though.
It doesn't make any sense, though.
When the healthiest guy tells you that mayo and pizza is not good, you should listen.
You should probably listen, yeah.
That looks disgusting.
How many people at home does this? I feel like you don't...
People in the chat, please tell us, do you use mayo on pizza or not?
And
not even on top of the pizza, it's
you also
side.
told me you did sometimes mix ketchup and mayo, and then you have like a cocktail sauce.
Yes, we call that cocktail sauce in Belgium.
Yeah.
So wait,
it does
hang
look
on.
tasty though. Yeah, I got you.
So basically, I would do... We make a little mixeroo. Can you see it? And then... Ooh.
Do I have to? Kazad, you have to
I
join me.
ain't touching that. That's for
Some
sure.
people hate these eating sounds, so I'll be very careful.
Yeah, like me.
Well, some people love them. You know, some people pay a lot of money too. Yeah. It is kind of ASMR. You mix it together.
Yep. Tell me that's bad.
That's terrible.
Pizza is good. That mixture of ketchup and mayo, it'll never be the same, bro. It'll never be the same.
It's great.
Scrutiny, people twisting up the truth. This ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain or boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. Jame!
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What's your name?
Lee.
Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! Your champion!